The last class was full of joy. This class is like a funeral exam. This is the most true portrayal of Xie Wendong's heart at this time. He didn't expect the reversal to come so quickly. Although there are also the sons of the county party committee leaders in the county that made him embarrassed, but he lost to Tang Qing, a student who has no background, and there must even be the participation of the head teacher Shinmei. Under such a combined attack, he couldn't accept it at all for a while. Xie Wendong thought more and more aggrieved in class, and the more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he became. After class, he rushed into Shun Mei's office and walked to Shun Mei's side with a gloomy expression. "Miss Shun, why do you want to give Tang Qing and Wang Yan reposition?" At this moment, he was completely stunned and dazzled by his tone, but he was not crazy yet and didn't shout out loudly. After all, there are other teachers in the office. In the face of Xie Wendong's accusation, Shun Mei was not angry and even a little out of breath. It stands to reason that a teacher and a student's anger is really a loss of morality, but this also has to be divided into something. The student made a mistake and even went to class. It's okay to contradict the teacher. Shun Mei is not so stingy, but if you use social methods to use the vice principal to suppress her, then she will consider this person as a non-student. A student learns from the society. It is absolutely intolerable to bully the teacher by force. Therefore, seeing Xie Wendong so angry, Shun Mei had a sense of pleasure that she shouldn't have. The heart told you to play this method. It deserves it. It's fine to play with scheming, but she was bullied on her. Her previous compromise made her feel better. Tang Qing has no face in front of him, and he doesn't fight his righteousness. At this time, he is talking about the morality of the teacher? What is that? I'm not your mother. I want to be used to you unlimitedly. If you do something disgusting, you have to think of the consequences. Students, yeah, because Tang Qing and Wang Yan wanted to change positions, I agreed. Shun Mei said lightly, with a faint smile in her tone. You? Teacher Shun, I also asked to change to behind Wang Yan. Xie Wendong took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. Several teachers in the office also noticed the situation and looked at this side. He didn't dare to go too far. This is not the school in his previous county. His father was the director of education in that county, and he was promoted to the city after being transferred to the director of finance. He really didn't dare to go crazy here because he was not familiar with the place. At that time, even if the vice principal would not be on his side, the vice principal was the father of the second-generation attendant of a city leader he had known during this period. In the end, he paid a lot of price before the other party agreed to help. So it's not a solid relationship, and it's not yet at the point where she and Shun Mei will stand on her side. Students, yeah, do you think this is your home? If you want to change it, what do you want after changing it to you before? Shun Mei pretended to be angry. Now she is cool from head to toe. Even though she is playing tricks with a student, it's very inappropriate. But to relieve your anger, if you don't follow the rules and disgust me, compare your heart to your heart, and I won't give you a face. You are all about to come of age, so let you see the cruelty of growing up. Not everyone in society, it's your mother, who will care about you. I'm looking for the vice principal, Xie Wendong said anxiously, then turned and left. Since Shun Mei's road is completely unworkable, he can only go to the vice principal. Although he knows that this means that he has completely torn his face with Shun Mei and there is no room for reversal, but the color makes his mind faint and addicted. Shang was young and energetic and couldn't accept being tricked like this. He couldn't take care of so much anymore. As whole, Shun Mei patted the table vigorously and gritted her teeth. Shun Mei was really angry this time. Even they scolded. Xie Wendong threatened to find the vice principal in front of the teachers. She slapped her in the face. She really didn't expect Xie Wendong to be impulsive to this point, and directly set the table in front of her without leaving any room. After getting angry, Shun Mei calmed down and thought about the solution, but she made a decision in a moment and went to her principal. Now if she doesn't find the principal, it will be really troublesome. If the vice principal finds her again, she will definitely pay. She has to be compromised. In the eyes of the vice principal, she is just an ordinary teacher. She won't think highly of her just because she is the head teacher. And how does this compromise make the students in the class think of her? What does Tang Qing think of her? At that time, I will really lose my adults. Thinking clearly, Shun Mei got up and went to the principal's office. When she passed by the vice principal's office, she heard Xie Wendong's voice again. and her anger became even more intense. Principal, that's it. What do you think about it? Shinmei explained the story in detail. Of course, she also added fuel and jealousy to portray the image of herself as a last resort for several refusals, as well as Xie Wendong's displeasure. Reasoning and really are the purpose of changing seats. She knows that the principal doesn't like puppy love the most, and she also heard that the principal and Wang Yan's father are still old acquaintances. She believes that the principal will definitely be on her side. Sure enough, the principal. Chu Yuanhang patted the table angrily as soon as he heard it, and said, playing the piano indiscriminately, this student does not study well and thinks about messy things all day. Teacher, ignore him. I'll talk to Vice President Liu. A second generation with a very poor study not only wanted to take the opportunity to harass Wang Yin, who was a good student, but also used despicable means to bully the class teacher into submission. It is really hateful. He and Wang Yan's father are old acquaintances, and there is even Tang Qing in this grade. How could Yi's figure make him angry? The last time he thought of Tang Qing's promising uncle, and Wang Yan's uncle who couldn't provoke him, he had the urge to choke Xie Wendong to death. Please do everything for me. Okay, principal, I'm relieved if you come forward. Shinmei smiled. Now that he is backed by the principal, he doesn't have to withstand that much pressure. In the school, this powerful principal is famous. No one dared to say a word about what he decided. Teacher Shin, please go back first. I will take care of it. I won't wait for the next time. I will transfer this Xie Wendong to class 3 tomorrow so that nothing happens again. Chu Yuanhang said. In order to avoid Tang Qing's Xie Wendong's direct conflict was overwhelming. He decided to change shifts to Xie Wendong. It would have given Xie Wendong his father a lot of face without being expelled for doing this kind of thing. If his father dared to make trouble and ask him to talk, he would be really not afraid. Compared to Tang Qing with Wang Yan's background, a deputy division level is a fart. And if you have a background, you will give you face. And if you don't give it, you won't give it to you. Colleague Chu Yuanhang was also glad that this matter was handled in a timely manner. If the ginseng behind the two families were really allowed to come in, he would be in trouble, and the impression of improper handling would not be fun at that time. Okay, principal. After speaking, Shinmei turned and walked out of the principal's office. At this time, Shinmei was relaxed. However, when Shinmei returned to the office, she found that Xie Wendong was standing at her desk. Now she was in class. The other party skipped class openly and started playing with the red pen used to change her homework. It was so arrogant. She couldn't bear it anymore. Xie Wendong, what are you doing? Put the pen down for me. Shinmei said loudly and sternly. Now that other teachers are in class, she doesn't lower her voice anymore. The voice is so loud as to make her feel angry. Xie Wendong, who was holding a pen thinking about his thoughts, was frightened by the roar. He hurriedly put down the pen and turned around and said calmly, Mr. Shun, the vice principal just asked me to change it. You are not allowed to change it this time. Change positions for them. Isn't it? Why did I just hear the principal say that I can't change it? Shun Mei was irritated, listening to Xie Wendong's imperative tone. She was angry from her heart, but thinking that Xie Wendong was about to leave her in her class, she is not so angry anymore. We can't provoke you to avoid it. If you don't see it, let the other teachers get rid of it. The principal? The principal knows about this. Xie Wendong exclaimed. He didn't expect the principal to intervene in this matter. He suddenly felt a little flustered. The principal said that the vice principal would definitely not be able to help him anymore. Well, okay, your task is to study. What do you think the teacher does not know? Are you rushing to learn? They are the first in the grade and the third in the grade. If you delay their study, it's not good. And the principal said, you will be transferred to shift 3 tomorrow. Shinmei sat down and took a sip of tea and said calmly, What? Class 3, I won't go. Xie Wendong yelled 2 steps back. He was about to be kicked out of this class. This was something he had never expected before and couldn't accept it. It's up to you. The principal has already decided. You can directly report to class 3 tomorrow morning. Shinmei said lightly. Xie Wendong was speechless about this matter. He knew that the overall situation had been settled, and he had offended the head teacher in front of him. If he didn't know the interest, he would fight against the principal. At that time, he really doesn't have to stay in this school, and he doesn't have the guts to go to the principal for theory. Xie Wendong walked out of Shun Mei's office briefly like a defeated rooster. His face was uncertain. He really lost this face to his grandma's house. By then, not only the current class, but also the classmates of the third class must be too. I would think a lot. Even if my father knew about it, I would definitely not have a good fruit. Really, what happened just now, the whole class has already seen Xie Wendong's careful thoughts, but the plot reversed so fast that everyone did not react. Xie Wendong's tricks were easily resolved by the two of Tang Qing. Just now I saw Xie Wendong's face. Walking out of the classroom badly, everyone guessed what he was going to do. The classmates were also looking forward to who would win the game. Finally, seeing Xie Wendong walking back with a worse face, all the classmates guessed the outcome of the incident. Xie Wendong lost. As a result, Xie Wendong became a joke in the class again. The whole class looked at Xie Wendong's eyes, and there was only ridicule left, especially if he didn't give up on wanting to get involved with Wang Yan. It was just a humiliation for himself. Especially Su Ziwang inadvertently revealed that Xie Wendong used despicable means to force Shun Mei to change positions. The eyes of the whole class looking at Xie Wendong were not only contemptuous, but also angry. Although Shun Mei was a little harsher, she was still very much in the class. It's so popular. Why would you Xie Wendong dare to threaten the teacher? If it weren't for Xie Wendong's background, someone could not help but go up and beat him. Tang Qing, you forced me, Xie Wendong said with a sullen expression. This time he lost so terribly. It was so miserable that he became a rat in the street, and he couldn't accept it at all. After school in the afternoon, Tang Qing separated from Wang Yin at the gate of the school. Li Kai's goods are now a bit rich and don't even take a bus. They take taxis again and again. As for the money, of course, it was compiled from Li Jiangguo, and the reason is that in the name of Tang Qing. In order not to crowd the bus, Li Kai told Li Jiangguo, Tang Qing has said, "What kind of bus does your father have when he has money? It is crowded and slow." However, for such a nonsense reason, Li Jiangguo just thought about it and agreed. Tang Qing understood Li Jiangguo's careful thoughts after he knew it. Once Tang Qing was a partner, he could even be used as an umbrella now. Although his opinion maybe it's just for fun, but it can't help but attract Li Jiangguo's attention. Secondly, he doesn't want his son to lose too much in front of Tang Qing. Tang Qing sighed inwardly. This cheating Li Kai is sure of his father's mind. Every day after this part of the taxi fare was increased, this guy still took the bus to save money as pocket money. But then he found that saving that little money was actually useless, so he lost the desire to save money, and the money for meals was not calculated. There is a restaurant at home, and I am used to eating big fish and meat. If he eats outside, this guy would rather be a vegetarian. As for dressing, he has nothing to do with it. Li Jiangguo has never been reluctant to buy clothes. Besides, there is a local tyrant like Tang Qing. Are you there? In the end, when he found that he saved the hundreds of yuan for taxi every month and it was useless, he didn't bother to save it and spend as much. Tang Qing bought a large handful of barbecue and ate while walking. He asked his boss to put a lot of spicy noodles. In his previous life, he had acne and he didn't dare to eat it hard. Obviously, he has no scruples in this life, especially the bosses. The chili noodles are spicy and authentic. Just one word, cool. Just when Tang Qing reached the entrance of the small alley that was blocked last time, he found something was wrong. Two people who looked like walked up as soon as they saw him. It was obvious that they were coming to him. Tang Qing also stopped and watched the changes, but he kept eating a bunch of konjac in his mouth, his brain running fast and thinking. Isn't it the person Xie Wendong was looking for? It was the same place as the people Su Ziwang was looking for. How much do you love this alley? The last time Su Ziwang asked someone to deal with him this way made him feel disgusted by Su Ziwang. The scene where Su Ziwang gave money at the school gate actually didn't hate Su Ziwang. After all, he just dropped the money, and even later he didn't let things go in the hotel. In his mind, he is extremely disgusted by finding gangsters to retaliate, which can cause personal injury and psychological shadow. If other weak or somewhat glass-minded students go to extremes due to too much blow, then it really hurts. A family. This is also the main reason why he has not forgiven Su Ziwang. Although Xie Wendong's previous method was a bit despicable, it was still within the acceptable range. Even if the disgust was estimated to disappear after a short time, he could not tolerate this kind of method. Humph, now that I put my face together, I will slap it a little bit more this time, without giving you an unforgettable lesson. Do you really think that the society is yours? The two blocked Tang Qing's path, and one of them said, "Boy, our elder brother wants you to go there. Be interesting and don't force us to move. Okay, lead the way ahead." Tang Qing swallowed the konjac in his mouth and said lightly, then put the empty lottery back in the bag and ate another bunch of ham sausages. The two looked at each other and saw surprise in each other's eyes. You are a student who is not afraid, and even ate it furiously. Is this looking down on them? Does the other party have any support? Just when the two were surprised, Tang Qing said again, "Why are you two in a daze? Let's go." The attitude was as if they were taken over. After Tang Qing took the lead to the alley, the two recovered and hurriedly followed. At the same time, they said in their hearts, "Hell." Tang Qing entered the alley and saw, good fellow, there were still a lot of people. In addition to the two people behind him, there are 7 people in total. The most important thing is that Tang Qing actually found Xia Wendong inside. Tang Qing's face twitched unconsciously. Is this stupid pig used to being arrogant before, don't you know? That guy Suzy Wong knew he couldn't be there. You know I did it, but you have no evidence. But what about this one? Just jumped out to play in person. How arrogant were you in the previous county? Xia Wendong stepped forward and said grimly, "Tang Qing, this is what you asked for. Dare to shoot Wang Yin with me, which caused me to be transferred to the 3rd shift. Today, I won't let you suffer a bit." Stop. Before he finished speaking, Tang Qing interrupted him. There is no way. Xia Wendong's line is too disgusting and can't stand it. After that, Tang Qing said helplessly, "Xia Wendong, do you play like this in your county? Do you know what it means to avoid suspicion? Where did you come from the courage to perform on the same stage with them like this? Just your opponents, alas, let me down." Xia Wendong, who was interrupted by Tang Qing, was anxious, "So I didn't say half of the carefully designed lines, so you interrupted me. I forgot all the lines that made me connect, and I looked down on him. I couldn't bear it, so he said angrily, "Yeah, you are still stiff, see if I am not today." Shut up. I'm so embarrassed to hear that, SHD. Can you change the line and have something new? Tang Qing couldn't help but cursed. This kind of disgusting line must not be finished, it's too bloody. Aye. Xia Wendong was really outraged. His speech was interrupted again and again, and he thought his carefully designed words were disgusting. For a while, he had a kind of conditioned reflex and was afraid to speak. Tang Qing interrupted him again. Although he didn't know what the embarrassment was, it was obviously not a good thing. "No, I'm here to beat people. What am I entangled in talking about?" Xia Wendong reacted in just a moment and was preparing to make a final conclusion with a wave of presence. But Tang Qing would not give him a chance. "Let's go against the routine." "Then who? You are Brother Hao, aren't you?" Tang Qing turned to the leader and said lightly. He had already discovered that the leader turned out to be Brother Hao, who had been slapped a few times in the hotel last month. He was really Yuanjia Luzai, and he could meet acquaintances everywhere. Brother Hao put away his hideous face and looked at Tang Qing suspiciously. This time Tang Qing was wearing a student outfit. His hair was a little longer. After the upgrade, his temperament and skin changed a bit, plus some chili noodles on his mouth. Last time I drank some wine, Brother Hao really did not recognize Tang Qing for a while. Although he looked a little familiar, he couldn't remember it. So he whispered, "Who are you? Do I know you?" He knew Tang Qing's name from Xia Wendong, but Tang Qing hadn't reported the house last time, so he couldn't correspond to it at all. The last few slaps were not enough. "Do you want to try it again?" Tang Qing smiled. This sentence sounded like thunder in Brother Hao's mind, and the memory that had not yet been dusted was instantly recalled, and the two figures slowly overlapped, and he finally remembered. After the confirmation, Brother Hao unconsciously stepped back 2 steps. His eyes were full of panic, for fear that Tang Qing would slap him again. That would be uncomfortable. The lesson last time was unforgettable. After the police station came out, I didn't know who gave him the boss. Brother filed a lawsuit and was scolded again after returning. If it hadn't caused any serious conflicts, he could imagine that he would have nothing to end. Every time he thought of this, he would be afraid of the situation. Fortunately, he was the one who was beaten. After hurting Tang Qing, he really should run away. The other two who drank together last time also remembered Tang Qing's background and secretly groaned in their hearts, so they got into this little evil star again. "Damn, you Xia Wendong dare to hurt us." Brother Hao stammered at this time and said, "It's you?" I. He wanted to say something that had nothing to do with me, and I was sorry, but he couldn't make a complete sentence when he was nervous. All right, leave me alone. Just tell me what happened today. Tang Qing smiled. Brother Hao cautiously said, Here, how are we going to leave? After speaking, he looked at Tang Qing nervously. Although he knew that there was little hope, he still had to try. What do you mean? Is my time worthless? Tang Qing said with a smile while holding his hands. We accompany you with the money. Brother Hao blurted out, but he regretted it after he finished speaking. How could Tang Qing appreciate his money? Even if it is impossible to take it. In his opinion, Tang Qing is not the kind of people who have no bottom line. It's really boring. Forget it. Just say what you were going to call me for. Tang Qing said with thought. I want to teach you a lesson. Brother Hao stammered. Then what? Tang Qing said with a weird smile. Brother Hao was taken aback, but immediately understood the meaning of Tang Qing's words. And then? Of course the trick was going on, so he immediately slapped Xie Wendong when he was still confused. Snapped. Another backhand slap. Snapped. Xie Wendong was directly slapped to the ground. Damn, dare to fight Tang Xiao. Ciao, brothers, greet me well. Brother Hao said loudly. The other little brothers who didn't know the truth also knew that they had stubbornness, and hurried up to greet Xie Wendong, for fear of being hated by Tang Xiao from unknown origin. Ah, don't fight, forgive me, I have paid for it. Xie Wendong exclaimed, clutching the vitals skillfully. Nima, the money for you, damn. Dare to hurt Lousy and slap you as a fool. Brother Hao took out the money in his pocket and fell directly onto Xie Wendong's face and gave him a kick again. He's not really stupid. It's okay to be injured. Even if he is seriously injured, Xie Wendong's father is not afraid, but there is no need to offend him. After this incident, it's Tang Qing and Xie Wendong's affairs. It would definitely be counted on Tang Qing's head. This little person himself shouldn't be too involved, otherwise he won't be able to get out. Ah, don't fight. I don't dare anymore. Tang Xiao, are you satisfied? Brother Hao bent forward and laughed. Of course, Tang Qing also noticed that several younger brothers and Brother Hao had reservations, and felt a little bit of a fight, but apparently Xie Wendong was very disappointed or said to be very cooperative. Maybe he had never been beaten like this before. Miserable. Tang Qing shook his head. He is a second-generation spoiled. He is very happy when he is beaten, and he can't stand being beaten. This kind of person is angry when he looks at him. Please be a little bit stubborn. The people of the next generation simply lowered the overall quality of the second generation. Okay, let them stop, look boring without pain or itching, Tang Qing said lightly. Brother Hao was immediately embarrassed when he heard that the careful thoughts of his group of people could not escape Tang Qing's eyes. He wanted to say that I was trying to reduce trouble for you. If Xie Wendong was broken, the hatred would be big. He couldn't escape the relationship at all, but he still didn't say what he said, and this reason was indeed somewhat reasonable. Yes, please stop. Who else is there? Don't call me Manhwa again. Is it a man? Brother Hao stopped his subordinates and saw that Xie Wendong was still calling. He really did. I planted the feeling of slapping twice again, so I didn't make a heavy hand, and you were just like a pig. It was noisy, and you got angry when you watched it. The younger brothers immediately stopped the attack and stood aside. Xie Wendong lay on the ground and stopped wailing. He watched Tang Qing in fear and did not dare to speak out. He also realized that he had kicked the iron plate. He must have been beaten for nothing, especially when Brother Hao said Tang Xiao. He was terribly scared. Brother Hao knew his father's official position, so he didn't hesitate to slap himself. Obviously, Tang Qing's background is bigger, so big that Brother Hao is not afraid to offend his father at all. With the above background, the fear in his eyes when he looked at Tang Qing grew stronger when he thought of this. He began to worry about his fate and his father's. The more he thought about it, the more he was afraid, thinking of his second-generation style, if Tang Qingji hated him. Xie Wendong shuddered unconsciously, and it was over. I said, mice, you guys are true too. Can't you do something serious? The old man is going to be a mess sooner or later. Tang Qing said slowly. Hao Hao's name is weird, or Shui Wang's police officer. Mouse, be so kind. Tang Xiao's lesson is, but we can't do anything. We don't have education. It doesn't matter. We don't have skills. We can't bear the pain of moving bricks on the construction site, and our life in the factory can't be restrained. They are all restless temperaments, and brothers. The way. Brother Hao smiled bitterly. It's just that the wry smile made Tang Qing want to hit someone. You still have no reason to be a gangster, and are these reasons? I couldn't help being a little angry and said, damn, you just say that you are lazy. Okay, I don't bother to care about you. I am not one of you. I will leave first. I don't care about this person. You can handle it yourself. After Tang Qing turned and left, whether it was Xie Wendong who was lying on the ground and was terrified, or the group of forced helpless thugs, he was not interested in saying one more word, and he was angry just looking at it. Yes, Tang Xiao walked slowly. Brother Hao bent down to accompany with a smile. The standard movement was like practicing countless times, but Tang Qing didn't see it. Tang Xiao walked slowly. The younger brothers also said in unison, at the same time deeply remembering the appearance of this young man, and he will walk around when he sees it in the future. This is the awesome second generation. A few words to himself, the boss jumped decisively. Seeing Tang Qing walking away, Brother Hao also breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and finally did not cause trouble. But when he thought that the culprit was next to him, he didn't get angry. He wanted to have another fight to relieve his anger. Yes, but thinking that Xie Wendong's father was a leader anyway, he held back. Brother Hao suppressed his smile and said to Xie Wendong coldly, get up, don't pretend to be dead, and the brothers are picking up the money. Why there is no gain when you go out? When the younger brothers heard this, they immediately took action and picked up the cash scattered on the ground and handed it to Brother Hao. You beat me and want my money? Xie Wendong said angrily when he stood up and covered his face. His tone was like an angry little daughter-in-law, with a crying voice, as if he had been wronged so much. As soon as Brother Hao heard it, he was on his mind and took a step forward, before Xie Wendong hadn't reacted. Snapped. It was another slap in Xie Wendong's face and cursed. Damn, brothers don't need money to go out, take a taxi home, don't need money for food, don't need money for food, don't need money for drinking. It's easy to beat you. Plus the shocking fee just now. If you don't have a deputy the director's father, I will definitely strike you again. Be content with you. You? What is Tang Qing's background? You are so afraid of him. Xie Wendong said, bewildered by the slap. He had inquired about Tang Qing's background before, and in the end he only knew that he was in the clothing business. There is no scruples, but this style of painting is obviously wrong, right? Tang Qing suddenly became Tang Xiao. Did the guy who gave him the news deliberately cheat him? Hee. So you don't have a brain. Don't investigate carefully before you do it. I will sell you a message for the money you have given. His uncle is the director of the Chengxi police station. Your father is telling the truth, really fighting. But others? Brother Hao sneered. Director? Xie Wendong said in surprise. He was not surprised that the official was too big, but too small. He thought it was the director of the bureau or the city leader, but he didn't expect it to be just the director of the police station. Brothers are gone, go to eat. Brother Hao said. After speaking, Xie Wendong led his hands and walked out of the alley. They prepared to have a good meal in the evening. They were shocked and blocked the little brother's mouth, by the way, so as not to make trouble for themselves. This matter can't be done anywhere. Xie Wendong couldn't thank him. Tang Qing didn't seem to accept his feelings just now. The two sides are not human. If Brother Wolf learns about this again, it is that the three sides are not human. He must find a way to reduce the influence. When Xie Wendong watched Brother Hao leave, he was so wrong that he wanted to cry. The man was beaten, the money was gone, and he offended Tang Qing severely. It really was a complete loss. Damn, what about a director of Jinka? My father is still a deputy, and I am not afraid of you. Xie Wendong said in a low voice, covering his face. Of course, he is just talking about it. His way of doing things may be a little stupid, but his brain is not as stupid as a pig. His father said in the city that there is a relationship is affirmative, otherwise, how could he pass him on the municipal standing committee? Dad is a personnel appointment, and Tang Qing's uncle is definitely not a vegetarian if he can get to this position. This position is much more powerful than his father. This kind of local snake will never look for things until he understands the background. Tang Qing can do nothing about the black and white. He can only think of other ways. Xie Wendong suddenly remembered something, and the corner of his mouth smiled unconsciously. Huh. I know you have a childhood sweetheart fiancé. This shows that I still have a chance. Wait and see. He wouldn't be so stupid that he was in conflict with Tang Qing now. As long as Wang Yan's parents knew about Tang Qing's fiancée, he would never allow him to have anything with Wang Yan. I still have a chance. Xiao Wendong, who had figured it out, was in a good mood, tidying up his clothes, patted the dust, and went home happy. In the next few days, Tang Qing never saw Xiao Wendong again. But Xiao Wendong's legend hasn't died down in the class for a long time, because yesterday's transposition drama and the story behind it were really amazing, and such a torturous plot is right. The impact of the students was too great. Every day there were gossip messages from Class 3. It is said that Xiao Wendong, who arrived in Class 3, kept a lot of low-key. Every day is normal school, and at the same time endures the eyes of all the people in Class 3 and the teacher. Of course, Xiao Wendong couldn't tell his dad about this. He had offended all his classmates, head teacher, and principal at school, and used despicable means. It would be blamed if his dad didn't beat him severely. Based on the principle that more is worse than less, the principal and teachers also tacitly did not take the initiative to tell Xiao Wendong his father. After enduring the guidance of his classmates for a few days, Xiao Wendong had a deep understanding of the feeling of a mouse crossing the street. After thinking about it, Xiao Wendong decided to change school. He couldn't stay in this school anymore. As for revenge against Tang Qing, he didn't dare to think about it in a short time. As a local snake, Tang Qing must have known some people. It was stupid to be so stupid to rush to Tang Qing last time, and he was not prepared to confront Tang Qing. I am confident that his strength can completely crush Tang Qing, but now it is clearly a strong dragon who does not crush the ground snake. The force and background are no longer useful, and he can only rely on outsmart. Xiao Wendong, I feel so sad that he, who is used to being arrogant, is forced to the point where he can only outwit. January 14th. Friday. There was sleet in the sky. The last monthly exam of this semester has begun. Many people are looking forward to whether Tang Qing can hold his first position this time. As long as Tang Qing can pull down the second place as many points as last time, there will be no suspense in the future for the first grade. Everyone will give up. The parties expressed no pressure on this. After taking the test after each test, Tang Qing took the test more easily, and the more confident he was in the test, he did not have a slapstick game to hand in the papers in advance, but checked and checked. Although the questions this time are relatively more difficult than the previous few, but it didn't make a big difference to him. After understanding this knowledge thoroughly, no matter how the question is changed, it will be the same for Tang Qing. This is the importance of the foundation. It was almost the same as last time. Tang Qing felt that his science and English test scores were fine this time. He couldn't guarantee the language because of the particularity, but he should not be able to run with a score of 135 or more. As Tang Qing is the first in grade, sitting in the first row is naturally the object of attention of the teachers. If it weren't for Tang Qing's psychological quality to be stared at this way, he might be nervous. Naturally, as the first paper of the year, priority is given to correction. As soon as each exam is over, a group of teachers will surround Tang Qing's papers to correct them. The more they change, the more excited they are, Before the end of the last biology exam, the teachers knew that the overall situation was settled. Even if Tang Qing biology scored only half of the points, and the second place scored full marks, Tang Qing would also be firmly in the first place. January 16th. Fun day morning. Tang Qing is not planning to go to Hanlong for training today. Now his strength has basically reached its limit. He has no source of energy to improve his physical attributes, and there is basically no hope of defeating the two together within the rules. Now he wants to learn how to operate guns with Hanlong, but obviously he can only think about it. If he grabs a hand to find Hanlong, then the consequences will definitely not be a good thing, especially if he wants to learn. It's not about pistol shooting. After all, although I haven't tried it with live ammunition, I can learn it by watching TV. It has 3 points and a line, no sight, and no complicated structure. It is only suitable for close combat situations, wind speed environments, and so on. No need to think about it. As for the muffler on the pistol, forget it. One of the real fascinating firearms is the destructive power, and the second is the sound and the kind of recoil that makes people want to stop. Firearms without sound are meaningless to use. What he really wants to learn is sniper rifles and rifles, especially sniper rifles. Sometimes when Tang Qing gets bored at night, he locks the door and buys a gun to play with, or buys dozens of various guns to put on the bed. Like an arsenal, he was passionate about seeing it. Later, he also found that the system mall provides packaging services, not only bare guns, but also 3 packaging modes: wooden box, iron box, and password box. It can also be automatically made according to the place of production. The country's text logo is very convenient. The disassembly and assembly of the pistol is relatively simple, and Tang Qing learned it in a few strokes. But many rifles and sniper rifles are more troublesome to disassemble, especially the huge Barrett M82A1, which is even more troublesome to disassemble. But now it is assembled. There is no problem anymore. Tang Qing can't help but load and pull the trigger several times in his hand. In order to avoid this sound from being heard at night by his uncle who is familiar with firearms, he usually plays music. Fortunately, there is no excitement to exchange bullets. Otherwise, I really have to kneel. And if you want to find Han Long with a sniper rifle, he was really dead. Tang Qing felt that his relationship with Han Long was not so good, that Han Long was completely disregarded of discipline. The pistol Han Lingxing allowed to tolerate it, but ascend to the level of a sniper rifle, that's really big. As for looking for Sun Chaojiao, Tang Qing thinks about it and forgets it. So as not to frighten him, he can only go back to the village to try the fun at that time. Then he must try all kinds of guns. TSK, Tang Qing think about it. It's all exciting. I missed Lin Jiaxue for 2 weeks. Well, you can play the game of kissing again, Tang Qing thought happily. As for going further, he didn't have so much thoughts. After going down again and again, he felt that he had conditioned or got used to it. Thinking of using hands and feet to Lin Jiaxue, after several kisses of respect as a guest, the desire to use hands and feet was straightened down. Of course, it wasn't that he was bent, but he just felt that he had to concentrate on doing things, so he kissed him. If he wants to do other things, do he have to work hard when he kisses him? Haha, that's because I read too many novels, or maybe. During the meal, Tang Qing laughed frequently when he thought of today's program. And Qin Shiqi unceremoniously interrupted Tang Qing's YY. Brother, are you going to Sister Jiaxue today? You can see it again. Tang Qing said angrily with a bad premonition. Cut. You can only be so happy when you go to Sister Jiaxue. I have already seen you through. Qin Shiqi said with a self-confidence. I'm not a criminal. What's the point of seeing through? Tang Qing was speechless. At this time Qin Shiqi had finished eating, put down her chopsticks and said coquettishly, I don't care, and my sister and I want to go today, so they don't take me every time. She still didn't forget to pull up the cute Qin Shiyu. The sister of the pit girl started to catch the strong boy again, and Qin Shiyu could only smile helplessly. You are about to take the final exam. You should study hard. Besides, you still have homework to write. Tang Qing doesn't want Qin Shiqi to disturb the world of the two. Cut. I have no homework this week, and my sister's has already been done. Qin Shiqi said with an expression that I knew you would say that. Tang Qing thinks too. Qin Shiqi usually does her homework on the holiday day, but Qin Shiyu likes to finish the day. On weekends, she usually cleans up her little world, washes clothes, cleans the house, wipes here and there, and it's hot and dry. Happy. Seeing that Qin Shiqi seemed to be prepared for a long time, he couldn't think of any reason to refuse, so Tang Qing directly resorted to a big move. You ask your aunt not to let you go. It's just that Tang Qing forgot. Qin Shiqi will also expand. Mom, the mother yelled. Thank you. Turn to listen. A word changed 6 tones, and the whole family shivered unconsciously. Tang Qing couldn't help but shook his head in silent mourning for the future brother-in-law. He would act like a baby when he encountered this, and Qin Shiqi, whose skills are close to the full level, and the bonus effect of that appearance. Tusk, brother, asked for more blessings. Okay, Tang, you can take them there. Aunt said helplessly. Although she is a woman and has immunity to acting like a baby, she lacks defensive power against Qin Shiqi's big move, and she has no homework. This big killer is available, and she can only agree, otherwise she won't be annoying Qin Shiqi today. Qin Yugong didn't say a word from the sidelines. Looking at the family's wit and courage, only a smile was left on his face. He was really happy that the family was like this. Brother Smelly, you have nothing to say now, Qin Shiqi said triumphantly with her waist in her waist. Tang Qing really had nothing to say. His aunt had spoken. What else could he say? Light bulb, light bulb, light bulb. Tang Qing could only vent his anger for this sister's name change countless times in the bottom of his heart. After breakfast, Tang Qing was followed by two adorable girls. For this reason, Qin Shiqi also carefully dressed up and put on her favorite down jacket, which was wrapped up in a circle, but Tang Qing didn't dare to make fun of her, or it will be endless. Several people took a taxi to Lin Jiaxue's side. Qin Shiqi kept chattering about Tang Qing, threatening to wait for a complaint and so on, making Tang Qing dumbfounded. As always, Qin Shiyu was a quiet lady and smiled silently. When I got off the bus to the gate of the community, the owner of the fruit shop already knew Tang Qing. After all, he bought a lot of things every time, and he only bought the most expensive ones without asking the price. Of course, he was impressed. Boy, here again, what do you want this time? Well, this, and this, all of these. 5 caddies, 1 box of apples. Tang Qing pointed out a few things Lin Jiaxue likes to eat. Of course, a box of apples is inevitable. I didn't buy too much this time, because... Brother, why are you buying so much? Qin Shiqi questioned, not that Tang Qing was wasting buying too much, but just asking casually. Well, although the amount has been reduced by more than half compared to the previous few times, it is obviously not like a normal door-to-door posture. It's been a long time, plus you will have to eat later, don't buy more than enough to eat. Tang Qing said wisely. Oh, Qin Shiqi didn't doubt that he had him. She really just asked casually. Although the boss wondered that Tang Qing bought fewer people because there were more people this time, he didn't ask much. If he asked, he would be suspected of not buying too many people. He didn't want to offend this big customer. Tang Qing held a box of apples, and the other 2 younger sisters came to Lin Jiaxue's door with other fruits. Boom, boom, boom. Sister Jiaxue, here we are. After knocking on the door, Qin Shiqi directly shouted in a loud voice. Tang Qing wanted to say don't disturb the people, but still didn't dare to say it. Squeak. The door opened soon. Lin Jiaxue's familiar face appeared at the door, smiling at them. Sister Jiaxue, I'm exhausted. Brother Smelly won't help our poor 2 sisters. As soon as she walked in, Qin Shiqi began to complain all kinds of things. It's not polite to put down the fruit, and directly took out an orange and broke it. Eat it up. Tang Qing just smiled. On the road before, Tang Qing asked Sister Qin Shiqi to put 2 bags on her box, but Sister Qin Shiqi refused, thinking that he was tired. He knew that although Qin Shiqi was not forgiving, he had a good heart. The complaint of Qin Shiqi actually didn't sound any anger in Tang Qing's ears, but felt a touch of peace. Nice to have you. Qin Shiyu also shook her head helplessly and called Sister Jiaxue. Then naturally there was no time for the 2 to be alone. Qin Shiqi kept pulling Lin Jiaxue and chattering nonstop. Tang Qing stopped talking, interjected. Qin Shiqi had all kinds of complaints when he remembered that Tang Qing didn't want her to come this morning, so that Tang Qing could only eat fruit silently by the side, so embarrassed and speechless. Lin Jiaxue smiled and comforted Qin Shiqi. Of course, she knew Tang Qing's careful thoughts. Seeing Tang Qing's look like an angry daughter-in-law, she couldn't help covering her mouth and laughed. Qin Shiqi became more and more energetic. Tang Qing didn't do anything for lunch. The 3 sisters did it. Qin Shiqi recently learned a new dish, and she has to cook life and death. There were no obstacles. Tang Qing was also happy, watching TV dramas in the living room. Although TV is hard to watch now, how can I say it? Will the TV series of later generations look good? Not all of them are the same, but many web dramas adapted from various web novels are well filmed. Watching a disgusting one and breaking away from the original work is better than reading the book. The initial expectations have long been dispelled by the first few dramas. All the fantasies and expectations for the later adaptations are gone. Sure enough, Qin Shiqi did not disappoint everyone and did it. Quite unpalatable. Of course, it is quite unpalatable. It is also relative to Lin Jiaxue's dishes. The so-called no comparison is harmless. If a dish is cooked, don't put the other ingredients crazy or too little. The taste will not be too poisonous. Shinichi Shinobu basically can still swallow. Therefore, in order to take care of Qin Shiqi's enthusiasm, a few people still take a bite from time to time, and the meal is just a bit of effort. Qin Shiqi is not savage in this aspect, but is sullen and eats her own dishes, and Qin Shichi's Twitter is not on the table. It's really deserted. Seeing that the atmosphere was wrong, Tang Qing wanted to invigorate the atmosphere and find some topics. Shichi. Okay, although it's a bit unpalatable this time, don't worry, it may be even worse next time. This time it's pretty good. Tang Qing smiled and said comforted. This anti-psychic chicken soup bluffed Qin Shichi's logic for a while, but after thinking about it, he understood the meaning of this sentence. Qin Shichi exploded immediately. Are you comforting me? What does it mean that it's a bit bad this time? What else does it mean that it will be more unpalatable next time? You? Qin Shichi didn't know what to say for a while, and she was choked by Tang Qing's words again. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Lin Jiaxue and Qin Shiyu were also amused by this sentence. Looking at Qin Shichi's flaming eyes and thinking of the words of comfort that they had never heard before, they laughed more happily. Tang Qing pursed his mouth and smiled. Later generations of spiritual chicken soup culture penetrated into the hearts of the people and gave people infinite motivation. However, anti-psychic chicken soup has also emerged, which can annoy a large group of people. Another day has passed. How is your day? Have your dreams gone further? Don't lose weight. You are not only ugly because of fat. Only with the ability to find male and female friends and a lot of spare tires can you truly enjoy your single life. Look in the mirror more and you will understand many things. Those who have really worked hard will understand the importance of talent. After 10 years of continuous struggle and hard work, I finally grew from an ignorant, sensitive, and fragile youth to an ignorant, sensitive, and fragile youth. Okay, remember this taste, and don't poison it again in the future. Tang Qing said, comforted again. You? I don't think I can teach you a good lesson. Qin Shichi stopped doing it even more when she heard that, put down her chopsticks and opened her teeth and claws, and came to Tang Qing's side, scratching and clamoring. Tang Qing begged for mercy frequently, but it was not painful. He was not afraid of pain, but very ticklish. Obviously, Qin Shichi knew his weakness. After countless practices, Qin Shichi had already figured out the itch on Tang Qing's body. My lord, forgive me. I was wrong. I regret it. It's late. Look at the trick. Ah. I don't dare anymore. Qin Shiyu and Lin Jiaxue still smiled and watched the two arguing. The atmosphere throughout the lunch was much more active. After the meal, the sisters still cleaned up the dishes. Tang Qing was supposed to help, but Lin Jiaxue pushed it out again. It's great to have such a daughter-in-law. After packing everything, under Qin Shichi's strong request, several people decided to go shopping. Just like last time, Lin Jiaxue was holding one hand in hand as an older sister, and Tang Qing followed depressedly. Today, he didn't even touch Lin Jiaxue's hand, especially Qin Shichi's triumphant look in his eyes, apparently in order to repay what he had just done. Vengeance. Tang Qing had no choice but to be helpless. It was impossible for him to be angry with his cousin. After shopping for more than an hour, I only bought some headdresses and other gadgets. Naturally, it was Tang Qing who paid the bill. Qin Shichi didn't know that Tang Qing was rich, and she was very sensible, just picking some cheap things to vent her anger. Just when passing by a movie theater. Sister Jiaxue, let's go to the movies. I heard from my classmates that Zhou Xingqi's Kung Fu has been released. I haven't watched it for a long time. Qin Shichi said excitedly when he saw the poster. Lin Jiaxue glanced at Tang Qing questioningly. Seeing Tang Qing also nodded, she turned her head and said softly, well, let's go and see it. I also really want to watch this movie. Lin Jiaxue is also busy studying during this period. The previous few times, if Tang Qing hadn't pulled her, she wouldn't even be out. Naturally, it's impossible to watch any movies. In addition, some classmates in the usual class discussed the plot of the movie. Therefore, it is inevitable that there are some expectations. Today is the weekend, and the flow of people in the cinema is quite large. As you can imagine, there are no tickets at all. Tang Qing thought about how it would work. We finally didn't have tickets to watch the movie, so I bought it decisively. Scalper ticket. 61 sheets, in Tang Qing's opinion, are not counted as money at all, but they only told Lin Jiaxue 40. Even at this price, Lin Jiaxue felt distressed a bit. Although Tang Qing is rich, she inevitably stays here because of her natural frugality. In the previous psychology, even Qin Shichi regretted that she watched the movie and made Tang Qing spend so much money, and even offered to give it back. Of course, Tang Qing couldn't agree. Of course, The cinema of this era does not have the multi-screening model of the later generations. The entire cinema has one screen and can seat more than 300 people. After waiting for 10 minutes, when the time was up, Tang Qing bought a lot of snacks and entered the cinema. Star Masters, Kung Fu, Tang Qing has been watched many times. It should be said that almost all of Star Masters' films Tang Qing have been watched no less than 10 times. There is no way, classics are classics. Before he is reborn, he is also looking forward to a movie, that is Lu Jingyu. Peerless Master, when I was hoping for the stars and hoping for the moon, finally set the New Year's Day, and then shamelessly bounced the tickets and became the 2007 summer vacation file. It's a pity that I was born again on June 1st, so I didn't have a chance. See, from the original hip-hop quartet to the later Peerless Master and several short films, he agrees with Lu Jingyu's funny skills. Many people say that Lu Jingyu is the successor of the Star Master Wushu. He also agrees with it. After all, it has been so many years. He hasn't seen an actor whose style really makes him feel similar to the star. The only one is Lu Jingyu. It's just a pity. It seems that you have to wait more than 10 years to watch Peerless Master. Forget it. When you have the money to invest in film and television, let him get him. He knows that Lu Jingyu has been doing miscellaneous work. He needs to hone a bit if he wants to be able to direct a movie. When he was reborn before, he even thought about making some awesome scripts from later generations to make money. Later, with the upgrading and growth of the banking system, he no longer has to worry about money at all, and he will even have to worry about it in the future. The question of how to use so much money, after all, the profit of the inversion alone is close to crazy. It is not unimaginable that the profit of billions in the next month is not unimaginable. In a short period of time, he does not want to join the domestic internet companies. After all, the internet pattern has been formed. Every bigwig is not short of funds. He takes the money to rush to others and ignores him. When the time comes, he will wait for the big era of smartphones. After the advent, there is a chance to get involved in industries such as the internet or mobile phones. But even if he can't get a share of the internet or smartphones, he doesn't care. These companies, and even the current Shengtang apparel, are not considered by him. The core industry of the future. The core industry of a banker will never be the internet and low-end manufacturing, but a supergiant headed by banks, minerals, energy, food, military, land, high-end manufacturing, major research institutions, etc. In other words, what a banker really cares about is not money or the market. Money has no meaning to a banker. It is land, mineral resources, population, and influence on the government that a banker really cares about. Amount. Pulled away. With a strange mood, Tang Qing finished watching Kung Fu by a master star again. It was really good. He won't feel bored after watching it again. This is a classic, which looks like later generations. Many movies like Tang Qing. I want to say something. What kind of thing is this? I'm paying you to show this to me? This may be the charm of Xing Yi. His works are not annoying to read over and over again. However, although he appreciates the stars of the stars, he would not chase stars. He only likes the works of stars. There is a saying that I like you in the works, but in reality, I have no interest in you. This is Tang Qing's point of view. An actor and a singer can only be liked where you really should be. I'm sorry, in reality. I don't care who you are. As long as you play well, the role can be recognized. If you like your work, you will do your part, and I will spend money to support you. He doesn't understand people who like a star and need to intervene in other people's lives. Isn't it good to leave the goodness in your heart on the screen? You have to destroy it. Sister Joshua, Zhou Xingqi played well. If only he had his signature. Qin Shiqi said after leaving the movie theater. Shiqi, you still chasing stars? Lin Joshua asked with a smile. It's not. I just like his movies. The autograph is just a memorial. Qin Shiqi shook her head and said, she wants to chase singers, and movie stars are loveless. Then you can only stop him at the airport in the future. Lin Joshua smiled. Isn't this adding to the chaos? There are so many people, so embarrassed. No, don't you still have a smelly brother? Go and ask for it. Qin Shiqi said with bright eyes. What's the matter with me in this? Tang Qing said helplessly. Don't think I don't know. You are also a fan of Zhou Xingqi. Qin Shiqi said with a curled mouth. Well, I'll go to the airport to block him when I have a chance. Tang Qing had to agree. Anyway, he said there was a chance, Not now. That's almost the same. Go, Sister Joshua, go home to cook. It's so cold outside, Qin Shichi said. At this time, Tang Qing also noticed that there was another snowflake floating outside. Gorgeous. He felt a touch of sadness when he saw everything in his previous life. He has everything in this life, and everything looks harmonious. January 17th. On Monday, Laba Festival. However, there is no Laba kanji to drink today, and even in Tang Qing's memory, Laba kanji is nothing. Maybe other places still retain the tradition of drinking Laba kanji, but obviously there is no Laba kanji here. He remembers the taste of the filling 8 treasure kanji. At this time, this is still one of the common foods that people travel far away, just the sticky 8 treasure porridge. Hey, Tang Qing doesn't want to eat that stuff at all. Naturally today, it goes without saying that Tang Qing has become the focus of the class again. He is the first in grade, with a total score of 733 points. Due to the increase in the difficulty of the papers, he is 53 points more than the second place, He Peng, 60 points more than the third place Wang Yan. Such a horrible score directly blinded everyone. This gap is completely insurmountable. Before, the two people still thought about the hope of narrowing and overtaking, but now it seems that they were thrown more by Tang Qing. The farther and farther he came. Of course, He Peng admired and jealous, while Wang Yan was purely happy, looking at Tang Qing's eyes full of admiring little stars. During the first class, the principal Chu Yuanhang personally talked to Tang Qing. His attitude was called enthusiasm. In short, it was a principle. If you continue to work hard, you can just say anything. Chu Yuanhang couldn't help being excited. Based on the difficulty of the exam, it is not unimaginable for Tang Qing to take the college entrance examination directly to get a champion. This is his hope to hit the deputy director. Otherwise, he wants to be the deputy director at least step by step. It will be 2 more years, but time is waiting for no one. Who can predict what will happen after a year, when his father's lingering power is no longer, or if other unexpected situations are delayed? He will be in trouble. Tang Qing also said that there was nothing to help. He just talked about the things that he might often ask for leave in the future. Chu Yuanhang had heard of this for a long time, and Xinmei also reflected to him. He didn't care, and now Tang Qing mentioned it directly. When he came out, it was of course impossible for him not to agree. He patted his chest and promised that he would look for Xinmei if he wanted to ask for leave. As long as it was not a few days or a few days, he would give approval. Tang Qing naturally thanked him and promised not to transfer to another school. When he returned to the class, he just rang the bell for class, but the teacher hadn't arrived yet. Naturally, Tang Qing returned to his place with the admiration of the classmates, bearing it. Seeing Tang Qing's return, Wang Yan leaned over and whispered, "Tang Qing, go to my house for dinner tomorrow night. You are the only one. Don't talk to Li Kai. I'm afraid he has ideas." She knew that Tang Qing would definitely celebrate with her family today. There is no reason to go to her house. Although Li Kai is also a good friend, she only wants to invite Tang Qing. It always feels weird to have another Li Kai. Okay, no problem. We will go directly to your house when the time comes. Tang Qing nodded directly and promised. He knew Wang Yan's character. In her mind, her family was the first level, she was the second level, and Li Kai was the third. In terms of level, the classmates are at the 4th level, and they are psychologically different. It is not too bad to just ask yourself this time. And Wang Yan whispered, but unconsciously he started to worry about what to do tomorrow night again. Of course, it is not rash to cook Tang Qing for the first time. I have to have a family member say this tonight. Tomorrow let mother prepare during the day, and at night, it's almost enough. She mentioned that she would invite her classmates to eat at the same table, but the time has not been confirmed with Tang Qing. So Wang Yan absently planned the dinner for tomorrow night in the next few classes, and of course there are things that need to be told with her parents. She has never revealed the details of her tablemate before, so I don't want to explain it this time. Parents must think more about it. In this way, Wang Yan spent a whole day of entanglement. This time, the teachers of various subjects are very tacit, and did not let Tang Qing come to the stage to talk about the topic. The previous few times have fully proved his ability, always asking people to come up to talk about the topic. Tang Qing will definitely be bored, and now Tang Qing is in the teachers. He looked like a national treasure. Even though Tang Qing was in a daze with his head held down during the class, the teachers were pleasing to his eyes. Go home from school in the afternoon. Tang Qing's enchanting performance naturally caused a cry of exclamation from his aunt, especially when he knew that the result was more than 50 points higher than the second place. Her aunt's eyes went wide. It was only 16 points higher last time. This time the difficulty of the paper has increased, but the gap is getting bigger and bigger. 53 points. My aunt had a dreaming feeling unconsciously. My nephew's brain was too open, right? Others opened up and opened a hole, and Tang Qing opened a hole directly. Tang, how did you take the exam? Why did you take the exam so high? Aunt put down the paper and asked stupidly. That's how you took the test. Look at the questions, do the questions. Tang Qing said helplessly. During the day, I was entangled by Li Kai's goods for a day and asked about this and that, and I was close to calling the police to report that he was an alien. Although Li Kai made a lot of progress this time, under the light of Tang Qing, he did not attract attention. I felt uneasy for a while and threatened to blackmail Tang Qing. Tang Qing said that he had no pressure on it, and it was up to you. This is to ask Li Kai to live. The best and most expensive 5-star hotels in the city are free to eat and drink. What else can make Tang Qing's meat hurt? In the end, Li Kai gritted his teeth and directly pinched Tang Qing and walked away, which was regarded as offsetting the injustice in his heart. Tang Qing rubbed the arm that didn't hurt at all. These two goods are getting more and more too. But before you, why is the gap so big? Aunt hesitated. This is our cleverness. I used to hide my strength. Tang Qing raised his eyebrows and said confidently, Nonsense, I don't know you yet. If you had this strength, you would have taken a school entrance exam with Joshua. Auntie laughed and scolded, and she did not hesitate to break through Tang Qing's nonsense. Hee, this is called accumulating thin hair, soaring into the sky, piercing the sky, and seeing the sky again. Tang Qing didn't have any embarrassment. Okay, no nonsense. Aunt is really happy to see your current results. Do you continue to understand? Aunt shook her head and smiled. Now Tang Qing is much more cheerful than before, and she didn't think much about it. I only thought it was Tang Qing who got good grades, let go of his mentality, and people became confident, and naturally speaking, he became cheerful. No problem, no one can take my first place. Tang Qing said confidently. Well, that's good. Aunt nodded. Naturally, my aunt reported this achievement to Tang's father and mother again, which made Tang Qing's parents very happy, especially when she heard her aunt said that it was likely to be a provincial champion. In the end, Tang Qing was pulled over and listened to his parents for 20 minutes before letting go. The tone contained a strong love and expectation. Tang Qing felt that his performance in his previous life had not been ideal, and his parents did not put him under too much pressure. He just said that he did his best. Tang Qing's performance in this life is like this. Well, Tang Qing knows how high his parents expect him. In the past, he just didn't want to put himself under too much pressure and didn't force him to do what he had to do. Pity the parents of the world. Of course, I did not forget to promise him 500 pocket money. This money was naturally from the money Lu Gan gave last time. Before, his pocket money was usually tens of 100. Now he is directly given 500. You can see how happy Tang Qing's parents are. Don't they make money for the children? If the children are promising, even if they spend randomly, it doesn't hurt to give more money. After a while, Qin Yugong and his cousins also came back, and they naturally watched Tang Qing again. Especially Qin Shiqi's eyes made Tang Qing feel like a monkey in a zoo. To declare again, we are not a monkey. Tang Qing couldn't help sophistry in his heart. After eating a big meal made by my aunt in the evening, Qin Shiqi came to Tang Qing's room and closed the door. Looking at the mysterious smile on Qin Shiqi's face, Tang Qing suddenly had a bad feeling. Brother, treat. Qin Shiqi said 3 words. After learning that the Tang youth ranks first, Qin Shiqi's first thought was not to congratulate, but to rob and enrich her small vault. She knows that Tang Qing's 500 rewards plus Tang Qing's parents' 500, but a whole 1,000's huge sum. She is not greedy. She is satisfied if she can ask for 1 or 200. Anyone please, don't say any congratulations, just blackmail me. You bandit. Tang Qing said irritably. Although Qin Shiqi has been robbed, not once or twice, but we have to have a bit of spine and work in vain. Revolt is not. Well, congratulations, brother, treat. Qin Shiqi directly stretched out her hand and raised her eyebrows this time, and said, "That expression was just saying that I could hand it over." Female bandit, female robber, female hooligan. Tang Qing's various nicknames walked up. "Can't you just tactfully?" Tang Qing said with an aura and amusement. "Stop talking nonsense. Hand it over to me quickly, otherwise I will give you a chance to serve you." Qin Shichi said with an expression on your face that you have taken advantage of. Tang Qing was speechless and handed a red ticket up, tremblingly. Although he didn't feel distressed at all, he still had to show a look of pain and reluctance on his face. "Give me." "Hee, I made money again today, so happy." Qin Shichi snatched it over, playing with the red ticket happily. "You robbed it." Tang Qing immediately corrected. "Nonsense, this is what I have tried to grab. The decent labor income, what else?" Qin Shichi carefully put away the 100 and stretched out her hand again. "Didn't I give you one?" Tang Qing questioned. "That's mine and my sister's. You can't ignore this, sister, right?" Qin Shichi said with a curled mouth. What else could Tang Qing say? So he could only offer another red ticket and said with a wry smile, "Here you are, let's do it. It's pretty much the same. Hee, I'm making a big profit today, let's go." After speaking, Qin Shichi bounced out of Tang Qing's house. Seeing Qin Shichi's departure, the wry smile on Tang Qing's face slowly turned into a smile. It's really a good thing to have such a sister. In the afternoon, Wang Yin returned home. Before entering the door, Wang Yin heard a voice from her own home. "Brother Qin's praying mantis fist makes him superb. Lu admires him. Please take the next move." "Ah, you actually used a hidden weapon, you despicable villain." Wang Yin twitched her mouth to open the door. At this time, Wang Yan's mother was cooking dinner in the kitchen. There was a Xiangjiang Kung Fu movie that Wang Yin had never watched on the TV. The Queen Mother made her voice loud enough to make it easier for herself to hear in the kitchen. Wang Yin couldn't help but pouted. "You said that at your age, it's okay to watch family ethics dramas. It's reasonable to watch youth idol dramas. Even if you look at dramas, you can understand it, but you actually like to watch Xiangjiang Kung Fu movies. It's a man. Okay. The most important thing is that you can just watch it." She rented a plate and watched it repeatedly. From time to time, she imitated the people inside. She really couldn't understand her mother's behavior, and her mother didn't see any violent genes. When Wang Yin was in junior high school, she liked to watch Wanwan idol dramas. There were a lot of these kinds of dishes at home, but she never chased after Tang Qing in her heart. She likes to be in a daze in the house when there is nothing wrong, relying on studying hard to dilute Tang Qing's growing figure. This is also the main reason why her studies have improved so quickly since the first year of high school. "Swallow, how did you do this monthly exam?" At this time, Wang Yan's mother's voice came from the kitchen. Although she hadn't seen anyone, she could tell that she was her daughter from the sound of closing the door for so many years. Yinzi is Wang Yan's nickname. When Wang Yan's grandfather was always called Yinner when he was a child, he heard Yinner unconsciously when he screamed, and then she didn't know who said something, so her nickname became Yinzi. Wang Yin is also speechless about this good soil name. But there is no way. Everyone has been calling for more than 10 years and can't change it. It's almost the same as last time. The great score is third, Wang Yin said loudly while taking off his shoes. "That's good. Come on, try to surpass the first two next time." Wang Yan's mother Shirlan encouraged and said, her daughter's academic performance has always been her pride, and she has never worried about it. In fact, in her opinion, it's okay for my daughter to have a middle or upper grade. It's a pleasant surprise that she is always in the first few grades. Wang Yin replied, "Surpassing the second place is possible, but to say that the first place Tang Qing's almost horrible results, she dare not expect it, and she never thought about surpassing Tang Qing. The better Tang Qing is, the happier she is." Thinking of Tang Qing, Wang Yin couldn't stop smiling at the corner of her mouth, but Wang Yan's mother was still in the kitchen and no one saw it. Wang Yin first closed the VCD that was really unbearable, then went back to the room and put down her school bag and went to the kitchen. Seeing my mother was picking vegetables, I went to help. "Mom, my classmate will come to eat at home tomorrow night." Shirlan raised her head and asked, "How many people are there?" Before, Wang Yin said that he would invite his classmates to dinner and that there was only one person, but things would always change. "Just one," Wang Yin said. "This is the first time you have invited a male classmate to have dinner at home. Tomorrow I will take a good look at how this young man is." Sherlon said with a smile. Her daughter has very few friends, and there are only a few female friends, male friends. I have never heard of it before. Wang Yin knows that his parents do not have any requirements for girls' studies, as long as they are about the same, but they value boys' academic performance very much. Therefore, Wang Yin rarely mentions Tang Qing at home. It's just that Tang Qing's academic performance has been getting worse recently. The better you come, sometimes when you are at home, Tang Qing is mentioned inadvertently. Before the third year of high school, Wang Yan's parents only knew that her deskmate had always been a man, and they didn't know anything else. It was only recently that Wang Yin and Tang Qing had been at the same table for more than 2 years, and she did not ask for more information. Seeing that her daughter was silent, she called a male classmate to eat at home. This signal, as a woman, might not want to be crooked, but she knows that her daughter has a strong personality, but her face is really thin and her mouth is still awkward. No, I don't understand anything now, and it's not appropriate to directly mention that it's not allowed to have a puppy's relationship. I will talk about it after seeing the situation. Mom, you will cook some good dishes tomorrow. By the way, Dad, why haven't you come back? Wang Yin asked without changing her face. Of course, she can guess the last hidden meaning in her mother's words, but now that it's difficult to ride a tiger, she can only take one step and count one step, but she does not regret inviting Tang Qing. Although she may make her parents think more about it, but in order to help Tang Qing, she doesn't care anymore. Your dad is busy these days. I'm going through formalities everywhere. I don't know the details. Sherlon said with a smile. She didn't explain her daughter's eagerness to change the subject, but she was more curious about Tang Qing in her heart. What kind of boy can make her daughter so caring? As for Tang Qing's specific information, she doesn't bother to ask now. She trusts her eyes and waits for Tang Qing to make judgments after seeing Tang Qing himself. I don't know if it's because of her love to watch kung fu dramas. Her heart of gossip has always been very small, although these two things can't be beaten. As soon as dinner was finished, Wang Yan's father, Wang Sheng, returned. Wang Yin quickly stepped forward to take her father's bag and coat and complained, Dad, you are finally back. Come and eat. Good. Wang Sheng smiled. Seeing that his daughter is so caring, Wang Sheng's heart is full of warmth. It is better to be a daughter. Unlike the wife who likes watching kung fu movies, of course it is not that Sherlon is not virtuous, but relatively speaking, no daughter is so active every time. Just after eating a few bites, Wang Yin said, Dad, I will invite a classmate to eat at home tomorrow night. You must be there. Why does my dad have to be there? Something. Wang Sheng raised his head and asked questioningly. Before, he heard his wife say that his daughter had a male classmate who was coming to eat at home. When he heard the news, he couldn't sleep at night. It was the first time that his daughter took the initiative to bring a male classmate to eat at home, but he didn't take it seriously. The reaction is that my daughter is in love, and the second reaction is which stinky kid dares to do harm to my daughter. I can't bear to think about it. The third reaction is to take a good look at the other person's character. No, my classmate started a company, but he may not have enough experience. Then you can give me some advice. I'm not easy to ask about some things. Wang Yin poked his head down at the bowl of rice and said his purpose. She is not a girl who is ignorant and ignorant. She grew up in a family of merchants and naturally knew more about her ears than ordinary high school students. Before seeing Tang Qing suddenly had money, she suddenly bought a factory and started a company. At first, she was very impressed. But afterwards, the more she thought about it, the more wrong she became. One is the source of funds, the second is the issue of corporate management, and the third is the issue of follow-up development. How can Tang Qing, a high school student, play in such a large enterprise? Especially Tang Qing's management method that is almost throwing hands off the showcase is very problematic to her. Will he be deceived by his youth and deceived him? Or being overhead or something? But she didn't dare to ask Tang Qing directly. She said that she was slightly speaking. It would be better to say it through her father's mouth. By the way, she taught Tang Qing some management experience, and Tang Qing's family thought she knew it. It's very thorough. There is simply no one who can really guide Tang Qing. Even if there might be such a person, she would rather give her father the icing on the cake with a belief in nothing. Your classmate has started a company? What company do you have? How many people are there? Wang Sheng said in surprise. A high school student who started a company actually didn't have wool to be surprised. He knew that there were so many second generations of this kind of people. It just happened. His daughter's side was unexpected to him. Sherlan also stopped eating and looked at Wang Yin, waiting for her answer. She really regretted that she didn't gossip and asked about it just now. Now she can only be surprised with Wang Sheng. Whenever she thinks of being surprised with Wang Sheng, she will have something. The feeling of going out and hitting people. We shouldn't pretend to be that or something. Sherlan regretted it in her heart. Fortunately, Wang Yin and his daughter next to them didn't know Sherlan's thoughts at this time. Otherwise, this would have broken through the brain of Skyrim, and they should all be messed up. He runs a clothing company and a factory. There are hundreds of people in total. I don't know. Now, he has a general manager to take charge of this big stall. I'm afraid he will suffer a loss, but there are many things. I can't tell, Wang Yin said slowly. Hearing about the size of the company, Wang Sheng already knew that this was an investment of at least nearly 10 million. With such a large sum of money, which caused a high school to cause misfortune, which is the second generation. So the curiosity in my heart was even stronger, and he laughed. Haha, I want to take a good look at such a young talent. What is his background? Her family is in the clothing business, but it's not big. I don't know the specific source of the money for starting this company. Anyway, it was not given by his parents. Wang Yin said truthfully. Does he have any relatives who are officials? Otherwise, it is difficult to imagine the source of the money. Wang Sheng frowned and asked again. There is no money in the family, so naturally it was not from the sky. Someone must give it to him. Why did he give it to a high school? Life, in his opinion, only has power. As for the nonsense reasons for winning the lottery, he couldn't believe it, and a high school student obviously wouldn't have such a huge amount of illegal income. The parties who dare to spend such money are obviously not worried. There is an official uncle who is the director of the Chengxi police station. Wang Yin said. Qin Yugong. Wang Sheng said in surprise. Dad, do you know him? Wang Yin questioned. Of course I know. The first real estate developed by your dad was in the west of the city. I visited Qin Yugong once before. I heard that he solved a big case some time ago and now has a bright future. This money. Wang Sheng speaking of this. I slowed down and looked at Wang Yin. Wang Yin naturally knew what was going on and hurriedly said, Dad, don't think about it. His uncle is not like that. Although I don't know the specific source of the money, it should be fine, and I have been at the same table for so long. I believe that he will not do bad things, but I am afraid that he will suffer a loss and leave everything to someone who is unfamiliar. What should I do if he loses? Haha, you care about this kid so much, don't you? Wang Sheng winked his eyebrows. He didn't bother to worry about the source of Tang Qing. Even if the illegal income was something to do with him, he wasn't his son-in-law now. He wanted to try how deep did the daughter go. Dad, don't think too much about it. It's just the same table. I want you to help him. He might not listen to what I said. Wang Yin said spoiledly. Well, who else knows their children better than their parents? Wang Sheng has already affirmed that his daughter is affectionate to Tang Qing, but how deep he still needs to be observed. It's okay to give pointers, but how is the young man studying? If he has more money, I won't recognize you as the same table mate. Wang Sheng smiled. Why do you still discriminate against students who do not study well? Wang Yin complained. She dislikes this kind of view. What's wrong with poor study? And it doesn't mean that others will not work in the future. This is not discrimination. It's just your father's way of looking at people. At this age, his job is not good enough to do business. No matter how big he is, your father can't look down on people who can't figure out the position. Wang Sheng, he waved his hand and said, this is what he has always thought, and he has never wavered, but he feels that he understands it a bit late. Otherwise, he won't always be a small businessman. Whenever he sees other people driving a train and a plane running, walking forward with exhaustion step by step, he feels uneasy. After living for so many years, he deeply understood the true meaning of the phrase, evil cannot overcome righteousness. He is the first in grade. Wang Yin said lightly. First grade? How many points does he score in the monthly test this time? Wang Sheng asked in surprise. He only cared about his daughter's ranking before. As for the top few, he never asked. After all, no matter who it is. Sherlan is also looking at Wang Yin in a questioning manner. 733. Wang Yin smiled. She couldn't help but feel happy whenever she thought of this score. At this time, she could not help but carry a little pride in her tone, but Wang Sheng and Sherlan, whose attention had been diverted, did not notice. 733? Hiss. Wang Yan's parents couldn't help taking a breath. Obviously, this kind of score against the sky is of enchanting level wherever it is placed. They knew that their daughter was only 673 points. Doesn't that mean that Tang Qing was 60 points taller than his own daughter? This is a completely crushing gap. They thought that the two in front of their daughter were similar. After all, they were like this before. Now suddenly, there is a gap of more than 60 points. It's almost like they are not doing a set of papers. Really? Tang Qing really took the test of 733. Wang Sheng asked in shock, and he wanted to check again. Of course, he also coached me to study. Then you are not allowed to hide privately. Wang Yan's eyes turned and began to flicker his father. No problem. I will never hide private. Wang Sheng promised, patted his chest. Now his impression of Tang Qing has changed in a straight line, and it is not unacceptable to think that if the other party and his daughter are in love, it is not unacceptable. As for the person, he didn't care. He believed his daughter's vision. After her daughter's selection, it was absolutely indispensable. January 18th. On Tuesday, the winter sun shining into the classroom makes people feel extra warm. The teachers spit on it, while the students in the middle of the first row count the herds of alpacas underneath. Wang Yan was absent all day again. The first meeting between Tang Qing and her parents made her feel very disturbed, although her parents already knew about Tang Qing's excellence last night and expressed great appreciation and interest, but still made her feel unable to calm down. Tang Qing also noticed Wang Yan's strangeness, but didn't say anything because his heart was even more unstable. This upcoming meeting brought back memories deep in his mind. He had only met Wang Yan's mother once in his previous life. In his senior year, Wang Yan's mother Shirlan suddenly came to him one day and took him to a cafe. Shirlan did not bluntly tell him to leave Wang Yan at first, but show the facts and make sense. All kinds of talk about how Wang Yan is good, how spoiled at home, how high his usual consumption, etc. Tang Qing, who understands Shirlan's meaning, has remained silent, and his heart is full of entanglements. In the end, Tang Qing naturally he would not be persuaded to give up in a few words, but insisted on his own ideas, wanting to see what Wang Yan said. Unexpectedly, Shirlan suddenly mentioned the affairs of her parents at the time, and she did not say anything extremely humiliating. She just said that if you don't say that your parents are gone, how could you be worthy of Wang Yan if you are still alive? She should have something more. Good life. Just such a sentence angered the young and energetic Tang Qing, and left angrily. Since then, he has alienated Wang Yan. He also said something cruel about this. Afterwards, Tang Qing also gradually understood Shirlan's strategy at the time. The purpose was only in order to make him angry into anger. It was not deliberate, otherwise it would not be the last to release such a big move. It's just that when I think about it afterwards, the so-called overwhelming water is hard to harvest, and I also feel that Shirlan's words are not wrong, and that his conditions are indeed not worthy of Wang Yan. So in the end, it was natural to go to the point where it was irretrievable. Tang Qing smiled bitterly in his heart. The ridiculous self-esteem and the ridiculous inferiority complex are all harmful. If you look down on yourself, what hope do you have for being valued? Therefore, he didn't blame Wang Yan's mother. It was something a normal mother would do. In general, it was just that she was not good enough. In this way, one fell into a trance, one fell into a memory, and spent the whole day absent-mindedly. School is over in the afternoon. Tang Qing directly followed Wang Yan to her house. At noon, he told his aunt that he would go to a classmate's house for dinner. Aunt didn't say much, just said something to be careful on the way. When Tang Qing came to the door for the first time, it was naturally impossible for Tang Qing to go empty-handed. He heard that Wang Yan's father liked to drink tiguanyin, so he bought a box of the most expensive tiguanyin in the store as early as noon on the way to school. 3005, I'll drop by in the afternoon to buy some fruit or something. Of course, it is impossible to bring such a large box of tea to the school. Otherwise, Li Kai's guy couldn't explain it well when asked, so he kept it in the dumpling restaurant of Shuaba's house. Tang Qing picked 2 more fruits at the gate of Wang Yan's house. He wanted to buy a little more, but Wang Yan stopped him and said that he meant it. Tang Qing didn't insist. When Wang Yan came to her door, she couldn't help but feel relieved, and she couldn't help but feel relieved. She was really afraid that Tang Qing would know this hobby of her mother. After opening the door, Sherlon hurriedly walked out of the kitchen when he heard the sound, with curiosity and admiration. At this moment, seeing Tang Qing's tall and handsome face unconsciously felt a little cordial. No way, to women. Shui is definitely a universal currency. Swallow, this is your classmate, Tang Qing. Sherlon stepped forward and said enthusiastically, and looked up and down Tang Qing carefully, and couldn't help but praise her. Her daughter's vision was really good. Tang Qing had a good look and temperament. It makes people look very comfortable. Tang Qing was becoming more and more uncomfortable by Sherlan's eyes. This kind of look was only seen by Lin Mu before. He said you don't want to think about it, but he also saw his younger teenagers. For Sherlan, Tang Qing couldn't stop feeling the impermanence of the world and the good luck. Mom, don't keep staring at others. Tang Qing is my mother. Wang Yin complained. After finishing talking, he gave Tang Qing a new pair of slippers in the shoe cabinet beside him. Hello, my aunt. This is Tang Qing. I didn't expect my aunt to be so young. It's a little mean. I hope you don't dislike it. Tang Qing handed over a gift and said with a smile. He didn't lie. She was the queen mother who had always been a housewife. He looks too much younger than his own mother and is somewhat similar to Wang Yin. When he thinks of his mother, Tang Qing misses her very much, but he will be on vacation next month, and then he will be able to see them again. Sherlon happily took the things and said, Where is it? Everyone is old and yellow. You can do it when you come. What else to bring is a waste of money. It should be all. It's not a valuable thing. Tang Qing said while changing his slippers. Sherlon is not a person who doesn't know the goods. At a glance, he can see that the tea is expensive because before, when his family gave a gift to a leader, the price is also well known. Although the tea is expensive, she felt relieved when she thought of Tang Qing's worth. Although this amount of money was nearly 2 months' salary of an ordinary person, it was nothing compared to Tang Qing's assets. At this time, Sherlon felt that if Tang Qing was his son-in-law, it would be pretty good, but he still needs to observe his behavior again. She doesn't have high requirements for her future son-in-law. She can give her daughter a similar life, as long as she has a good character, and she doesn't care too much about the material. Wang Yin on the side naturally didn't know what his mother thought, and then asked, Mom, my dad hasn't come back yet? Didn't he say to come back early today? I don't know. No one answered the call just now. You can call again later. Xiao Tang, come sit down and watch TV and eat fruit. After speaking, Sherlon put the things Tang Qing gave on the coffee table and opened it. I turned off the TV and gave the remote control to Tang Qing. Oh. Then Wang Yin picked up the landline in the living room and dialed his father's number. Dad, how come you haven't come back? Are you still busy? It's going to be done soon. I'll be home in half an hour at most. There was a sudden situation today, and it will be fine in a while. Father's slightly tired voice came over the phone. Well, then you drive slowly and pay attention to safety on the road. Wang Yin said with pain when she heard her father's tone. After hanging up the phone, Wang Yin went to beat his mother, while Tang Qing was watching the news in the living room. After half an hour, at this time the dishes are almost done, and the last soup is being stewed. The three of them watched TV with different thoughts in the living room. Crack. At this time, there was a sound of opening the door. Knowing that the royal father had returned, Tang Qing immediately stood up and looked at the direction of the door to prepare to meet, while Wang Yin walked over. I don't know if there is a problem with the door or the way of unlocking the king's father. Wang Yin walked to the door and the father didn't open it, so Wang Yin simply opened the door. A middle-aged man with a flat head came in. Tang Qing looked up and down this rich man worth tens of billions in the future. He had only seen photos in Wang Yin's phone album in his previous life. At this time, the king's father was still not blessed compared to later generations. He was 1.7 meters tall, and the whole person looked still a little thin, with piercing eyes flashing from time to time. He is obviously quite capable. At this time, Wang Sheng also noticed Tang Qing. His heart was the same as his wife's first feeling. The son was handsome and tall, his smile was modest and gentle, and his attractive strengths for girls were all taken up. It's no wonder his daughter was so caring for him. The father, who didn't know the truth, naturally, like the mother, blamed Wang Yan's affection for Tang Qing on Tang Qing's excellence. He who has been in business for a long time can even feel the faint aura of superiors in Tang Qing, which is even different from the self-confidence brought by power and wealth. but an inexplicable sense of fearlessness. Of course, it is impossible for Wang Sheng to know about the system. With this Neo-Cha system that has surpassed this world for so many years, the system has shown its power after 2 levels. It is conceivable that this is just the tip of the iceberg, and the future is infinite. Therefore, Tang Qing is full of confidence in his future. Of course he is full of confidence, and his mentality is more open. Although he didn't know where Tang Qing's confidence came from, but at first glance he concluded that Tang Qing was really a dragon and phoenix, and it was a good choice to be his son-in-law, but he didn't know whether the last 2 had this fate. "Dad, this is Tang Qing. Tang Qing, this is my dad, Wang Sheng." Wang Yin introduced. "Hello, Uncle Wang," Tang Qing said politely, bowing slightly. "The young man shows talent. He is full of spirit, not bad." Wang Sheng was more satisfied when he saw it. The 4 important qualities of modesty, caution, no arrogance, and no rashness are his core criteria for seeing people. He still felt that Tang Qing was a little bit earlier. With a little achievement, the tail was raised high. Obviously, Tang Qing's attitude made him look a little high. Uncle praised him. "Uncle is in his prime and strong in his youth," Tang Qing said modestly. "Haha, the young man can really talk." Wang Sheng laughed. Soon the soup was ready, and a few people went to the table, ready to start. "Xiao Tang, are you drinking?" Wang Sheng said after pouring himself a cup of wuliangya. Before Tang Qing answered the call, Wang Yin began to complain. "Dad, Tang Qing doesn't drink. There is no man who doesn't drink. Beer is always okay." Wang Sheng ignored his daughter and asked again. He didn't really want Tang Qing to drink, but for the purpose of this meal, he didn't drink any wine. "Open it. Don't get confused about how to explore Tang Qing's bottom. It's just that he is going to be disappointed again." Tang Qing is now drinking and drinking almost the same. With Yuanli's detoxification effect, it is basically impossible for him to get drunk. "Then listen to Uncle." Tang Qing couldn't shirk when he heard it. Wang Sheng's words, "I don't know how many people who don't drink have turned into alcoholics," a bit similar to moral kidnapping. "Little Tang, I have heard my daughter say about you. It's not bad, with good academic performance, and open to company, but I still have to ask again, where did you get the money to start the company?" "I touched it several times." Wang Sheng asked directly without turning around. "I borrowed it. I accidentally helped a big man. He can give me a large interest-free loan, so I thought about doing some business by myself and making some money," Tang Qing said without changing his face. Wang Yin had said this before on the road, and reminded herself to ask his father for more business experience. Tang Qing was naturally very moved. This is the second equity version he has fabricated for Shengtang Apparel. The first one is for Zhang Dongqing, saying that he is in partnership with the people behind him. He is only holding a certain share as the front desk. Obviously, that version is to appease Zhang Dongqing. If he knows that he borrows money for clothing, Zhang Dongqing will definitely persuade him to death. Since it's done now, this version is naturally not applicable. "Xiao Tang, to be honest, based on your uncle's experience, you shouldn't choose the clothing industry. With this money, you can't do anything good. If you have to make clothing, what to do with the hard money?" I also listened to Yanzi. "Now, you want to be a big brand, but this is like a bottomless pit. Yours friends can't help you indefinitely. I suggest you quickly get rid of your hands and do some other business." Wang Xingyu said earnestly. He also knows some bosses who make clothes. In those days, it is hard to say how easy it is, especially for brands. How many companies have fallen on this road without huge capital? It is almost death. Hee. Thank Uncle Wang for the point. I know how the clothing industry is going, but I dare not say anything else. But I can guarantee that money is not a problem with me," Tang Qing said with a smile, although a bit arrogant. But in order to avoid Wang Sheng's infinite entanglement on this issue, it is better to be arrogant. "Xiao Tang, I heard that you still have to inject capital, but even if you invest a few million more, it is useless. And to be honest, I also looked at your online store. It can't be a big climate by relying on that." Wang Sheng was a little bit angrily said. He didn't expect Tang Qing to be so stubborn. As for the sentence that money is not a problem, he automatically ignored it. The funds needed here are definitely not a few million things, but tens of millions are not necessarily enough, no matter how big it is. Can your kindness be worth so much money? Of course not. This is not a commercial secret. I will tell you about it. I will inject another 30 million yuan in the next year. I will open some physical stores in the province first. I will inject no less than 6,000 yuan before the end of next year. Yuan, if you open the store all over the country, even if you spend money, I have to spend a lot of sky. Tang Qing said lightly. Several people looked at Tang Qing dumbfounded. Shirlan and Wang Yin were both shocked by the amount of money in Tang Qing's mouth. 30 million plus 60 million. And the current investment, wouldn't it be directly over 100 million? How much does it cost? Wang Sheng calculated that he was worth more than 20 million yuan, and he still used bank loans to develop real estate. Looking at Tang Qing in student costume in front of him. This moment, he is messy. Have you ever considered whether to repay the loan? You have to repay the borrowed money. What should you do if your friend cheats you and you want you to pay it back immediately? After a while, Wang Sheng, who had recovered, said worriedly, Uncle, rest assured, I can guarantee that my friend can't cheat me. Even if I take a 10,000 step back, the worst result is that the other party takes back the company. I have nothing to lose, and I am confident that the other party will not cheat me. There are other reasons, but it's not convenient to say. Tang Qing began to lie again. Wang Sheng didn't persuade him anymore. In the conversation just now, he also understood Tang Qing's character, and he was all talking about it. If he said more, it would be annoying, so he stopped pouring cold water and said, That's good, I won't say much. I believe you are well thought out. By the way, you want to open a physical store. You need help from your uncle. Although your uncle just got involved in real estate, you still have some friends. At that time, both the location and the rent can be discounted. Thank you, uncle, for your kindness. The company already has a partner in this area. In the initial stage, the province's store location was selected by his company to come forward and contact. Tang Qing thanked him. He accepted the love, and Lu Gan was because of it. The dollar's relationship took the initiative to help him, and even if there was friendship, it was inevitably involved in interests, but Wang Sheng obviously really wanted to help him without asking for anything in return. Which company is so powerful, it has channels across the province? Wang Sheng couldn't help but ask curiously. Lu Gan doesn't know if Uncle Wang has heard of it. Tang Qing said, Lu Gan. Lu Gan. Wang Sheng muttered silently twice and began to think. The name is very familiar, as if I have heard it somewhere. Lu Qian, Lu. Total? Suddenly, Wang Sheng seemed to think of something, his eyes widened, and Tang Qing asked in shock as he watched Tang Qing. You are talking about Lu Gan, the chairman of Tianqing Group? Yes, Uncle knows him. Tang Qing said with a smile. Well, looking at Wang Sheng's shocked look, he couldn't help being shamelessly proud. Wang Sheng, who was confirmed, was even more surprised. Gan Lu, that is a rich man in the province, with an intricate relationship network and an amazing force. He did not expect Tang Qing to have a cooperative relationship with him, and it seems to be a relationship. It's definitely not shallow. Of course he knows, but he doesn't know him. He is the #1 rich man in the province and the leader in the real estate industry in the province. How could Uncle not know that he is your friend? Wang Sheng sighed again, asked. Even as a businessman's instinctive reaction, he wanted to rely on Tang Qing to get acquainted with Lu Gan, but when he looked at the daughter next to him, he dispelled the idea. For one thing, he couldn't hold back his face, and secondly, he didn't want Tang Qing to look down on his daughter. As for consciously inferior, he has never thought about it. He is not a person who has nothing to do with him. It is just that he is not in the political and business circles. His brother-in-law, that is, Wang Yan's uncle, is the commander of the military region in the province. He is a member of the standing committee of the provincial party committee and his brother-in-law's family. My strength in the domestic army is not small, but my sister's status in my brother-in-law's house is a bit low. I don't dare to mess with my sister in the name of brother-in-law, or else I'd have been in business for so many years. Point net worth. No. Tang Qing shook his head. Well, my uncle doesn't ask too much. With their help, it seems you can't afford to lose. Wang Sheng nodded and said, with Lu Gan and that big man and Tang Qing's background in Qingyan City, there are really not many people in the province who want Tang Qing to suffer, and he really didn't expect that Tang Qing beside him would have become a powerful side. There are so many big people covered. Hee. Thank Uncle Wang for your guidance. I still have a lot to learn from you. Tang Qingqian said. It's true if you have time to ask them more. Wang Sheng said with emotion. At this time, Wang Xing really felt that he had nothing to teach Tang Qing. Based on his close relationship with the two big men, it was obvious that he had a sense of arrogance when he talked about his success in life in front of Tang Qing. Tang Qing also heard the faint loss in Wang Sheng's words and hurriedly said, "Where Uncle Wang speaks, they are all busy people. How can they have time to guide me? In the future, I will have to count on Uncle Wang to give more guidance to the kid." Haha, Xiaotang, you really can talk. I appreciate you more and more. Wang Sheng laughed after hearing this. When Tang Qing expressed his attitude, the loss and uneasiness in his heart was immediately wiped out. Of course he didn't. Maybe he was taken down by Tang Qing's sugar-coated cannonball. He also understood that Tang Qing was just comforting him. With the confidence and calmness that Tang Qing showed just now, he knew that even if something happened, Tang Qing would not come to ask himself. This is not only a businessman's intuition, but also a rational judgment. If he had this accomplishment and ability at his age, his tail would have been up to the sky a long time ago. How could he think that he was not good enough? He was to meet such a sensible, capable, background, and appetite young talent. And happy. Thank you, uncle, for your appreciation. Tang Qing smiled lightly. Shirlan and Wang Yin on the side were surprised when they saw that they talked with each other. First, Tang Qing's financial resources. Second, surprised Tang Qing's self-confidence. And third, Tang Qing's decent way of speaking and gave them all. Mother and daughter are too many accidents. Shirlan watched Tang Qing become more satisfied as she watched, and she kept nodding, saying that she was the best choice to be his son-in-law. She frequently served Tang Qing with vegetables, so enthusiasm made Tang Qing a little uncomfortable. Dad, who is Lu Gan? Wang Yin asked curiously. Shirlan also looked at her husband curiously. She has been a housewife for a long time, and she hasn't cared much about the big companies in the province. It stands to reason. It's impossible for her to know Lu Gan, a wealthy man in the province, but her life circle is not wide, and the circle of friends she usually contacts with who likes watching kung fu movies is even quite small. Wang Sheng was not surprised. He hadn't gotten into Lu Gan's circle, nor had he talked to his wife at home. Shirlan didn't know that it was normal. He glanced at Tang Qing and said, Lu Gan is the chairman of Tiangan Group in the province and the top rich man in the province. I don't know exactly how much money is. I can't guarantee the top 10, but he will definitely be there within 20. The main business is real estate. Business, and now it also operates other service industries. For example, the only 5-star hotel in the city, Tianfu Hotel, is Lu Qian's industry. Tiangan Group is the province's real estate leader. Every city in the province has real estate developed by him. He also has a close relationship with many leaders in the province. Generally speaking, he is an extremely powerful businessman who is stronger than your father, and I do not know where to go. After saying that, Wang Sheng looked at Tang Qing, who had an indifferent expression on the side, but his doubts became even heavier. Tang Qing did not show any pride on these faces. It was obvious that Tang Qing had no respect for Lu Gan's achievements. It's not that I don't know, but I don't care much when I know. Then it's a bit interesting inside. Where does this calmness come from? Is Tang Qing's friend better than Lu Gan? Otherwise, why doesn't Tang Qing care about Lu Gan's outstanding worth and background? Wang Sheng couldn't help but fell into contemplation. Although he was curious, he couldn't ask such privacy questions. Of course Tang Qing knows these materials, but he is not surprised or envious. With the banking system, his vision has been raised several levels. Even if Lu Qian is worth a few billion, he will not be out of 10 years. It is estimated that even a fraction of his own wealth cannot be counted as a fraction of the money, and he is really not surprised. So amazing! Wang Yin exclaimed, covering her small mouth. She was surprised by Lu Gan's strength. It wasn't that she was surprised how rich she was, but she was surprised that Tang Qing was so familiar with Lu Gan. General relationship. If you dare to eat Overlord's meal with this kind of businessman, there is definitely a deep relationship that is unknown. At this time, the smart Wang Yin also blamed Tang Qing for these reasons, a friend who feels good about Nyocha. Well, yes, much better than your father. Wang Sheng said with emotion, then turned around and said to Tang Qing, Xiaotang, you have to seize the opportunity. With so many people helping you, I believe you will be able to achieve a career, but don't give up your studies, you know? Your current relationships are all external forces, not your own solid foundation. Only when you are excellent and enter a higher-end circle can you truly be, for example. An alumnus of Hua Qing University can naturally bring you closer to many senior leaders, and a common mentor and classmates will make your future journey very calm. This is just this kind of experience. The tip of the iceberg is something that ordinary people can't understand. But the more you walk higher in the future, you will understand the huge effect of this kind of circle. So don't lose the watermelon and pick up the sesame seeds. Understand? Understand, Uncle Wang. I won't give up my studies. Tang Qing nodded solemnly and replied, the circle culture has never been outdated, and he also has a deep experience, and he naturally understands the meaning of Wang Sheng's words. Academic qualifications do not mean everything, but if the surrounding students are company executives, group general managers, and elites from all walks of life, one person's chance of success is obviously not a little bit higher than others, especially the best schools in the country. There is a hidden dragon and a crouching tiger. It may be that a country leader, a few ministers, and governors will emerge in a few decades. Of course, after rebirth, Tang Qing understood this, but he didn't admire it too much. After all, with the system, the culture of the circle is important, but it is only for ordinary people, and it has a little effect on himself. It's discounted. We are someone who can determine the direction of the world economy in the future. It's almost the same when someone kneels. It's normal to move forward, and we don't need to deliberately pursue it. Well, it's okay if you understand. Come and eat more. Although your aunt is a little confused, she still cooks very good dishes. Wang Sheng smiled. This is what he said in his heart. Every time he thinks of the dishes his wife cooks, he feels worthy of marriage. And Sherlan seems to be gifted in this respect, and everything is delicious. But that strange hobby is a bit speechless. What do you mean by being confused? Where am I? Sherlan stopped doing it immediately. Yes, you are not confused. Come on, dear wife, I'll feed you. Wang Sheng obviously won't follow suit, and quickly grabbed a piece of meat and handed it to Sherlan's mouth. Sherlan opened his mouth and ate it without pretense. Sherlan is still very useful to this. Wang Yin looked at her parents so affectionately and smiled happily. But she looked at Tang Qing, who was eating crab legs with her head down. Her eyes were a little darker, but no one noticed it. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. At this moment, 3 standard doorbells rang at the door, and several people stopped talking. The sensible Wang Yin immediately got up and opened the door. But as soon as he opened the door and looked at the figure outside, the smile on Wang Yan's face suddenly disappeared and became unnatural. Swallow, who is it? Wang Shen questioned. Pharaoh, it's me. Wang Yin hadn't answered yet. A familiar voice rang at the door, causing Wang Sheng and Sherlan to pull their faces down, and their movements froze. At the same time, my heart secretly said bad luck. Tang Qing almost laughed when he heard the name. But the illusion of the next-door Lao Wang was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. This was a conditioned reflex, and he couldn't help himself. It's just that the smile on Tang Qing's face collapsed after seeing the two who came in. It turned out to be Xie Wendong. Obviously, the fat middle-aged man is his father. Tang Qing also secretly cursed bad luck in his heart, which broke Lao Tzu's mood. Although it is very impolite to use Lao Tzu, it must be divided. What Xie Wendong did makes him want to curse. Brother Wang, I came here uninvited. I didn't expect you to have dinner so early today. The fat middle-aged man saw Wang Sheng smile even better. Tang Qing made an evaluation in his heart when he saw the smile on Xie's father's face. A treacherous generation. Wang Sheng was unhappy when he heard it. Today, it was indeed a bit earlier than usual. Because their family was very busy every day and came back later, they slowly developed the habit of eating as fast as 8 o'clock. Today, Tang Qing once he came, relatively speaking, a lot earlier. Last time I mentioned to the father Xie in front of me, he didn't expect that he still remembered it. Since you know that you can come back uninvited, it's okay if you don't say hello before you come. It seems that you still want to eat here, and look at the bottle of wine you mentioned, your sister's is still unsealed. Obviously, I'm taking myself down, and I don't pay attention to etiquette at all. Damn, if I didn't want to use the relationship to scare you because of a low profile, I would have ignored you long ago. Where, Director Xie, Xiao Xie, please come in soon. Wang Sheng had to stand up and smile reluctantly. Sherlan naturally couldn't sit down, But Tang Qing was calm and did not move his hips to Xie Wendong and his son. He doesn't even bother to do the form. You make me unhappy. Can I still do what you want? Want to be beautiful? Tang Qing. Xie Wendong also noticed Tang Qing at the dinner table at this time. His attention was mainly on Wang Yin just now. Only then did he realize that Tang Qing was there, and the smile on his face froze. In addition, there was still a faint fear in his eyes. There was no way. He couldn't beat others directly and secretly. He lifted a rock and injured himself twice. Every time he dealt with Tang Qing, he touched his head and shed a mess. Psychological shadows are about to be produced. Humph. Tang Qing ignored Xie Wendong and took a bite of the dish without even looking at Xie Wendong. Father Xie handed Wang Sheng a questioning look. When there were outsiders, Father Xie felt that he had come at an untimely time. But since they have all come, there is no reason to leave. As for the alienation and hostility shown by Tang Qing and his son, he automatically ignored it. For students, it is normal to have conflicts. This is my daughter's tablemate, Tang Qing. This is Xie Wendong's father, Xie Jun. Wang Sheng briefly introduced. Now that Wang Sheng had introduced it, Tang Qing naturally couldn't assume that he hadn't seen it, but he didn't get up either, and shouted unhurriedly, "Hello, Director Xie." He just called the position, and even the uncle was too lazy to call it. He didn't want to use the word uncle to Xie Jun. Although the word uncle is also different from each other, the good relationship is called the uncle, and the bad relationship can also be called the uncle, but it is still that way. In other words, you make me unhappy. How can I do what you want? If only Xie Jun is with him, he might be polite, but with Xie Wendong next to him, he feels as uncomfortable as having eaten a fly. Both Wang Sheng and Shirlan were a little surprised. Just now, the polite Tang Qing suddenly became disrespectful to Xie Jun, but Wang Yin did not tell his parents about the change of seats. But the couple didn't think much about it. Although they didn't get along for a long time, Tang Qing's IQ wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Even if he pretended, he would pretend to be in front of them. Now that he is reluctant to pretend, he obviously has inside information. Looking at Wang Yin with the same expression of dissatisfaction, the couple also knew that there must be a story in it, and they can only ask later. Haha, hello, classmate Tang Qing, Xie Jun said with a twitch of his mouth. He was very dissatisfied with Tang Qing's perfunctory. He was also an elder at any rate, but he shouldn't be frustrated with a student. It's too shameless. What's the matter with Director Xie coming to Humble House? Wang Sheng asked knowingly. Although knowing that such an obvious hint of rushing people may be useless, he still has to try it. He really doesn't want these two people to participate in this dinner, especially now that he understands. After Tang Qing's power, he almost couldn't match it. Xie Jun was a fart in comparison, but he couldn't turn his face directly. Wang Sheng was also quite aggrieved. It's nothing. I just think our two families should move around more. No, just as someone gave a bottle of wine, I wanted to share it with Boss Wang. Xie Jun laughed, and he could naturally hear Wang Sheng's words. I was a little angry in my heart because of the human meaning. My own dignified deputy director came to your house for dinner to save you face. But thinking of today's purpose, Xie Jun naturally pretended not to hear it. As for the wine in his hand, he just took it from home. The box was packed in 2 bottles. He came directly with a bottle of wine. It was a simple meal. It didn't need to be so formal, but it couldn't be nothing. Take it. Director Xie is interested, and Xiao Xie, come sit down. Wife, hurry up and add 2 pairs of chopsticks and wine glasses. We are halfway through. Director Xie must not dislike it. Wang Sheng said helplessly. What else can I do? I can't drive people, and Nima, who would dare to give you a bottle of wine? The reason is obviously that I have eaten myself. This pig with a corpse position vegetarian meal, and the one who saw me and didn't even bark. Xie Wendong was angry when he looked at it, but he just complained in his heart, but his face was welcoming. It's okay, I don't mind. It seems that I came at the right time and made so many delicious foods. Today I have to have a few drinks with Brother Wang. Xie Jun also sat down and said politely. In his heart at this moment, he felt refreshed. He liked to watch those businessmen scold him vigorously, but had to put on a welcome and thankful look, which made him feel good from head to toe every time. The table in Wang Yan's house is rectangular, not too big. There can be 4 in the long direction and 2 in the short direction. There are only 6 people in total. Shirlan was sitting next to Wang Sheng before, but now she is naturally thanked. The army sat down and moved to the short direction next to his daughter. Xia Wendong wanted to sit next to Wang Yin. Seeing that Shirlan had already occupied a seat, he couldn't say anything. He had no choice but to sit next to Tang Qing and remembered Tang Qing. Before the Yue, he was completely uncomfortable. At the same time, Xia Wendong was full of doubts. Why is Tang Qing here? Or this kind of separate family dinner? What do they have to do? One question after another made Xia Wendong anxious. He desperately wants to know why. If it was Wang Yin and Tang Qing. Xia Wendong didn't want to believe it. But what is going on now? Did Tang Qing step on two boats? The more he thinks, the more likely it is. No, be sure to ask clearly. When he thought of his father beside him, Xia Wendong immediately became more confident and asked, Tang Qing, why are you here today? What am I going to do with you here? Tang Qing said angrily. Now that he is uncomfortable seeing this person, Xia Wendong ran out for a happy meal without warning. How could Tang Qing give him a good face? As for Xie Jun next to him, he was too lazy to take care of him. This was obviously an uninvited rhythm, and there was not even a phone call notice. After the king's father raised his dissatisfaction, he pretended not to know whether to stay or not, and his character was definitely not good. Xia Wendong and his son directly disgusted all four of them, and they couldn't make a good face to these two of them. No matter what, they couldn't be afraid of a deputy director who couldn't beat them. If the deputy director dared to embarrass the king's father or pick things up because of this, he could only find someone to take care of him. Now, unlike before, he doesn't use too many methods. This classmate Tang Qing and Bintong seemed to be a bit misunderstood. Xie Jun asked with a smile when he heard Tang Qing's tone of voice. Now it is obvious that Tang Qing and his son are not dealing with the situation, but they are all classmates, with a little contradiction. He didn't take it seriously either. Hee, it's a little misunderstanding, but it's all over. I won't pursue it. I just hope there won't be another time. Tang Qing sneered. Bintong, thank you, Xiao Tang. Xie Jun immediately shifted his tone to educating Xia Wendong. He had been an official for many years, and he didn't feel ashamed of apologizing. What's the shame? Not only is it not ashamed, but in some cases it is simply a weapon to establish character. Thank you. Xie Jun had spoken. Xia Wendong could only say reluctantly. You're welcome. Pay attention to it in the future, and then again and again, not again. Tang Qing said. The first time was to change seats. The second time was to find a gangster to clean up him. As for the previous New Year's Day performance, he didn't care about it. On. It seems that Anuzi and Xiao Tang have a deep misunderstanding. Bintong, take a toast and apologize. Xie Jun said again. Oh. Xia Wendong was really embarrassed at this time. It was enough to apologize in front of Wang Yin and toast Tang Qing, but he had to be disrespectful. The adults were watching. Tang Qing, looking at Xia Wendong's attitude, knows that this person is really the second generation with little experience. The slightly smarter high-level second generation should now be generous, with a sincere tone, and pretend to be a gentleman and polite. Obviously, Xia Wendong and this second generation were directly classified as brain-disabled by Tang Qing. It's really shameful to defeat this kind of person. Naturally, Xia Wendong couldn't drink white. Although he could drink it, he didn't want to drink it for Tang Qing. He just poured a glass of beer without standing up, sitting there, handing it over with one hand, appearing reluctantly. I'm sorry, I hope you adults don't remember the villain. Xia Wendong probably didn't say it, and the whole sentence didn't go smoothly. Tang Qing just smiled, didn't say anything, and also raised the cup, but just raised Xia Wendong's cup and touched it, then quickly retracted and drank it. Tang Qing was really speechless. Did he bring his own mental retardation aura to force down the villain's IQ? He wanted to say to Xia Wendong that your low performance made me feel very unfulfilled. That's right, the misunderstanding between the classmates is resolved. By the way, Brother Wang, what day is it today to make so many delicious foods to celebrate Yinzi's good exam? Xie Jun smiled. As for his son's rudeness, I didn't care. It's not bad for an ordinary person to apologize to you. What do you want to do? If he had a strong background, his son would not be so rude. Almost, Xiao Tang did a good job in the exam this time. Plus the daughter is at the same table, so he invited to the house for dinner. The king's father vaguely said, it is obviously impossible for him to tell the true purpose of the meal. Oh, How many tests did Xiao Tang take this time? It must be Yinzi's good counseling, Xie Jun asked. When Wang Yin heard Xie Jun calling her nickname, she felt disgusted. She was eating rice for herself, and she was disgusted with the family to the extreme. She asked Tang Qing to come home for the first time and encountered such a thing. She felt very embarrassed, and she had all the thoughts of murder in her heart. Tang Qing said lightly, 733. What? Xie Jun asked. Obviously, he didn't associate this number with his grades, or he didn't want to associate it. 733, is that a score that people can get on the test? Tang Qing frowned and said again, 733 points. You got 733 points in the exam? Xie Jun said in shock. Yep. Tang Qing wants to say that you don't understand Chinese? Swallow this, is it true? Xie Jun looked at Wang Yin and asked incredulously, the news is too. It's horrified. Tang Qing is the first in grade 733 points, more than 50 points more than the second. Wang Yin said proudly. Xie Wendong on the side lowered his head in shame. There was nothing he could do. They were all students. The gap was a bit big. I only scored more than 490 points in the test this time, which was a total difference of more than 200 points. It was a set of papers with the same gap, so that he might not be able to exceed Tang Qing's score in 2 more exams. This is really surprising. Xiao Tang, you really good. Xie Jun said incoherently with envy, and then look at his son. It really is. Why the gap is so big? Tang Qing did not answer. Xie Jun saw that Tang Qing didn't want to take care of him. Although he was angry, he didn't say anything. Ordinary people might be full of the theory that reading is useless, but even a little bit higher than that would not universally exist. The learning ability is useless. What's useful? He is very happy even with this kind of view that prevails in society. The higher the position, the fewer the number of strong competitors. Why not do it? Why not correct the mistakes of others? How about adding competitors to yourself? Obviously, the more wrong and misleading the views that are flooded with society, the more profitable oneself and even one's own children are. It's just that my child can't support the wall a bit, which makes him a headache. Xie Jun also didn't want to betray Tang Qing, so he turned to Wang Sheng and said the purpose of this visit. Brother Wang, our Bintong's grades have not been very good. Or let Bintong sit next to Xiao Wang and urge him to study. I don't know how you feel about it. In the future, Wendong, you will often come to Uncle Wang. Study at home. Let Wang Yin help. Xie Wendong's head fell off as soon as he listened. Now the development of things has completely deviated from his expectations. He has never dared to tell his family that he was transferred to another class. Otherwise, if he knew that he had offended his classmates, teachers, and principals at school, his reputation would have long been stinking. I heard that my father would never forgive myself easily. Although my father always spoiled himself, once he was really annoyed, a meal of fried pork with bamboo shoots was absolutely indispensable. Yesterday, he went home with the paper, and Xie Jun didn't say much. Anyway, his grades have been like this, and there is no big ups and downs. His father just asked Wang Yan's grades. He didn't say much except to praise him. Let him breathe a sigh of relief, thinking he finally passed a level. Unexpectedly, today his father took him to Wang Yan's house. He thought it was just an ordinary visit, and he kept being a good baby so that Tang Qing and Wang Yin would not expose his transfer. He didn't know his father had this plan beforehand. Obviously, Xie Jun's hammer hit Wang Sheng, but he was the first to knock himself stupid, completely forcing the other party to break through his own rhythm. He might be happy before changing seats, but now there is only panic. For a while, Xie Wendong was completely at a loss, fidgeting, his hands trembling a little. Tang Qing's few people are not much better. Her heart is full of fire. Not only does she want to adjust her seat, she also tutors and studies at home. Tutors your sister, Nima. Who do you think you are? It's really hot. At this time, Wang Sheng, the head of the family, said, the seat adjustment still depends on how the class teacher arranges, so as not to affect the children's study. Wang Sheng didn't really want the head teacher to arrange, but he didn't want to embarrass the children by turning his face at the dinner table, so he pulled out a person to make the transition. Although Wang Sheng's tone is very plain, people who are familiar with him know that this is really angry. So your son is so bad at school and wants to sit next to my daughter. What about my daughter's grades? I even wanted to come to my own home for tutoring, so I just let Lousy go away. That's okay. I will ask the teacher to change positions for them tomorrow. Xie Jun clapped dominantly. When he first came to the city, there was nothing to do. During this time, he was familiar with the business and participated in some dinners. Knowing a lot, plus one's own status, the teacher should not refuse to change seats. Besides, it is a waste to occupy the first position in the first grade. It is better to let my son out to improve his son's grades. As for Tang Qing's tutoring, they are not familiar with him. How can there be a businessman like Wang Sheng that he can handle? Good to call. Dad, let's forget it. I will study hard in the future, so I won't change positions. Xie Wendong hurriedly pleaded at this time. He thought about finding a reason to change school after a while, but he didn't expect it now. It's almost impossible to wrap the paper to keep the fire down. He really didn't want his father to continue to persecute him like this. Looking at Wang Yan's angry eyes, he knew that Wang Yan would definitely expose him if he didn't speak. Even if he stepped back 10,000 steps, he should not be in front of everyone. This occasion is too ugly today. Xie Jun also looked at his son in surprise, feeling like he didn't recognize him. Is this his son's line? No, he knows that his son is very hearted towards Wang Yan. He should be happy now. How could he refuse? He also thinks that if his son and Wang Yan become a pair, it would be good, so he doesn't need to. Corruption and bribery, and Wang Yan is an only daughter. It is a win for both man and money, but today's son's performance is really strange. But he still insisted. He had listened to his son's guarantee countless times, and he didn't believe it at all. Now the college entrance examination is about to go, and his son's grades must be captured. Forget it, don't I know your grades? Every time you say that, listen to me this time. Xie Jun directly began to play the parental manner. This sentence made Xie Wendong on the side anxious. When I think of it, no one believes that I have said that I will study hard, and I just want to cry without tears. I was about to speak again, but Wang Yan couldn't help it anymore. The sound that usually sounded extremely sweet dispelled his hope. Classmate Xie, you are not in our class anymore. How do you adjust your position? Wang Yan sneered. At this moment, she was already burning with anger, and she actually asked to change her position again. The key is to come to her home and let herself give it to her. He is tutoring, you can go in your dreams. When Xie Wendong heard that his heart was over, his face instantly became ashes. What? Both Xie Jun and Wang Sheng looked at Xie Wendong in surprise, waiting for his confirmation. My son has changed shifts? Xie Wendong didn't tell him. Xie Jun's face turned gloomy and looked at his son. His son didn't tell him about such a big thing. There must be a story in it, and it's definitely not a good thing. The impact is definitely not small, otherwise the school will not notify parents of such a big decision. I feel that it is too stressful to study well in the class, so I just change classes. Xie Wendong stammered and finished. He also felt that this was a bad reason, but there was no way. He took care of the face and the inside. When the incident suddenly happened, he was already in a hurry and couldn't think of a good way to explain it. If you use despicable means to get rid of it, then you really have the heart to die. Xie Wendong almost wanted to find a hole to get in. This world is too dangerous and the water in the city is too deep. He really didn't expect that he was a big somersault right after he came. Now he misses the old county very much. Leisure days. Wang Yan and Tang Qing looked at each other without revealing Xie Wendong's words. Otherwise, if Xie Jun made a fuss, this meal would really be impossible to eat. I want to make you go home. Why don't you tell me? No, I'll call the teacher later. Xie Jun really wanted to slap him up. He knew that his son's change of shift was definitely not the reason, but he didn't even tell him this father. He is really angry, and there is such a shameful reason. Xie Wendong lowered his head and did not speak. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when his father was distracted and ended the topic, as long as the truth was not revealed at this moment. It was only Xie Jun's next words that frightened Xie Wendong's heart. It's okay. Even if you change shifts and you're all the same, you can still come to Wang Yan for advice. Xie Jun said after taking a sip, ready to go back and ask his son what's going on. Let's do the second purpose first. Wang Sheng couldn't bear it anymore and said coldly, Director Xie, the little girl also has a heavy learning task. I am afraid it is inconvenient to tutor Bentong. It's okay. There should be some time. Half an hour a day should be almost the same. Xie Jun drank a lot of alcohol and didn't notice the change in Wang Sheng's tone. I'm not counseling him, Wang Yin said loudly. It was a joke to ask her to counsel Xie Wendong. Wang Sheng was silent and didn't say a word. He had acquiesced to his daughter's decision. Haha, swallow. Bentong still has a lot of advantages. The environment was not good before. This time I hope you can give him a good guide. At that time, Bentong will learn what you want. Uncle can also give it to him. Your father's business provides better help, Xie Jun said slowly, and that made Tang Qing want to punch him. Wang Yin was so angry that he didn't know what to say, and Xie Jun actually started to threaten. Although he was not afraid, he was very disgusting. Seeing Wang Yin being forced into this way, Tang Qing naturally couldn't stand idly by and spoke first when Wang Sheng was about to speak. Director Xie, Wang Yin is studying hard, and it is not easy to keep it going. How can I have time to teach Master Ling? You say yes, Xie Wendong. Tang Qing said with a smile. Yes. Yeah, Dad, I think it's better to forget it. I will definitely study hard in the future. Xie Wendong hurriedly replied as soon as he heard it. It's okay. Boy, what's the matter with you when we talk? Didn't your adults teach you? It's rude, Xie Jun said, looking at Tang Qing with an unkind expression. I'm only being polite to polite people, other people. I don't know what politeness is. Tang Qing also said coldly, since I have torn my face, it doesn't matter how polite you are. Pointing at your nose is good. You? Brother Wang, what do you say? Xie Jun, unlike a student who surrendered and quarreled with Tang Qing, turned his head and said to Wang Sheng, the key figure in the whole incident. In his opinion, as long as Wang Sheng agrees, others people's opinions are not important. The little girl is right. Since the son is not willing, we can't force it to be wrong. Wang Sheng said lightly. He would not use his daughter as a condition to exchange anything. This is his bottom line, and he is still such a big ass. The official, anxious, I slapped your official hat. Very well, Boss Wang. Since this is the case, I don't want to force it, then I wish you a prosperous business, Bentong. Let's go. Second Father Xie said in a weird manner, and got up to leave, but his movements were a bit slow. Originally, he thought that Wang Sheng, a businessman, would apologize and persuade him to stay, but obviously, no one paid any attention to him at all, and they all looked at him like an idiot. This made Xie Jun suddenly become angry and embarrassed. He said that he must show Wang Sheng a good look. If he wants to pass his own check and want to be beautiful, even if he passes it, I can find something for you. Wait and see. Humph. When the time comes to see how you come to beg me. Even Xie Jun has already started to make up for it. Wang Sheng sighed in a low voice, confessed his sins, and repented. Seeing his father leaving, Xie Wendong also hurried to follow, and forgot to say hello. Things have developed to now. He knows that he will definitely not have a good fruit tonight, but he is also relieved. Fortunately, not being exposed face to face here. In comparison, being beaten is nothing. Uncle Wang, this person seems to be making trouble for you. If you need help, tell your nephew, don't be polite. Tang Qing said after seeing Xie Jun left. Although Tang Qing doesn't know what Wang Sheng's background is, it's impossible to be able to achieve the scale of tens of billions of future generations. But it still has to be said. He still can't make a big deal to ensure balance and let Wang Sheng, the head of the family, lost face. It's okay, Uncle can still solve this problem. Wang Sheng laughed. He knew that Tang Qing would surely be able to settle this little deputy director, but how could he let Tang Qing be a junior? And he had to save face. That's good. Uncle, don't be polite if something really happens, Tang Qing said again. That's okay. By the way, what happened to Xie Wendong, and why was he transferred? Wang Sheng asked curiously. It is not a trivial matter for a student to transfer classes. Xie Jun, as a father, doesn't even know the reason for this. It must be interesting. Wang Sheng's gossip heart also rose. Then Tang Qing slowly explained the course of the matter. Of course, he only talked about the vice principal. The out-of-school gangsters didn't say it. It's better not to let them know about this kind of thing, otherwise a lot of questions will be raised. It's endless. Despicable villain. With a sense of justice, Sherlon took the lead in seizing the headline sofa. Wang Sheng didn't say anything. Before, he just thought that Xie Wendong would not be able to learn and that he would be saved. But now it seems that these two fathers and sons are both virtues. If the upper beam is not correct and the lower beam is crooked, the key is to hit his mind. He is absolutely unacceptable to his daughter. At this time, he has already made a decision in his heart. Since you dare to reach out, You must be prepared to be chopped off. Although it was a little episode, the next meal was very happy. After drinking a lot, Wang Sheng didn't hide it and tried to instill all kinds of business principles into Tang Qing. Tang Qing was also surprised. Looks like it works. He also said that he would listen more to Wang Sheng's teachings in the future, which would make Wang Sheng happy. Everyone has a mentality to be a good teacher. It is one of human nature to like to point to others. Before, Wang Sheng had no chance to dig out his own family like this. Shirlan was not interested and didn't care about it, and he couldn't say to his daughter, "There are too many dark sides." Now that Tang Qing is a listener, the chattering can't stop at all. In this way, in a harmonious atmosphere, Tang Qing ended Wang Yan's first family banquet. After Tang Qing left, Wang Yan and his mother washed the dishes in the kitchen and started to make things happen. "Girl, what is the relationship between you and Tang Qing?" Shirlan couldn't help asking. Before, I wanted to see a real person and ask again. After meeting Tang Qing, Shirlan has been paying attention to her daughter's expression, although Wang Yin the disguise is very good. Tang Qing didn't even pick up the dishes during dinner, and his tone was not very close. But how could he escape the intuition of his own biological mother? Obviously, there was something in it. "Classmate and classmate, what else can I have?" Wang Yin said with a strong sense of composure in her heart. "Hee, you are a piece of meat that fell from my body. Did you fool your mother? Although this kid is very good, he still needs to look into it." Shirlan smiled and said to his heart, if Tang Qing was the son-in-law, she was very willing. This idea was only firm when Tang Qing came out for her daughter just now. If Tang Qing didn't say a word just now, she would definitely not recognize Tang Qing. "What are you talking about? He has a fiancé. It's impossible." Wang Yin told the truth, and her heart was bitter. Now the better and better Tang Qing has made her addicted like poison. But how to quit? She was lost for a while. "Oh, that's a pity. I really like this young man. It's a good son-in-law. Blessed is his fiancé," Shirlan said disappointedly. Such a good son-in-law just flew like this, and looked at his daughter's appearance. Still having a crush on Shirlan, a bit of bitterness suddenly appeared in Shirlan's heart, another inexplicable love. "Mom, ignore you." Wang Yin acted like a baby. "Hee, let's not talk about it. This year's New Year." Shirlan hurriedly changed the subject. She also knew that her daughter's age was the age full of longing for love. If she said too much, it might be counterproductive, plus her daughter would have been extremely independent character. "I just hope that my daughter can mature early and come out of this impossible relationship." She never thought of letting her daughter, Tang Qing, over, because she still didn't understand the things inside. With the support of so many people, Tang Qing would never be an ordinary person in the future. This kind of family would definitely be very complicated. It's better not to mess up the idea. It can only be based on fate. Wang Sheng was sitting in the living room, thinking back to today's things in my mind. Obviously, Xie Jun will definitely make trouble for himself, and it will be a lot of trouble. His relationship in the city really can't take off his official hat, and it is impossible to ask for help from a junior like Tang Qing. He only can use the last resort. Wang Sheng picked up his cell phone and went out of the house, and dialed a phone he rarely dialed. The owner of this phone is naturally the provincial party committee member, the provincial military commander, and his brother-in-law Zhu Zhini. Although I can't get any financial benefits from my brother-in-law's relationship, my brother-in-law can't see him being bullied, especially now that it's not just me being bullied, but also Wang Yan's participation in it. Following my sister's brother-in-law's my daughter's love, no matter what she is possible, but she will never leave Wang Yan alone. Wang Sheng pressed the dial button with anxiety. No way. Although he is a relative, the difference in status will inevitably make him be cautious. Originally, he wanted to call his sister directly, but after thinking about it, it is better not to let his sister know about it, lest her sister go angrily. Look for the brother-in-law, and then the brother-in-law thought that he was using his sister to pick him. This kind of misunderstanding should be avoided as much as possible. "Brother, what's the matter?" There was a deep voice on the phone. As soon as Wang Sheng heard this sound, his body tensed unconsciously. There was nothing he could do. He was nervous. "Brother, I want to talk to you about something. Not about the project. It's like this." Wang Sheng didn't dare to have extra nonsense. Knowing that his brother-in-law was very busy at ordinary times, he briefly described the course of the matter, focusing on the key point that Xie Wendong would influence Wang Yan's study. Sure enough, when Zhu Zhini heard about it, Xie Jun, who was reckless, wanted to adjust his seat and wanted his niece to give tutoring to his son. If he didn't succeed, he would threaten his younger brother. It was a deceitful deception. Asshole stuff. I'm mad. Younger brother, this person is handed over to me. See if I don't clean him up, right? Have you talked to your sister? Zhu Zhini furiously said. No, I was afraid she was worried, so I didn't say it. Wang Sheng said hurriedly. Well, that's good. It's better not to let her know. I still want to be quiet at home. Then, I will take care of this. You do your business well. Remember to abide by the law. I won't help you, but don't allow anyone to bully you, understand? Zhu Zhini nodded and agreed with Wang Sheng's behavior. If his wife knew about it, it would be a lot of trouble. Zhu Zhini was still very satisfied with Wang Sheng's brother-in-law. He hadn't gained any benefits under his banner for so many years, and he never liked to cause trouble. For so many years, Wang Sheng begged to count his own affairs with one hand, so this matter must be done beautifully. He has 2 sons, but no daughter, just a niece like Wang Yan, so he loves it very much. Damn, dare to bully my niece and look for death. Brother, I understand. Wang Sheng said immediately. Well, I still have something to deal with, so let's do it. Zhu Zhini nodded and said, thinking about who to deal with this matter, but he immediately got the answer. The deputy commander under him seems to be Qingyan City. My eldest nephew. Well, let him do it. Okay, brother, are you busy? Wang Sheng said. Yep. When he hung up the phone, Wang Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. It's really a different status. He doesn't speak hard, and he can't escape this fixed mindset. Humph, see how long you can dance, Wang Sheng sneered in his heart. Although the army can't control the place, but who should be divided, Zhu Zhini wants to say that he has no friends from the government. A small deputy director-level cadre is still a dirty cadre under his butt. Zhu Zhini wants to win him. Even if it is within the scope of the rules, there are not too many ways. Sure enough, the next day, Xie Jun got stuck in the examination and approval. He had been examined and approved before, but now he called and said he was unqualified and re-examined. Wang Sheng is also speechless. This kind of weird thing is played out. It is really 2 words of official words. It is really incisive. If it weren't for his relationship, he might have been bullied. Naturally, Wang Sheng could not turn his face directly and openly confront the superior decision. The face that should be given should be given. This is not to give Xie face, but to give him the position. Wang Sheng is not stupid. He can and officials work against him, but don't work against his position. This is the bottom line of a class. People who challenge chaos will have no good end. Although they are not afraid, they will have to deal with them in the future. No, there is no need to confront the superior order. Although his service was softened, Wang Sheng didn't do much. He didn't even do anything to ease the relationship and treat guests to dinner. He just went through the examination and approval procedures routinely again, and he waited for Zhu Zhini to take action. This is what makes Xie Jun different. It is completely different from the script he thought. It was just when Xie Jun was preparing to cause further trouble for Wang Sheng. His trouble is coming. Friday. Go to work in the afternoon. The procuratorate went to the door to take Xie Jun away and directly doubled the rules. Xie Jun also knew that he had played, so he passed out on the spot. 3 days later, news broke that Xie Jun was filed for investigation for corruption and bribery. Xie Wendong was also arrested because of 2 previous wounding cases in the county, and there has been no news ever since. January 21st. Friday morning. The weather was gloomy, and a faint mist enveloped Qingyan City, and people began their livelihood for another day. Obviously, this sentence was meant to make up the number of words. Tang Qing asked for leave again this morning. The reason is that since Tianyin Consulting was established, his own boss has not shown up. Last night, Do Jiao complained while reporting on work on the phone, and he did have things to explain to Do Jiao in person, so he decided to come to Tianyin early in the morning. Look at the consulting company. The current Tianyin Consulting Company is not as busy as Shengtang Apparel and does not do business externally. Naturally, it does not need to work overtime on weekends. This is why he went today. According to Do Jiao's uncle personality, if he is called on weekends if she works overtime, TSK, then she can't blame herself. Tang Qing is not the kind of unreasonable person who has to force to work overtime. Shengtang Apparel is the result of the company's compact startup plan and the management's energetic. If working overtime can reflect the ability and attitude of a manager, damn it. Anyway, I didn't have any problems. I went to school to read extracurricular books, so I simply got lazy and got some air. After eating breakfast, Tang Qing asked Sun Chao to come to the Tianyuan building in the city center. This is the tallest commercial office building in Qingyan City, with a total of 38 floors. The outer layer is a light blue glass curtain wall. If it is summer, I don't know if it's the design or the exterior wall material. Because of this, under the direct sun, there is definitely a lot of light pollution, but today's weather is gloomy, and it looks like it's not as shining as usual. The huge sign at the door let Tang Qing know that it was developed by Lu Gan's company. Tang Qing couldn't help but sigh. He deserves to be the big boss. There are so many industries. He really envied him, and at the same time he felt a little nasty in his heart. We decided to place our company's advertisement in places with people all over the world from now on. Lao Tzu in the desert also put up a billboard for him to play. We can't let go of the Antarctic and the Arctic. Tang Qing got out of the car and walked towards the main entrance of the building. Sun Chao did not follow, but went to wash the car. It was good this morning, but was splashed with mud in a place where the road was being built. Tang Qing has also changed clothes in the car and wants to wear a student dress to meet his employees. La la la. Actually, it's nothing. Okay, no more. The main reason is that it is better to be more formal, and we also have to maintain a little bit of the boss's dignity. Entering the building, there is a lobby oncoming. People are coming and going in a hurry. Some people are still running. Watching office workers in suits and leather shoes squeeze the elevator, Tang Qing's heart is mixed. I remembered that my previous life was not the same. I often worked overtime from 9 to 5. Now I am the boss, rich and powerful, and there are people. Basically, he is already a winner in life, looking at the crowded elevator in front of him. Tang Qing was squeezed in by the crowd before he sighed with emotion. Do you think you don't need to squeeze the elevator when you are a boss? Tang Qing wanted to cry without tears. Damn, I was taken away by a wave. It seems that we arrived too early. Now it is the peak period of work, and the congestion of the elevator can be imagined. This is not the reason for Tang Qing to complain. He hasn't been so pretentious to squeeze an elevator to death. The most important thing is that it doesn't matter if there is no wave, because Mao is all men. What about a good affair? Ambiguous about it. Ambiguous, your sister. Moreover, all kinds of body odors and even foot odors were transmitted to the brain by Tang Qing's extremely sensitive nose, which was sour and refreshing. Hiss. Especially next time he won't come so early again. He would rather climb the stairs. It is said that the early bird has worms, eats a ghost, and whoever likes eats it. It's too uncomfortable. Now I can't block the 5 senses. The system says that this function will only be available after the second level gene is unlocked. Tang Qing could only endure it, taking a deep breath, holding his breath. Ding! After a while, the 18th floor arrived. Tang Qing rushed out and took a deep breath of fresh air. He was surprised to find that he had held his breath for more than 2 minutes without any discomfort. However, this surprise was immediately forgotten by him, and he experienced much more. This change was only enough for him to be surprised for a few seconds. Tang Qing looked around and heard Do Jiao say that he rented 1/8 of this floor. Originally, Tang Qing thought he needed to ask for directions, but the big sky-eye consultation set up at the elevator door was what happened, and that the cute green grass arrow, I don't know, I thought you rented the whole floor. Do Jiao of Sabao. Tang Qing vomited. Tang Qing looked at the arrow, and the corner of his mouth twitched again, because the company's site was at the end on the right, and there was another bigger sign. Come on, then you point me here, it's a waste, but I think this should be a sinus. For Jiao to get the position through her relationship, it's just a small amount of money. Tang Qing walked to the company premises. The sharp-eyed and beautiful front desk immediately made a professional smile and bowed slightly with his arms around his waist and said, "Hello, who are you looking for?" Tang Qing couldn't help but admire. The voice at the front desk was so nice, gentle and gentle. The little girl at the front desk obviously just joined the company and didn't dare to neglect anyone. Tang Qing's smile also made Tang Qing feel a little professional, and she couldn't help but nodded. It seems that Do Jiao's perfectionism has committed again. This front desk is definitely professional. Training is not the kind of training that can be achieved by just grabbing a person for 2 training sessions. Although there is no business and you have to ask a front desk, it is also good to save face. Hello, Miss Sister. I'm calling you Mr. Doe. Tang Qing said with a smile. Now he is also a student. The other person thinks that he is definitely over 20. It is normal to call him sister. As for the name Miss Sister, it is not that he wants to be cute, but can't help it. Well, he was influenced by a video on Station B later in life. The first time he went to watch the video at Station B was the Three Sisters of the Island's Blessed Land. At that time, he was brainwashed by this video and watched it over and over again. And there was another one of their group. The first brainwashing house dance, Taoyuan Love Song. He was really poisoned by these two songs and dances, and he was deeply poisoned, and he was often bored and watched it several times. It was like an addiction, and he couldn't stop at all. The hateful cultural invasion. Asked for the next dance. The most memorable thing for Tang Qing is a sentence in the barrage. Mom, there is a young lady in the video teasing me. From then on, he remembered the name Miss Sister. Do you have an appointment? The beauty at the front desk was also a bit surprised. The name was like a child calling herself, but she didn't say politely in her heart. At the same time, she exclaimed, she's so handsome, but she's too small. No, just tell her that Tang Qing is here. Tang Qing smiled. Okay, please wait a moment. The beauty at the front desk nodded. Tang Qing said. The beauty at the front desk said a few words on the phone and answered twice, then hung up the phone and smiled and said to Tang Qing, you have been waiting for a long time. Our President Doe will come right away. Please wait a moment. Yep. It's just that this sentence is a bit too fast. Tang Qing's voice just fell off. Even before he even stopped the voice, Dou Jiao's loud voice came. Tang Qing's mouth twitched. Really wait. The company is really good. It's too small. It's over in a few steps. Little boss, you are finally willing to come. Dou Jiao walked over and patted Tang Qing on the shoulder, complaining. Didn't you ask me to come? Tang Qing smiled bitterly. Dou Jiao is becoming more and more presumptuous, but he likes this kind of atmosphere. Everyone is doing what is serious. Life needs some adjustments. Some have heavy flavors, some are light, and have mixed flavors. Life is interesting. I won't come if I don't ask you, right? Dou Jiao said arrogantly with her arms akimbo. No, of course not. How dare my little brother, Sister Jiao calm down. Tang Qing quickly admitted his mistake and apologized. Dou Jiao smiled slyly and squeezed Tang Qing's face and said, if you know your mistakes, you can fix it. He is a good boy. Come and let my sister squeeze your face. Talking about how your face is maintained, good women are jealous. No, I have to touch it. Tang Qing is speechless. There is someone next to him. Hey, give me some face, but he didn't hide. Pinch, touch, envy you. Just like to see you envy and helpless. The beauty at the front desk also giggled. Now she also knew that the young man in front of her was her own boss. Seeing her boss being so played by the general manager, she suddenly felt that this company is too loving, and she also noticed Tang Qing's if the skin is good, I want to squeeze it, but I dare not. Well, I must feel it when I'm familiar with it in the future. Dou Jiao squeezed for a while, and then stopped the bad hand, and directly took Tang Qing into the company. Along the way, Tang Qing also saw the employees in the office area. All of them were obviously busy. Dou Jiao didn't introduce him. Tang Qing took it to his office because Tang Qing didn't have an office here. This was what he specifically requested. He only had an office in Shengtang clothing. It was so big and so good. Isn't it a waste to leave an office here? Dou Jiao poured Tang Qing a glass of pure water and then sat down on the boss chair. Naturally, Tang Qing was sitting on the guest chair opposite her. Tang Qing took a look at Dou Jiao's office. About 20 square meters, it was not very big, and the office supplies were not too high-end things. Obviously, Dou Jiao was well-measured and didn't spend money indiscriminately. There is a huge filing cabinet next to it. Seeing that there are already many filing boxes inside, Tang Qing nodded. This company itself is used for intelligence analysis and information investigation and classification. The most important product is information. He said before that some important information needs to be backed up in paper files. But now looking at the growth rate of this paper file, Tang Qing knows that the company is not far away. This is because he was a bit misconsidered before. Intelligence does need a huge place to store various files and analysis materials. Of course, the most important thing is to back up electronic data. Paper materials are just an important precautionary measure to avoid anyone. Trick or treat. Directly let this company return to the pre-liberation period. In addition, it is a large safe, used to store the most confidential information. Well, good job. Seeing Tang Qing looking around with an expression of appreciation, Do Jiao was also very happy that her work was recognized. She held her chin and smiled and asked, "Little boss, what are you looking at?" She likes Tang Qing's eyes without the slightest desire. Now the children are very precocious, each with a lot of thoughts, and their hearts are no longer so pure. Every junior high school student on the street has already begun to pay attention to which girl has a big breast, which hip is up, who is not a virgin in school, etc. There are also some words that she doesn't like in her mouth. This is also the fundamental reason why she feels very close to Tang Qing. The two people who don't have any unthinking get along very easily, and no matter how much they play or tease, there will be no such feeling of ambiguity. This kind of relationship made Do Jiao feel extremely comfortable and relaxed. She couldn't stop it, she couldn't hide it, or she wouldn't just pinch Tang Qing's face in front of the front desk to play, completely disregarding the dignity of the boss of Tang Qing. And of course Tang Qing is not Lu Xiaohui. He is only 2 lives and has experienced so many exciting things. He just wants to live with his lover. No matter how beautiful other women are, he is not a planter, so he sows everywhere. But he is very happy to be friends. After all, beautiful women look comfortable. As for further relationships or ambiguous play, he can only say, "Miss, please respect yourself." With beautiful women like Do Jiao and Qi Yin who only treat him as her younger brother, Tang Qing feels pretty good, and everyone is not worried about debts. Love debts. He owed all his life in the previous life, hurting others and hurting himself. In this life, he doesn't want to owe more. Tang Qing thought for a while and said, "I didn't think about it well before. The company's paper files will definitely increase in the future. It is estimated that we will have to change places in the next year." Hee. No hurry, these boxes are basically empty. It's too early to fill up, and we have other archive rooms. There is no need to change to a larger place for at least 6 months. Do Jiao giggled. Many of the archive boxes here are empty. Tang Qing obviously thinks that there are data in those archive boxes, but how can it be so fast? The company was founded and the business has not been completely straightened out, and even the storage format and regulations of the final paper archives. The system hasn't come out yet, so there are so many things. Well, I thought it was full. Tang Qing said with an embarrassed smile. "Little boss, there is something I want to ask." Do Jiao said with a straight face at this time. This vain face change made Tang Qing stunned, and said nervously, "What is it, please? Now I want to know what your true positioning of this company is, which will facilitate our future work, as well as your views and goals for the future of the company. As the general manager of the company, I need to know and then adjust the plan." Jiao said solemnly. After hearing this, Tang Qing breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "I wondered why. Seeing you being so serious, I was a little scared just now, haha." Immediately, Tang Qing also put away his smile, organizing words in his heart and saying, "Now my real position of this company is my asset management consulting company. Its first role is to supervise and review everything in my company, including personnel, finances, systems, plans, strategies, etc., which will affect the company. Where there are benefits, avoid major strategic decision-making mistakes in the company, but you only have the right to review and make suggestions to me. You do not have any decision-making and management rights, nor can you contact the other party without authorization to directly raise existing problems. All of your review results and suggestions, only my approval can let them know. The second role is to provide business consulting services for my company. Otherwise, if my company wants to investigate the specific information of competitors, it can't send a commercial spy in person. This is impossible. You need you for these tasks. To do it, or if the company wants to open up foreign or even foreign markets, you also need to take the lead and provide the necessary intelligence support to it. By the way, you can be regarded as half of their logistics. And your performance appraisal standard is the efficiency of my company. When it is on the right track, the public relations fee and office expenses will be calculated separately. According to your performance and role, they will be taxed from 1% to 5% per year. After the profit is your bonus, It is up to you whether it is 1% or 5%. And you don't have to worry about the number and scale of the company. You won't be idle. You will be busy next year. The last role is to serve me specifically, such as those personal matters such as small loans. These three are the core of your future work. Do you have any questions, Sister Jiao Jiao? After hearing Do Jiao did not reply, she bowed her head and digested it for a while. Tang Qing's meaning is very clear. Tianyin only serves his company and individuals to avoid problems in its subsidiaries. This business model is also novel. Before I have never heard of such a model of managing a company that supervises everything, or that she is ignorant. This situation will inevitably put Tianyin in a higher position. Although it does not have the management power of other companies, it does not mean that it has no right to speak. Tang Qing can fully guarantee that Tianyin and other companies can balance the rights. There will be no major strategic mistakes in its subsidiaries. I have to say that this is really a good management method. However, Do Jiao's good heart is completely different from Tang Qing's good heart. Do Jiao feels that doing so is totally a powerful nanny for other companies. It is difficult for the company to run off the track. Tang Qing is just lazy, no in time. He finds a professional team to manage. He doesn't know what those bankers are like, but there will definitely be a central think tank to provide professional information support for them. Otherwise, how to effectively manage the large and complex companies under it with management and supervision? Bankers are no gods either. Do Jiao raised her head and smiled, and said, I know how to do it. It seems that your ambition, the little boss, is not small, but I am curious where your confidence comes from. Don't you be afraid to get rid of it. Haha. Don't worry, you can't take it off, Tang Qing said confidently. Although Do Jiao is a bit euphemistic, Tang Qing naturally knows what Do Jiao wants to say. One is that the company will definitely involve some less legal business content, and the other is whether the scale of his company must use this a management model with a bit of hidden danger. After all, there is one more overlord. The managers of other companies will definitely have ideas, and once the relationship between the two parties is not well balanced, it may really be overturned. But that is for ordinary people. For Tang Qing, haha, play off? Gee. Then you have not seen the dozens of pages of weapons in the system mall, and even thousands or tens of thousands of pages in the future. Its appearance means that you have already played off, and there are things that are more play off than war. Compared to his various big moves in the future, it's just a commercial research company. Where can it go? Afraid of a bird. I can get you back even if I take it off. Well, since you are so confident, I won't say much. Come on. I also hope to see the growth of a giant under my witness. Do Jiao smiled happily after turning her face. Although there will definitely be some gray areas in it, seeing that Tang Qing is so confident, Do Jiao also decided to play. She also wants to help this little brother who is pleasing to her eyes realize her ideals. If she gets rid of her own background, she can also help cover. I can live it. I'm not afraid of accidents at all. Haha. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Tang Qing laughed. Do Jiao dared to be so crazy with him. He was very touched. Well, I will give you a big red envelope at the end of the year. Does the little boss have any orders? Do Jiao asked again. Yes, you also know that I have a loan business, and you will complete the future contract. Then you will definitely give you the risk control in the later period. This is the information of all the customers in my hand. They are all my previous customers. What you have to do now is first, the enterprise files of these customers should be established first and should be used in the future. Second, you should do the risk control, investigation, evaluation, and more call 10 days in advance to confirm the time and method of repayment, and ask someone to come to me to get the receipt before repayment. Do you understand? Tang Qing took out a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it over. It records the information of all his previous loan customers. But the information of these oral investigations is certainly not comprehensive, and there is no field inspection. These potential high-quality customers will help if they need support in the future. He believes that the system will not to do meaningless things. Every customer selected by the system must have a lot of value. As for the customers who are marked black, are all loan customers who are not recommended by the system. These people naturally have to pay close attention to the supervision. Even Tang Qing decided that in the future, as long as it is not a recommended client of the month, Tang Qing will let Tianyin focus on supervision and treat him equally. And this is simple. I will let them deal with it as soon as possible. Do Jiao took the paper and glanced briefly and said with a smile, well, there is this. This is all the materials, systems, and plans of my company. You have to do two things. Once you conduct a comprehensive review of this information, I need to know whether the system is reasonable and whether there are plans. Vulnerabilities, you need to check the missing holes and give me a final evaluation result. If there is a better way, then I can go to the company meeting to show up, isn't it? Tang Qing logged in and sent Do Jiao more than 100. The emails, except for some rules and regulations, are the weekly and monthly reports of the various departments of Shengtang clothing during this period. I am a layman and can only watch the excitement. I should give them to the professional for research. When there is a problem, I will also, fortunately, pretend to be forced at the meeting. I understand that I will organize a review as soon as possible. Do Jiao nodded and said. At this time, Do Jiao casually opened a strategic plan of Shengtang Company, and her eyes were suddenly full of surprise, because it mentioned the branch plan for the coming year and the capital injection of 30 million after the year, which really surprised her. Unexpectedly, Tang Qing played such a big game, and tens of millions of money went in. At the same time, he strengthened his confidence. There is a pleasing, rich, individual, and trusting boss. Do Jiao feels simply not too beautiful. After realizing that Tang Qing in front of her is a living, big local tyrant, Do Jiao certainly won't let it go. Before, she only thought that Tang Qing was a rich second generation, and her parents' assets were only 1/10 of $1 million. But now we look at this posture. Not at all. Tens of millions can be casually made for children, and it is impossible for them not to be worth hundreds of millions. Although she also has a background and relationship, but she doesn't like to investigate her own people. Tang Qing is the younger brother she likes very much. Do Jiao quickly got up and walked behind Tang Qing, put her little hand on his shoulder, with a smile of so happy. I found the money on his face, and began to magnify. Dear brother Xiaotang, I didn't expect you to be so rich, so I'll give the company some money, please. Do Jiao shook Tang Qing's shoulders and said coquettishly. Tang Qing was directly caught by thunder, and his body trembled and quickly got up to avoid Do Jiao's attack. He was thundered not only by Do Jiao's expression and tone, but also by the action of pinching his shoulders. The most important thing is, he is ticklish, especially when he squeezed his shoulders. Watching TV and the expression of enjoying being pinched on the shoulders of ordinary people, Tang Qing felt very strange. For Mao, he had never been squeezed so much. In his previous life, Li Kai also took him to enjoy professional technicians. I don't know if it's due to physical or psychological reasons. Other parts below the head feel uncomfortable when being touched by strangers, and I feel like I want to escape. Although Do Jiao is not a stranger, she is obviously not used to physical contact. Sister Jiao Jiao, you must hold it. It's not good for us to speak normally. Don't do anything about money. Tang Qing said with a frightened expression. There is no way. This big trick is true for him. The damage is amazing. Upon seeing this, Do Jiao stomped back to her boss chair and said with a sad expression on her face. Brother Smelly, I don't know good people. How many people want to get this treatment yet? Huh? Ignore you. Of course, she just said that, but she was smiling in her heart. She felt that Tang Qing was really getting more and more interesting. Haha, ticklish. That's good. We have mastered another stunt of defeat the enemy, and we will have fun in the future. Tang Qing obviously did not eat this set, nor did he want to entangle on this topic. He returned to his seat and drank the water in the cup and was shocked. After a little calm, he said, By the way, Sister Jiao Jiao, the company pays it back. How much is it? Do Jiao didn't continue to make things strange when she heard it, and she looked in the drawer and took out a document and handed it over. This is the cost list. You can see that there are more than 80,000 in the account. A lot of money is spent on the company's premises, office equipment, and personnel recruitment. What you see outside is only a part of the assets, and there are 10 computers. It didn't arrive, especially the 2 servers used as one main server and 1 backup server for storing information cost 210,000. Tang Qing took the document and put it aside, but didn't turn it over. He believed that Do Jiao couldn't have the money, and he also believed in Do Jiao's personality. Well, I'll give the company another 500,000 yuan later, but I need to save some flowers. Tang Qing thought for a while and said, Last time I bought the stocks and left 410,000. But later I couldn't fight with Han Long, and I borrowed 400,000 from the system to add a little source of energy. So I got 810,000, plus other expenses, and gave it after the company's 500,000 yuan. There will be more than 200,000 yuan in his pocket, but Tang Qing doesn't think it is less. Anyway, there is nowhere to spend money anyway, and his personal loan line can be overdrawn by several million at any time, no matter what it is. Up. Do Jiao was very happy to see Tang Qing trusting herself so much. Everyone likes to be trusted. She smiled and said, "Hee, no problem. Just spend a little bit on the equipment in the early stage. There will be not much money to spend in a short period of time. Without a large-scale recruitment expansion of the 500,000 people, there is no problem in 2 to 3 months." "Well, that's good. Not enough. Is there anything else, Jiao Jiao's sister?" Tang Qing nodded. Do Jiao thought about it for a while and shook her head and said, "It's okay. Now that the personnel are not all ready, the vice president I asked for has asked for leave again today. Forget it today, and I will introduce you to you next time." "Okay, then I'll go first. I'll find a day to have a dinner together a year ago, and I will get to know the elites of our company." Tang Qing got up and said with a smile, "Okay, my big boss. Maybe it will be the 31st at the end of this month. I know you will be busy early next month. I'm too lazy to get the time to adjust the time." Do Jiao said with a smile. Tang Qing thought, too. At the beginning of the month, there were a lot of things. The school had a holiday and had to prepare things to go home. In the Tang dynasty, there were also annual meetings and dinner parties. When the time comes, it will be really messed up. It is better to advance, so he said, "Yes. Okay, you can find a better place on the night of the 31st and have a meal together." "No problem." Do Jiao agreed. At the thought of eating, Do Jiao couldn't stop swallowing. This action happened to be seen by Tang Qing, and he was amused. "It's another foodie." "Well, then you are busy. I will leave first." Tang Qing said, "I'll give it to you." At this time, the employees in the office area already knew that Tang Qing was his big boss, so they all felt busier than before. When Tang Qing came out, he saw a black line on his face. "Am I so scary? Beauty, aren't you tired of opening and closing a web page constantly? And that handsome guy, although far apart, we have seen it all. What you played was, this boss is so small, he played it 3 times. Well, the boss aura is too strong." Do Jiao sent Tang Qing to the bottom of the building, and then went back to get busy. The tasks assigned by Tang Qing were not unimportant. She even thought about working overtime, but she was relieved in an instant. It's just fine for employees to work overtime. What is she doing overtime? La la la. I want to take a long nap. Tang Qing took a morning leave. Now naturally it is impossible to go back to school. Instead, he came to Xingtang Apparel. He was going to see how the stock he bought was going on. By the way, he went online to pass the time and waited until noon. Wandered back to my uncle's house for lunch. In order not to be so bored, Tang Qing bought a lot of snacks and fruits. There is no way. The way of eating goods is really addictive when he gets used to it. If he is hungry or not, he wants to put something in his mouth. Tang Qing is not in control. No, just why do you want to control it? It will not be harmful to the body and will not gain weight, and it can also solve the appetite. Why should I control it, silly? When I came to the company, passing by the second floor was naturally full of voices as usual. Tang Qing was sometimes messy. Shouldn't the fashion designers on the TV supposedly do design quietly? They are all quiet and tall. How did this situation come into being? Is it because the office environment is too crowded? Well, it doesn't matter to him. He is not interested in thinking about it. Besides, it's good for the employees to be active. As long as they can get things done, everything is fine. He doesn't want his company to be lifeless. The most important thing is that Qi Yin, a professional person, can tolerate this phenomenon. Obviously, there is no problem. What does he do with his heart? Tang Qing hurried up the stairs. If they were stopped by them, there might be a few packs of these snacks left. When these sisters see the snacks, they don't care whether he is the boss or not. They blame themselves. We didn't build up prestige before. What else can we do now? When we encounter these robbers the boss snacks, can we not afford to provoke us and hide? As for getting angry with them, he is really cruel, and they have no bad thoughts. These beauties have a powerful skill acting like a baby, and Tang Qing has almost no resistance to this skill. In this way, Tang Qing came to his huge and luxurious office like a thief. Sun Chao did not follow, but went to the training room. His training during this period was particularly hard, and he was prepared to one day defeat Tang Qing. Tang Qing expressed no pressure on this. He wanted to have an opponent who could let him do his best, but obviously, the reality is cruel. Okay, let's stop talking about it. Turning on the computer and making a cup of Tartary buckwheat tea, Tang Qing sat on the comfortable and soft Bosch chair, picked up a bag of potato chips, tore open, and ate it. Yep, really tasty. During this period of time, the market makers of those stocks have basically completed the fundraising, and the retail investors who ride the fence have been kicked out by repeated shocks and rumors. The rest are the more determined investors. Of course, there must be others in it. Many retail investors holding a wait-and-see mood and rat warehouses like Tang Qing, as well as some lovely investors who don't pay attention to the volatility of the stock market. Seeing that they can no longer effectively collect money, and their expected goal of collecting money has been reached, those bookmakers naturally began to reverse the trend of public opinion, and the rising market officially started. Various experts refuted rumors, and even the internal staff of the company came out to endorse Yu Sing after I appeared on the stage. It was simply a big drama. Many investors who sold before were dumbfounded, and then various kinds of replenishment wanted to recover a little loss. Looking at these carefully created scams, Tang Qing was very emotional. Domestic investors are miserable. Bookmakers treat retail investors as fools. They have first-hand information, relatively strong capital, and propaganda channels. They can even buy the right to speak and make fake news. They are simply on the gaming table. Thousands blatantly. But this is legal to sell thousands, and stock investors who don't have the ability to discern can only be cut by the dealer again and again. Is it wrong for ordinary investors who want to make a fortune by trading stocks? Of course there is a mistake. Greed is the original sin. Since you are at the gambling table, there is nothing wrong or right. You can only rely on luck. Big fish eat small fish. This is the basic operating principle of the capital market and even the world. No wonder who. Still the same sentence. Recognize your own position. Don't take the risk of boredom if you are a small fish. Actually mastered the correct method. Is it difficult to make money in the stock market? It's so hard. In the domestic stock market, ordinary investors want to make money. If it is difficult, it is naturally very difficult. Even if they can guarantee that they will not lose money, they have already won. After all, my country's stock market loses 80% and 10%. People protect their capital, leaving 10% to make money. This is almost the same thing as the iron law. Sometimes, a loss of more than 90% is not new. All the capital is staring at the wallets of retail investors, trying to get the money out of their hands. The methods are utterly versatile, with various tricks and innovations. That share of perseverance and persistence is more than inspirational. It was so touching that tears filled my eyes. But most people want to make money in it. It is easy to say that it is easy. The easiest way is to buy low and sell high. Some people say, are you so nonsense? Who doesn't know that buying low and selling high can make money in the stock market? In your case, it is not playing stock index futures. But learning knowledge from things must be of the essence. Otherwise, it is better not to look at it, so as not to disturb your mind. The essence is the truth, and the words are only the appearance. For example, there are so many good words handed down from our ancestors. Some people rely on it to fly into the sky, soaring into the sky, and from then on smiling proudly in the sky, majestic in the world, and embarking on the pinnacle of life. But are these principles of life monopolized by others? Obviously not. These methods are basically widely spread in the world, regardless of class, region, ethnicity, or even national boundaries. But why do most people do not get the life they want and end up being mediocre for a lifetime? Do they accept false knowledge? False truth? Fake method? Obviously not. There are no barriers to our country's cultural inheritance to the modern age. There is no such thing as one thing you learn, and the ruling class and successful people learn another. Even if they learn differently, they and even their parents learn from the existing knowledge. With a new and deeper understanding, this is their private property, and there is nothing wrong with not publishing it to you. In other words, there is no difference between the so-called successful method and the principle of life, as everyone knows. The difference is how deeply you can understand. Isn't there a saying, There are three realms of human cognition. In the first state, the mountains are mountains and the water is water. In the second state, looking at mountains is not mountains, but looking at water is not water. In the third realm, whether you look at mountains or mountains, and whether you look at water or water. So let's just call everything shortcuts, whether it's famous sayings, theories, or theories. So here comes the problem. The shortcut to the formation of words and its literal interpretation are considered the first level. Look at mountains as mountains and look at water as water. However, most people basically stay in the second realm or rush to the second realm, and the real truth lies in the third realm of a knowledge point. The so-called break and then stand, things will be reversed. To give a simple reason, the word evil cannot conquer right was mentioned in the previous article. Most people must have understood the meaning of this sentence when they were young. That is, the bad guys can't beat the good guys. The good guys will win. The justice will eventually defeat the evil, the fear of power, and the fight against the evil forces. In short, it's to tell you not to go in evil ways. To form correct values. This is obviously the first level of understanding. But with the increase of age, richer experience, and more things, he began to doubt this sentence, even to the point of questioning life. Why is he lucky enough to be reborn in a wealthy family, can eat spicy food, and have a house, a car, and a girl without struggling? Why does someone cheat on an exam with a higher score than me? Why can he directly operate in the dark to get him into the government department if he is connected? Why did he get a promotion I didn't? Why did the person who only slid and slapped a horse become my leader? These problems have severely impacted some people's inherent ideas, and people will have a lot of questions and finally enter the second level. It seems that in society, only the bad guys are in the lead, and the power is supreme. They have no chance. There is no rising channel, no hope. All kinds of injustices make people sleepy and cynical. So here comes the problem. Is there really a mistake in the sentence, evil cannot conquer the right? Are the values preached by adults or ancestors and the country really wrong? Obviously, this is not wrong. Otherwise, it will not exist in the world for so long. So where's the problem? In fact, this problem lies in people's hearts and lies in the lack of a thorough understanding of the four words, the weak eat the strong. Give a simple example. For example, people usually go to school for exams, and let's ignore some extreme factors in a class, in an ordinary class of 50 people. What is the right way? Of course, I got the top 20 on the basis of strength. What about evil ways? Naturally, I cheated in the top 20. So the question is, what is the path of other students who could not pass the top 20 without cheating? Is that the right way? Obviously not. The group of students who have passed the top 20 exams by their strengths are called the right way. As for the evil ways, it's even worse. Those who cheat are. So since they don't belong to the right way or the evil way, then what kind of way is it? This is the problem. To give another example, the civil service examination should be placed at the municipal level for the time being. After all, people who can move their hands and feet in the national or provincial examinations should not have too many ways to insert people, and there is no need to take this risk. What is the right way? Relying on strength to pass the test, realize your ideals, and become a public servant of the country. Let go for the time being, and those who are within the top 30% are considered the right way. What about evil ways? Naturally, it is to spend money to enter the ranks of serving the people by using relationships, black box operations, and so on. Then this question comes again. Although it is a bit hurtful, it is a fact. What is the way of other people besides the two ways of good and evil? In Tang Qing's view, the third level of the phrase evil cannot conquer right has already emerged. Most people are actually not the righteous party. What is the right way? Those who came out top every time in the exam. Those who have passed the tests with strength. Those who realize the value of life by improving their abilities. Those who you are playing games, they are reading, you are watching TV, and they are reporting for classes. Those who are overtaking in the last corner, or you have never seen back from behind. What is evil? Of course, those who cheated on exams and got high scores. Those who go through the back door to get the ideal position. Those who slid their beards and took photos. This is the direct reason why many people doubt the phrase evil can overcome righteousness, because people subjectively put themselves on the side of justice. This is also an excuse for many people to paralyze themselves. They will say, You see, society is like this in the dark. It's definitely not my fault that I'm mixed up like this. I went the right way, and I never did bad things. If the people who can't pass the test by virtue of their strength and can't cheat represent the right way, then what are those who have a great reputation? It can't be right. In Tang Qing's view, if you want to get something, if you can't walk the evil way, you must move closer to the right way. Otherwise, you really won't be able to communicate. Those who have walked the right way should not envy those who have gone the evil way for nothing, because in the later stage, you will find that what is meant by the real evil is overwhelming right. It actually has the meaning of the zeroth level. This involves the relationship between giving and gain. If you want to get something, you have to give first. You just see others get something for nothing. Just see social injustices, and people who have trouble sleeping all day for this reason. Do you need beautiful women? Do you need a sports car? Do you need a villa? Does it need to be respected? Since you want it all, then move both your body and mind. It is useless to think, do it. And it's normal for the cheating group of people to eat spicy food. So what's so envious? If you can't go to this extreme, just go the right way. If you don't have much to pursue, just be the people who eat melons. After all, the cost is the lowest. It depends on your personal pursuit. It doesn't matter whether you are noble or correct. It depends on whether you want it or not. The ones who fear most are self-deception and those who want to get something for nothing. Then there is really no way. If there is such a way, Tang Qing begged. Again, recognize your position. And countless good words of gold and jade are only understood by people to the second level. Without deep stimulation and thinking, it is not easy to transition to the third level of cognition and gain benefits. It is simply wishful thinking that ordinary people want to get a shortcut to the upper echelons through a few words of advice, a few articles, and a few speeches. When people have this kind of thought, it means that people can't calm down to learn and think about the essence of these things. That is the pseudo-3 layer. Just like the 4 words, buy low and sell high. Different people see completely different meanings. 10 people even have 10 opinions, but those who truly agree and think about and can form their own theories can rely on these 4 words make money, and those who watch the excitement can only lose their pants. If you thoroughly understand these 4 words, you will never lose in the stock market. As for the specific method of operation, if I don't get up, I won't throw it. I can afford it for as long as I can. Yes, this is such a nonsense method, but in addition to the previous sentence, if I don't fall down so badly for Lao Tzu won't buy it. These 2 nonsense skills, of course, are not only on the surface. Whoever uses them indiscriminately will definitely not be able to make money. The most important thing is to form your own theory, follow the trend and die, and assume your own profit and loss. Look at the various news carefully concocted by professionals on the internet, as well as some so-called expert interpretations in the message area. Tang Qing suddenly felt that the world was really full of lies. You lied to me. I lied to you. The worst is the retail investors who were targeted. The hard-earned money was put into the pocket by the dealer or even himself, reading novels in previous lives. The protagonist is making a lot of money in the stock market, and he is quite happy, but now that he thinks about it, he doesn't think there is anything. They are all scraping the money from retail investors. Why bother? Be happy. The world is already so difficult, and they have to hurt each other. Tang Qing suddenly felt that earning the money from retail investors even felt a little guilty. Well, Tang Qing knew that his mother was guilty of the heart. This is sick and cured. Bankers shouldn't have this kind of boring compassion, and it is impossible for him to return the money. Forget it, looking sad. No matter what, go play the game. Let's just say Tang Qing played with a legendary private server. There is no genuine private server fun, but also spend money and time. Get out. At noon, Tang Qing was already the most powerful existence in the private server because he charged 1,000 yuan, and he was simply enjoying the thrill of a full-scale sword and a sword. But after the invincible, it didn't have much meaning. It was noon at this time, and Tang Qing turned off the computer to go back to his uncle's house for dinner. Just got a call when I got downstairs. Tang Qing took out his cell phone and looked at it. It turned out to be Lu Gan's number. He couldn't help frowning. What could Lu Gan ask for? Wasn't it the last time you exchanged dollars for this year? This is quite possible. When Lu Gan left his uncle's house last time, he said that he would treat him to dinner. Forget it. What do you think so much? Don't you know immediately? Tang Qing hurriedly walked to the corner where there was no one, pressed the answer button, and said, "Hey, Uncle Lu?" Don't blame him for asking such a stupid question. Once it was a phone call made by a monkey, it is better to ask clearly. Haha, it's me, Xiao Tang. Is it convenient for you to speak now? Lu Gan laughed loudly on the phone. It's convenient. What's the matter? Tang Qing couldn't help feeling nervous. It wasn't something that happened to the US dollars he exchanged out. This was his most worrying and only worrying issue. That's it. Uncle urgently needs $10 million. I wonder if you can provide it by tomorrow afternoon. Lu Gan asked. At this time, he was also a little worried. The last transaction said it was the last time this year. Tang Qing, the person behind the scenes, is likely to temporarily transfer the money away, and he will use it in the next few days. Although this business can't be done, it's okay, but it's always a pity that the meat that you can bite by opening your mouth will fly like this. It turned out to be this. Uncle, you scared me. $10 million, right? No problem. You pay the money in the afternoon, and I will immediately arrange the transfer of goods. Tang Qing breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't the dollar that was wrong. Otherwise, he can only run away. Lu Gan heard that there was no problem and immediately said happily, "That's good, Xiao Tang. You have helped me a lot this time, so that I will settle the exchange rate for you this time at 8.5. Although this transaction may lose 1 or 2 million on its own account, the hidden gains are not comparable to this amount of money. That is really climbing. The target of this transaction is better than the backer of the province. A lot of people. Hee. Then thank Uncle Lu." Tang Qing smiled. It should be. Tang Qing hung up the phone, thinking about the harvest this time. A full 5 million yuan. Hey, he deserves to be a life of hanging up. He doesn't need to do anything. But his hand is a steady profit. Although it is a bit risky, there is no risk in anything. Drinking water may be choked to death. There is no chance of danger. Even if something goes wrong, let's run away. Bye. Tang Qing couldn't help cursing as soon as this thought came out. Many times before, I was worried about the US dollar transaction. I often thought about what to do if the incident happened. The only conclusion I came to was to run away. This has led to less and less psychological burdens when I think about running away. MMP, an abominable conditioned reflex. Afterwards, Sun Chao sent Tang Qing back to his uncle's house. It seemed that Lu Gan was really in a hurry. Tang Qing just picked up his chopsticks to prepare for a meal, and the system prompts that 85 million has been received. Tang Qing hurriedly transferred the money to the system account. Tang Qing was even considering whether to invest the 5 million in the stock market again, but after thinking about it, he dispelled the idea. Even if he invested in it, he would earn a few million. It's not interesting. Now he doesn't look at it. There are millions of this little money. What he is waiting for is the huge profits cashed in the stock market next month, and the risk-free arbitrage of the 3 currencies of the euro, the US dollar, and the renminbi. Millions of millions are really useless. January 22nd. On Saturday, in the afternoon, Tang Qing took 2 classes off. First, he asked Sun Chao to send himself to the company, and then Tang Qing drove the car to send money to Lu Gan alone. Although Sun Chao was puzzled, he didn't ask anything. He now only has one idea to improve his strength and defeat Tang Qing. The soldiers will never allowing himself to be worse than others. He knows that Han Long is also training desperately recently, hoping to defeat Tang Qing alone, and every time he fights against this young man alone, they will realize what is impeccable. Tang Qing drove on the road without a license. He was not afraid of being checked by anyone. In this era, Audi cars are also dedicated to leaders. People who drive this kind of cars either have money or power. Generally, traffic policemen don't stop thinking about it. Checked. Several times before, Tang Qing also wondered if he would be blackmailed when he went to Lu Gan alone. On the way, he was a little nervous, but as he became stronger and stronger and the mall opened up, he was no longer afraid. Tang Qing, whenever I think of the previous cautiousness, I want to laugh a little bit. To be on the safe side, Tang Qing only exchanged US dollars after entering the villa area. Tang Qing parked the car in the courtyard of Lu Gan's villa. At this time, Lu Gan and his group greeted them at the door as usual. "Xiao Tang, is this the car you bought?" Lu Gan asked. The cars Tang Qing drove before were borrowed. Although it was a new car at first glance, he was not sure whether the car was bought by Tang Qing himself. Yes, I bought it at the beginning of the month. Tang Qing replied. Why don't you buy a better car? If you don't have enough money, Uncle has it here. Lugan smiled. He also likes the Audi A6. At his level, he doesn't look at the price, but only at the price. My hobby, I also have an Audi A6 in my garage, and sometimes I don't feel anything wrong when I drive out to meet friends. I am worthy of being there, and others will only praise him for being low-key when I see him. But thinking about Tang Qing this age should like all kinds of fancy and expensive things. Thank you, Uncle Lu. This car is pretty good. It's not that I can't afford a more expensive one, but I still like to keep a low profile. Tang Qing shook his head and smiled. Before he was reborn, he was nearly 30 years old, although he didn't have much money. It doesn't mean that he has little knowledge. There are really few cars he likes. He has no love for sports cars. It is too uncomfortable to drive. He just looks good. He is not interested in driving out to pick up girls, nor is he interested in driving out to show off. People have to be a little bit pursued. Especially after rebirth, after experiencing so much, the things he is really interested in are also quietly changing. Especially after the opening of the mall, he has no interest in cars anymore. Especially, you have to pretend to be forced to find excitement and drive a fighter jet. Find a place full of ammunition and throw it all down. If you don't have any money, you have to drive tanks, armored vehicles, and armed off-road vehicles. This is what a mature man should do. Compared with driving these crispy on the street, let him not feel any excitement. Lugan naturally didn't know Tang Qing's complicated inner journey and only thought he wanted to keep a low profile. This made him look at Tang Qinggao a little bit and exclaimed, "You have this kind of consciousness at a young age. Uncle, really, I was surprised to think that the leader drove Santa. As a businessman, I didn't dare to drive a luxury car. I wanted to drive a more broken car. I was afraid of making taboos. Indeed, it is better to keep a low profile in China. It's not just empty words. There are too many people in China who have pink eye." "Yeah, I think so too. Give it to Brother Gang and Brother Monkey." Tang Qing nodded and passed the two big bags in his hand. Gongzi and the monkey still didn't say a word, and silently took the package and walked into the villa. Naturally, Tang Qing and Lugan also went in. After entering the villa, Lugan made a cup of tea for Tang Qing and handed it over with a smile. "Little Tang, come. This is the dahongpo that I finally got before. Come and taste it." "Big red pouch?" Tang Qing heard that he was interested. Although he did not have a hobby of drinking tea, it did not hinder the curiosity of this level of tea. The things Lugan got may not be from the mother tree, but at least it is not dahongpo. This is something that only exists in the legend for ordinary people. Tang Qing quickly picked up the teacup and took a sip, then closed his eyes and recollected. Well, it smells like tea. It's fragrant. Other than that, there is nothing left. He is not a professional. How can the taste be different from other teas? It only feels that it is not much different from other teas. Dahongpo is nothing more than that. Is this fake? Tang Qing took another sip and said, "Well, it's okay. It's not as good as it tastes. It just tastes different from other teas. There is nothing magical." "Uncle Lu, is the brewing method wrong?" "Like it is like it. What it is like, he doesn't like to pretend to be a boring comparison. He has to boast against his will. It is really not delicious. Lugan will not be deceived." After speaking, he looked at Lugan suspiciously. "Haha, Xiao Tanghua is really quick to talk. I like your non-pretentiousness. What you said is pretty good. It's not necessarily where this big red robe is delicious, but your expectations are too high. That's all. My uncle can be sure that this is the real dahongpo, and it's on the mother tree, not grafted." Uncle, a tea lover, didn't taste how delicious and amazing it was. It can only be said to be rare and special. To put it bluntly, this kind of tea is a novel and rare drink. Even my uncle knows that many other teas can be made after special treatment and frying. There is no difference from this. When it comes to this, you should know the truth inside. It's driven by interests. I won't say more if there are too many. I will experience it by myself, and I will stop at it." Lugan said with a laugh. "Haha. Yes, there are few things in the first place. So how can I benefit if I don't hype it?" Tang Qing nodded in agreement. Just as all kinds of things in later generations were packaged by various merchants, it could cure all diseases. Tang Qing looked disgusted. If according to the posters of those merchants, there are really few things that are not anti-cancer. As with tumors, just one thing has a long list of functions of curing and preventing diseases in healthcare, and all things have a variety of magic powers. It is impossible for ordinary people to have the ability to identify. They can only passively accept all kinds of information bombardment. Many people choose to ask Baidu and ask experts, and Baidu and experts can be bought, and ordinary people are naturally deceived. Damn, in this world, Baidu should dare to play bidding rankings so unscrupulously and without a bottom line, and create a bunch of smoky hospitals. Seeing that I don't make you crazy, wanting to make money is not a special way of making money. Looking at the black heart hospitals in the previous life is simply cheating money. Finding some so-called old experts and professors to sit in, take the name of a cow, and open the door to collect the money grandiosely, which is simply abhorrent. There are also those black-hearted shopping advertisements on TV that specifically cheat the elderly for money. Find an actor and guest star in a dozen or more false advertisements. Finally, the money is spent. The key is that the elderly who do not have the ability to identify believe that they bought it. Eating, yes, it's all sugar, water, hormones, and the like, which can't kill people, but if you don't have this effect, it will delay the condition of others. In other words, this group of black-hearted businessmen is not only seeking money, but also killing them, and they should all be arrested. Moreover, Tang Qing also hopes that smart medical care can develop faster, combined with big data, can greatly alleviate the tension of medical resources. Because in fact, many diseases have fixed prescriptions. This is the biggest difference between Western medicine and Chinese medicine. Western medicine can be promoted and tried on a large scale. A doctor's experience may only have a few dozen patients. But if you change it to the era of big data, the intelligent system will have millions of cases, and the probability of misdiagnosis will drop to the extreme. The replacement of labor by machines can also greatly alleviate the strain on medical resources. Tang Qing knew that someone had been doing it all the time, but he didn't show up before rebirth, or he didn't know if it was used on a small scale. In the future, I may also be involved in the pharmaceutical industry, or it will definitely be involved. After all, how is it possible that a banker does not sell drugs? For a very simple example, if a banker has countless money, would he want it? How about extending life? This is for sure. The more money they have, the more they are afraid of death. So what will they do? Naturally, it is to acquire and set up its own pharmaceutical companies and laboratories, as well as purchase and sponsor a large number of biological research institutes and major scientific research institutions, and then find ways to discover the secrets of longevity and even longevity. This is something you can think of with your ass. It is even conservatively estimated that each banker of that group of bankers will spend no less than $1 billion in it every year. This is the most conservative estimate. If you let your mind go a little bit, it can even reach tens of billions of dollars a year. Tens of billions are not uncommon. I really think where the huge donations of the major biological and virus research institutes and related biological experiment centers in the world come from. And how can it be possible that so many entrepreneurs really spend money on them? This is the determination of the rich to explore life. It's like every emperor wants to live forever. The idea of longevity is rooted in people's hearts. Just like in every TV and movie, it has never disappeared. Even Tang Qing, who had the system, couldn't resist such temptation. Because this means not only the lifespan of oneself and their loved ones, but also the right to speak and influence in the future. No one in the world wants to lag behind. Tang Qing estimates that the global investment in the project of human life extension every year will not be it's not uncommon for it to be less than $500 billion even to flip. Well, the plan to invest in pharmaceutical companies, biological laboratories, and major biological research institutes will be discussed later, and now we will first solve the real problems. Uncle Lou, I want to ask you something. Do you know anyone who can provide large private loans? Tang Qing asked. After cashing out the stocks next month, deducting the $30 million capital injection for Shengtang clothing. Although there are still tens of millions available, but he is guilty of obsessive-compulsive disorder. He is ready to collect up to 10 million euros before conducting currency arbitrage transactions. It is equivalent to saying that he still needs to borrow nearly 70 to 80 million yuan. Although the interest rate of this short-term loan may be as high as 2% a month, but no matter how high the interest rate is, it will not make money fast. According to the current market situation of the three currencies, I earn more money in one day than the interest of these 2 months, so I don't feel sorry for the millions of interest at all. Now it's time to inquire about financing channels and make contact first. When the stock market funds are drawn out, they will start working immediately. TSK. Tang Qing feels that a large wave of banknotes is approaching him, and he must try to bury himself with money. It's exciting to think about it. The bank loan procedures are too cumbersome, and according to the bank's urgency, even if your company can lend out 20 million after injecting 30 million in capital, it should burn a lot of money, and there is no use at all. As for the loan companies that post small advertisements, let's forget it. First, they don't necessarily have so much money. Second, such a huge amount of funds must be collateralized. They don't have so much collateral unless they have one. A strong person is willing to provide him with a guarantee, but it is a good starting point to ask Lu Gan. First, he knows a lot of people, so he doesn't need to go to those small companies by himself. Second, he also wanted to let Lu Gan do the guarantee for him. Otherwise, he would not be able to collect all the money on his own. Xiao Tang, are you short of money again? Is there a problem with the previous investment or? Lu Gan asked strangely, but he was not curious and even asked a silly question. Even if Tang Qing's previous investment was lost, it was impossible to tell him, but he was confused. Tang Qing just asked him to borrow more than 30 million. Now that he wants to borrow again, he has to ask clearly. After all, it is strictly his funds, and Tang Qing has not yet returned his dollars. That's not true. Uncle, rest assured. The previous investment income was good, and there was no problem. The net will be closed in the second half of next month. This borrowing will require a large amount of capital to make some investment after the year. It is also a quick profit. After 2 months, be prepared to make contact first, so as not to be in a hurry. Tang Qing replied truthfully with a smile. He did not think that Lu Gan asked this question a bit inappropriate. This is natural, but he does not have any collateral with Lu Gan, and there is no contract. It is all verbally agreed on credit. Before Lu Gan's US dollars were paid, this strictly speaking, Lu did the money, so it's normal to find out where he is going. That's good. Uncle will lend you how much you need this time, Lu Gan said with a sigh of relief. As long as there is no problem with the previous investment, Lu Gan believes 80% of whether Tang Qing is telling the truth. This is based on Tang Qing's historical credit, background, and logical judgment. Businessmen, 80% are already very high conclusions. If other people, or even a well-known partner Lu Gan, would not necessarily borrow money so actively. Merchants, liquid funds are the lifeblood. How can they easily lend to others? But Tang Qing is different. Although Tang Qing is very young, but behind him the strength of is definitely not weak. Forces of that level will not care about this little money at all. Think about the $10 million in cash in front of you. This is iron-like strength in front of you. Plus, there is a sense of intimacy of complicity in bad things. Although the last 30 million has not been repaid, borrowing another sum is not a big deal. Besides, the more borrowed, the stronger the relationship between the two parties. The so-called multiple friends, multiple paths, and more friends like Tang Qing, who are extremely wild, are also a huge guarantee. Just like this transaction, the big man will definitely be able to do so in the future. Take care of yourself, the stronger your position will be, and it will be considered an extra layer of life-saving means. In the past, there were many people in the province who could move him. In the future, as long as you have a good relationship with that big man, those who can move yourself in the province will not. More than one hand. Even if he could move, he would not dare to punish him to death. This time it will cost 80 million renminbi, and the deadline is 2 months. I am afraid of squeezing Uncle's development funds, Tang Qing said hesitantly. This is what he said in his heart. He only wanted Lu Gan as a guarantee to ask the special lender. People borrow it because Lu Gan himself is also a family to support, and there is too much money needed. In this era, plus the 30 million he gave himself before, the circulating fund of more than 1 billion is definitely as superb in 2005. Huge sum of money. No problem, 80 million yuan. Don't worry that your uncle has no money. At the level of uncle, 70 or 80 million will come out at random, Lu Gan said with a smile. Only 80 million, just a pile of US dollars in front of him. It is not a big sum for a great businessman like him. He is not an ordinary businessman, and there are not too many ways to finance and borrow. That's okay. Do you want this Uncle Qian to repay in RMB or US dollars? Tang Qing smiled pretentiously. Then pay it back in US dollars. Lu Gan didn't want to say directly. The renminbi is worthless in China. It's good to be able to ask for US dollars. This is an absolute hard currency. But Lu Gan seemed to think of something and asked again. Xiaotang, is 80 million enough? Look at Tang Qing's tone. It's not too easy to pay back this dollar. Lu Gan also thought about giving charcoal in the snow. If Tang Qing borrows more money, he will make more money. If there are more, then the relationship must be deeper, because he suddenly remembered that if he climbed into that big man, his status in the industry would be absolutely different in the future. Only that big man could eat his whole year's dollars. However, Tang Qing's group has the power to spend US dollars at home and abroad. Naturally, they are friends with whom they can bring US dollars into the country. This means that there should be more US dollars abroad. Tang Qing also said before that the people behind him are actively preparing for overseas dollar business, and his future demand is huge. It would be nice to make Tang Qing and the people behind him thank him. Uncle can borrow more. Tang Qing couldn't help but exclaimed. The more money is naturally the better. He feels that he can borrow 80 million with his best effort. No matter how much it is a bit hanged. However, I did not expect Lu Gan to be so powerful, and his credit is really good here, and at the same time he feels very much in his heart. It's grateful. Lu Gan didn't need to say this sentence. He knew that he certainly didn't have a mortgage and dared to lend it to himself. This trust couldn't help but touch her. Of course, don't underestimate your uncle. Lu Gan laughed, and from Tang Qing's expression, it can be seen that he did it right this time. The other party really needs a lot of money. He has no interest in what the other party does to make money. At his level, what he needs is not just how much money, but the potential. The more the other party earns, the greater his favor. And this funding will definitely not go wrong. People with this background will definitely use cheating methods and win everything. Seeing Lu Gan's pledge to borrow more money, Tang Qing couldn't help being active. The more he borrowed would naturally make more money. According to the current currency market, even if the international exchange rate fluctuates slightly, at least the capital will turn over every month in the past few months. Double that is absolutely guaranteed, which means that the time to become a billionaire has been advanced. But he had to ask how much Lu Gan could borrow, so he said, "Thank you for your uncle's trust. I don't know how much uncle can borrow at most. Of course, the more the better." Lu Gan thought for a while and said, "If it only takes 2 months, I can provide up to 300 million yuan here, and then $200 million will be returned, and 100 million yuan will be returned." If 200 million US dollars were enough for him to digest for more than a year before, but he will do more and more in the future, this amount of money will be estimated to be less than half a year in the future, which is not too much. Yes, 300 million is 300 million. In order to prevent uncle from losing money, let's not talk about interest. I will exchange this money into US dollars at an exchange rate of 1 minute and 8.1 second. Tang Qing thought for a while and said, "The monthly interest paid to Lu Qian is almost a little over a little bit, which is not high, or even low, but Tang Qing is not guilty about the other hidden benefits that this money brings to Lu Qian. Okay, no problem. I'll see how it will be transferred to you on February 1st. Lu Gan smiled. On average, this point of interest is very low, about 1% lower than normal lending to others. He will also lost 5 or 6 million yuan in interest, but this amount of money is a SHD. No problem. Thank you so much, uncle." Tang Qing said happily, finally solving a problem, and there was an unexpected gain. It's more than 300 million. If I count it over a month, it will be at least 600 million, and it will be 1.2 billion in 2 months. This is still a conservative estimate. In the end, it may be possible to earn 1.78 billion in 2 months, and Lu Gan will be paid back. Of 300 million, I still have at least 1 billion of funds to use. Tang Qing was shocked by this number. Mamma mia. Heaven. Tang Qing didn't know how to spend such a huge sum of money for a while. Tang Qing was drooling even thinking about this. If the money has been doing arbitrage transactions, even if some exchange rate fluctuation risks are deducted, it will not be difficult to increase your own funds to the scale of tens of billions by the end of next year. Damn, the speed of making money is really crazy. But although the money will be made crazy in the future, Tang Qing is not crazy yet. Now that the capital is small, small transactions won't attract attention. But if you throw in tens of billions or more of funds, you will be as dazzling as a beacon in the dark. It's strange if you don't get noticed. Even if someone else, if I can't find myself, I don't dare to spend the money. So Tang Qing calmed down and felt that there is no need to play in the whole warehouse in the future. It is really looking for death. The number of foreign accounts he binds now is also limited. One account can't exchange too many at once. Tang Qing prepares for each of these. The arbitrage account is only 50 million euros in a single amount. No matter how much it is too conspicuous. 50 million once, 10 times a day is 500 million euros. Although it is equally conspicuous, it is at least the upper limit of 100 million euros. Okay, damn, even if the amount of 50 million euros is a little high, it's a bit high. A month's trading volume of 15 billion euros is 180 billion euros a year. It's a ghost if you don't focus on monitoring. Up. Tang Qing's brain was in a state of war. No, 50 million is a bit too high then. One account is 20 million euros in a single time, and he is really a little embarrassed with more. Only more than 70 billion euros a year. Nima, it's still a bit too much. Hey, it seems that I can change to a new account. Damn, how can I forget this? The system-bound account can be unbound within 1 month, so that it won't attract less attention. All right, well, but a single transaction is still set at 20 million euros. The transaction volume of about 6 billion euros a month is already very high. At this time, Tang Qing once again experienced the first lesson taught him by the system, fearing unknown risks. Fortunately, he has not been stunned by the money, otherwise he may be strangled in the cradle before he rises. By the way, Xiao Tang, when is it estimated that your foreign dollar exchange business can be opened? Lugan asked again. Tang Qing was pulled into reality by Lugan's question, and after thinking about it for a while, he said, I'm not sure about this. No one told me. Since it is not clear what Lugan is doing, he is not interested in opening up this business, because it is too dangerous, and one is implicated if he is not careful. That's it, that's good. If this business is launched, you should be the first to talk to your uncle. Don't worry, your uncle is a person with a bottom line. He will never get involved in the transfer of assets or money laundering, or even uncles in the future. You can also participate in this business. Domestic and foreign dollar exchanges are not all illegal, and some are actually helping the country save foreign exchange. The country really hits those underground banks and companies that dig the country's foreign exchange reserves, as long as we don't touch this. There is a red line. With our relationship, no one will come to look for things, and may even help us. Lugan said slowly. He didn't know if Tang Qing had just refused to start the business, or if he had taken precautions against him. But in order to reassure Tang Qing, he first clarified the matter, and then the people behind Tang Qing opened the business. We'll definitely find him. As for why he would emphasize his own legal nature, although there is no law that stipulates that this kind of behavior is legal, in his opinion, the amount of money that can get money into the country is considered to be in the patriotic camp, otherwise it is not. The money came in, but the money went out. Tang Qing was right. Now my country's foreign exchange reserves are too small. Those who help international hot money to dig into foreign exchange reserves are indeed the key targets. It is quite true that people think that in future generations, my country's foreign exchange reserves are several trillion US dollars, which will not be spent at all. There are even some ridiculous ideas that it is not good to use them for investment and purchase of foreign assets. Have to buy the national bonds of the United States. Every time he sees this kind of remarks that do not use his brain and watch the excitement, Tang Qing has the urge to curse. Let's set aside other reasons for now. First of all, if the money does not buy U.S. national bonds, which are basically risk-free things, well, let's invest in other countries' stock markets, minerals, enterprises, technology, and all other valuable and intangible assets. So what will happen? For example, in a certain country in Africa, a piece of land priced at 100 million US dollars, there are many timber resources and some mineral resources, which are very valuable for investment. Well, one day, a person in China went to find the owner of this piece of land. As for whether the owner is a country, a company, or an individual, is the same. The man went and told him, "Brother, come, smoke a cigarette. I think your place is good. I paid $100 million and sold it to me. As for how much money I will sell in the future, don't reveal the current price. The owner heard it. Yes, this person's bid is quite appropriate, and it's okay. I'll sell it to you for $100 million US dollars. When the man heard that, he was very happy to pay $100 million US dollars and left happily. He found a large international asset appraisal agency and gave another cigarette and said, "Brother, I will give you $1 million US dollars for that piece of land. How about giving me an asset evaluation report of $200 million US dollars?" When the evaluation agency heard it, "No, my risk is not small, and I have to find other mechanisms for fake mineral resource exploration reports. I will do it for $2 million US dollars." People agreed without thinking. Then the man found a domestic institution that manages foreign exchange investment and handed him another cigarette. "Brother, this is a good land, worth $200 million US dollars. It looks like it's all compatriots. Come and come, I'll sell you for $150 million US dollars. Don't tell anyone." The people of the Foreign Exchange Investment Management Agency saw it. Good guys, the internationally renowned appraisal agency evaluated the value of $200 million US dollars. I bought it for $150 million US dollars. Well, it's really a good investment. It's a political achievement, not bad. And it's still land, and the resources seem to be very rich, so it's definitely not a loss. It's just. The man's eyes lit up, and another $1 million was handed over. In the end, that person naturally made tens of millions of dollars. The above process can be applied to any asset, whether it is shares, land, minerals, real estate, etc. Of course, the process will definitely not copy the above completely. The variants are so varied, and even that person can directly not participate. Let the companies and governments of other countries participate and sit behind the scenes. After such a process operation, Tang Qing wants to this will be another wealth myth and inspirational story. The key is that the embezzlement of state-owned assets in the country may also be liquidated, but there are many international organizations in the above. Even with the participation of foreign governments and companies, the investigation process is extremely complicated. If you use your brain, you will not be afraid of being liquidated afterwards. Therefore, Tang Qing certainly supports the country's purchase of U.S. national bonds. At least I still know where the money is. If it were used for investment, it would really be another wealth feast. What a disgusting person. Moreover, these assets are not only available for purchase, but also available for sale. The state buys them at a high price, and then sells them to that person at a low price. The means will simply anger a large group of people who eat melons. Well, I really don't know when to open this business. They are working hard. It is estimated that it will be almost in the second half of next year, but this is just my guess and not necessarily accurate. Tang Qing said slowly. Although he was a little moved, he would not make such a hasty decision. As for the regulations until the second half of the year, he just wanted to investigate the business that Lu Qian and him had done. Haha, that's good. At least there is a time limit. I hope that I will take care of my uncle more. Lu Gan said happily after hearing a play. Although Tang Qing did not say the specific time, since Tang Qing dared to say it, it represents there is a certain degree of certainty. After all, at least it's not a core figure. Where, let's cooperate and take care of each other. Tang Qing said hurriedly. Yes, come, have another cup. Lu Gan laughed. After leaving Lu Gan, Tang Qing returned to the company first, and then asked Sun Chao to send himself to school. Now the money problem has been solved in advance, and the 300 million funds can be credited to the account on the 1st, so he has been thinking about foreign bank accounts throughout the afternoon. It is actually very easy to handle. There are countless money laundering accounts all over the world, and there are no transactions. Limited by the volume and the number of transactions, there has long been a specialized company to start this business. Tang Qing doesn't need to worry about it. He only needs to contact the other party and state his requirements. The most important thing is to be a little bit concealed. Otherwise, if you are noticed, you will be finished playing as soon as someone traces it over the phone or the internet. He doesn't trust the companies that deal with such accounts on behalf of them, nor will they underestimate the strength of those banks. It's not an exaggeration to say that foreign banks and those money laundering companies are inextricably linked. After all, this can increase bank performance and charge more handling fees by the way. Happy but not for it. The group of agents who handle this kind of accounts don't even need money. As soon as the bank opens their mouths, the other party may hand over their own contact information, wagging their tails to please their sponsors. Therefore, he didn't believe it whether it was the banks or the agency companies that said it was absolutely confidential. Because in the world of capital, absolute secrecy is empty talk. Just like the customer information of some tax havens and offshore centers. Do you really think that others can't find the equity structure inside? A joke. For a certain level of people, these are simply public information. There is no approval of some people and no behind-the-scenes exchanges. You want to set up such a tax avoidance paradise to make money. Dreaming. Go to you. The information age. Big part of the information is not valuable, but the value of some of the information is simply outrageous. Your small island countries possess such important information. Naturally, it is a delicious piece of information. Therefore, Tang Qing never believes in the so-called offshore companies. The absolute confidentiality of this is only for ordinary people at the national level or even at the banker or consortium level. It is not a secret at all. Even ordinary people will have intelligence organizations that can provide this information as long as you are willing to spend enough money. As for the ownership of equity, the same is true. Can dozens of cross-shareholdings cover the traces? How is it possible that with the customer information of the entire offshore center, in front of the specialized equity structure algorithm and equity information processing software, hundreds of cross-shareholdings are useless, so I can find you in minutes? Of course, the above is only for Tang Qing. For most people, the confidentiality of offshore centers is still quite good, because in the future, his main opponents will be those almost omniscient banks and even countries, so he has to be the most cautious. Considerations. After a whole afternoon of consideration, Tang Qing already had a relatively confidential account opening plan. Before Lu Qian's funds arrived, he should be able to prepare a total of 6 international accounts. If possible, he is going to register dozens of hundreds of accounts at once, so as not to look for each other when changing the binding accounts every month, which is a bit too eye-catching. If there are more contacts, the risk of exposure will naturally increase. Hey, the mode of lying down and making money is about to begin. January 24th. On Monday, on the way to school in the morning, Jolie called and said to repay the loan. This surprised Tang Qing, and only after inquiring did he figure out the situation. After giving the information to Do Jiao a few days ago, he adhered to the principle of calling Yin Guangting 10 days in advance to ask about the repayment time and method. Do Jiao directly called Yin Guangting over, and the other party decided to repay the loan in advance after considering it for a while. It's not because Yin Guangting had a 0.2% interest discount in advance, but Yin Guangting often fell ill during this period and was living in the hospital at this time. After receiving a call 2 days ago, Tang Qing estimated that Yin Guangting thought he was collecting debts. Thinking of paying back the money as soon as possible, I settled my mind. As for why Jolie made this call, it was because Yin Guangting could not come in the hospital, and he was worried about letting his son come. Yin Guangting knew that his son was insecure, and he almost offended or even offended Tang Qing last time. Time's own son's evaluation of Tang Qing was not good either. In order to avoid conflicts, he asked his old friend Zhou Li to accompany his son to pay back the money. Tang Qing naturally chose Li Jiangguo as the repayment location. As soon as school was over at noon, Tang Qing and Li Kai took a taxi to Baiwei restaurant. This incident was not called Do Jiao and Sun Chao. Originally, he wanted to let the other party go to the company to pay it back, but after all, this was what he had received before. It is better for customers to come in person. After all, everyone is familiar with it, and they directly call themselves. In the future, Do Jiao and the customers they will receive will not participate by themselves. Tang Qing felt displeased when he thought of having to eat again, and Yin Fei, who disliked each other. Although he is considered a foodie, he doesn't like socializing. Even if he wants to eat, he likes to order a large table of dishes with a few friends and eat happily. Fortunately, Do Jiao is now taking over this business. I can finally be free from now on. 12 o'clock. Baiwei restaurant. Zhou Li and Yin Fei came here early. In Zhou Li's opinion, this is the rule. You owe people money and pretend to be an uncle. How is this possible? There are definitely a few who have the courage and ideas. Those who really dare to do this, in the future, The biggest loss is the bad reputation. I really think that the uncle is so good to be an uncle. Now as an uncle, one day he will double as his grandson back. The worst thing is that no one will pay attention to you if he pretends to be his grandson in the future. The name of the person and the shadow of the tree follow you like a shadow. Don't overdraw your credit, let alone play with prestige. Otherwise, there will be no good end. Yin Guangding asked Zhou Li to accompany him. Yin Fei was naturally dissatisfied. This was a manifestation of distrust of himself. What is the difficulty of paying back the money? I can't figure it out, especially if I pay it back by myself. The other party should come to pick it up. In his opinion, you were an uncle before borrowing money, and after borrowing money, you begged me to pay back the money. What kind of uncle are you pretending to be? Although he was not angry, since his father had decided, Yin Fei naturally did not dare to object, lest he would make his father angry again. Before that, he embezzled a little of the factory funds before sending Yin Guangding into the hospital. I don't agree with many of my father's ideas, but I don't want to make my father angry. Just looking at the box of money in his hand, Yin Fei felt distressed again. This was more than 400,000 yuan. He had never mastered such a large sum of money. Even if he was in charge of the factory during this period, his finances were still there. The person arranged by his father was also watched by his uncle, and he didn't dare to be too messy, especially when he thinks that Tang Qing is so young that he can decide such a large right to use the funds. And he also knows that Zhou Li borrowed a lot from Tang Qing, which adds up to millions. The small movements continued, and the salary deposit on the plane did not exceed 50,000. When he thought of this, Yin Fei felt jealous again. After getting out of the car, Yin Fei walked into the byway restaurant with a strange mood, while Zhou Li went to buy cigarettes. As soon as he walked in, Yin Fei, who was already gloomy, instantly lit up with a figure at this moment, and he hurried up. Yin Fei ran to the front desk and said in surprise, quietly, "You are here. I haven't heard from you since you left. Ask anyone who doesn't know, and I finally see you again." At this time, Zhang Jing was receiving customers with a smile on her face. Because it is a service industry, she naturally needs to face customers with a smile. These months of exercise made her smile mildly all day long, who didn't like to laugh very much. Many customers praised her. She smiled beautifully, but when she heard this sound, Zhang Jing was shocked. She turned her head and saw the familiar face in front of her, and she immediately sank her face like a reflex. "Yin Fei, what are you doing here?" Zhang Jing said coldly. "Every time I saw this person, I remembered his brilliant past, and I felt disgusted." Yin Fei didn't care about Zhang Jing's tone. Anyway, the same as before, and then said excitedly, "I'm here to eat. You know, after you leave, Mr. Yin, don't affect my work." Zhang Jing said coldly. Yin Fei was interrupted by Zhang Jing before she finished speaking, and she panicked when she heard these words. "Why did you leave? Wouldn't it be okay to follow me? Now I am in charge of the factory, you." Yin Fei continued regardless. "Yin Fei, shut up, I repeat. First, don't call me quiet. This is not what you called. Second, I am completely not interested in you and your family background. And finally, I will tell you one more sentence. I know what happened between you and Ma Li and Lu Qianqian, and what you did in the warehouse, so it is impossible for us. Please stop talking, okay?" Zhang Jing looked at Yin Fei contemptuously and said. Yin Fei was immediately confused when he heard this. How could Zhang Jing know about these things? But in order to get the woman in front of him, the field tested, he immediately performed his stunts, looked at Zhang Jing affectionately, and said, "Quiet. Yes, I admit, I have a relationship with them, but what I really care about is you. I don't have a relationship with them anymore, and they seduce me first and want to be promoted to the squad leader in the factory. I also bear it for a while. I can't help but be tempted, but you can rest assured that if you follow me in the future, I will definitely treat you wholeheartedly." In order to cooperate with what he said just now, Yin Fei took a step forward, yawned boringly, squeezed some tears, and wet his eyes. Zhang Jing stared at Yin Fei's shameless speech and acting in a daze. If she didn't know the truth, she might have believed it. How could the two girls do this kind of thing to be the squad leader? She knew that. Two girls. Yin Fei threatened to fire them before giving up. Naturally, she believed the two women who came back crying, instead of Yin Fei with the disgusting face in front of him. "Yin Fei, How dare you come to lie to me? You really treat me as one of those little girls who haven't been involved in the world. Zhang Jing took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in her heart. After all, she is still at work and cannot post here if she is angry. Otherwise, Tang Qing and Li Jianguo will not say anything, and will support herself even after knowing the truth. But she is also I don't want this to affect the business in the store today. Zhang Jing said lightly. Mr. Yen, please respect yourself. It is now during the work period. Please don't disturb my work. Do you need to eat? Seeing that the previous big move didn't work, Yen Fei suddenly felt irritated and began to play the rogue loudly and said, I don't care. As long as you forgive me, I won't disturb your work. Mr. Yen, if you don't eat, please leave here. You are not welcome here. And your voice is quieter. Please don't affect other customers in the hotel. Zhang Jing said again. At this time, other customers who are close to the front desk have noticed here, watching the excitement, and lowering their heads and whispering from time to time. This made Zhang Jing, who had no experience in handling, nervous for a while. I don't care. If you don't forgive me, I won't leave. If you don't forgive me, I will come to you every day and I won't let you do business well. Yen Fei said loudly, thinking that he had caught Zhang Jing. His shortcomings, his logic is very simple. If you don't agree to me, I won't let you work in peace. When the time comes, Zhang Jing will forgive him, and then he will try his best to embrace the beauty. If you don't forgive yourself, then every day, when the time comes, the boss who can't stand it fires Zhang Jing. In the end, Zhang Jing, who has nowhere to go and has family difficulties, will return to her hands. Zhang Jing heard that she was really angry. She managed to find this salary, and the boss is a very good job. She also likes this kind of working environment very much, so she will be lost by the rogue in front of her. Alright, even if Tang Qing and Li Jianguo stayed behind, they wouldn't be embarrassed to influence the store's business here anymore. Thinking of the situation where she would wander around and work everywhere in the future, Zhang Jing couldn't help feeling sad, and she couldn't control her tears for a while and filled her eyes. Yen Fei on the side saw it. I didn't feel the slightest pity for Xiang Yu in my heart, but thought that my goal was about to be achieved. My heart was filled with happiness, and my face became proud. Just when Zhang Jing was so angry. Who is such a big talk, not letting us do business well? A voice sounded from the side, making Zhang Jing, who was bowing her head, suddenly felt like she found the backbone. Her face broke into a smile, and she raised her head to look in the direction of the voice's owner. At this time, Tang Qing and Li Kai walked in from outside the door. Tang Qing also just arrived. He didn't hear what Yen Fei said before, but the last sentence was really heard. As soon as he got out of the taxi, he found Yen Fei standing at the front desk saying something in the distance. He began to think it was a matter of asking for directions, but as soon as I approached, I heard the words that prevented them from doing business well, and saw Zhang Jing who was about to cry on the side, and I was immediately unhappy. What's more, the employee who dared to bully me is still Zhang Jing, the sister who has been taking care of him, looking for death. Originally, he was very dissatisfied with Yen Fei. This is the first person who questioned his high liquidated damages face to face. He was very impressed, and naturally also very annoying. Now he is bullying my employees to show their prestige. I am really bullying. Yen Fei turned his head and saw that Tang Qing frowned, especially when she saw Tang Qing wearing a school uniform, and his handsomeness left him more than 8 streets. Jealousy began to sprout, and she couldn't help but become more irritable, so she took orders. Said in a gentle tone, Tang Qing, you are here. You go to the box first. I have something to deal with here. He hadn't heard the meaning of Tang Qing's words before, so he instinctively put Tang Qing in his own camp, thinking that he was just helping him to speak. Is your business bullying her? Tang Qing glanced at Zhang Jing coldly, seeing that Yen Fei hadn't figured out the situation of the enemy and us, especially Yen Fei's tone of you must listen to Lao Tzu. It's uncomfortable. Co-authoring you have to bully us all. What do you mean? Yen Fei asked, frowning. I mean you are going to bully her, right? Tang Qing asked again with his arms folded, and at the same time shook his head. He was really anxious for Yen Fei's IQ. If you defeat this kind of opponent, the audience will scold him. Tang Qing, this matter has nothing to do with you. Don't worry about it. Yen Fei said coldly. He thought that Tang Qing, a student who had not yet stepped out of campus, had a sense of justice and wanted to heroes to save the beauty, so he couldn't help but sneered in his heart. A little kid is a kid. Even if you have money, you still can't walk when you see a woman. Why, it has nothing to do with me. You bully my employees. Can I leave it alone? Tang Qing smiled lightly. Although he owns only 30% of the shares, strictly speaking the store is owned by Li Jianguo, but Zhang Jing is himself the recruiter, his own spokesperson, is absolutely right to say that it is him. Your employee? Are you the owner of this restaurant? Yan Fei was taken aback and asked in surprise. Only then did he realize what Tang Qing meant in the first sentence when he appeared. That was not helping him. He was helping Zhang Jing. It was ridiculous that he thought Tang Qing was a nosy outsider. When he thought of his stupid appearance, Yan Fei even had a fever on his face. This restaurant has my shares. She is naturally my employee. What else do you want to say? Tang Qing said with a smile. You? She used to be an employee of our factory, we know. Yan Fei said anxiously, and at the same time he was mad with jealousy. Tang Qing is tall and handsome, looks great, and has money in the family. And even though Tang Qing did not say that he was there, how much shares are held here. But looking at the scale of this hotel, you know that you earn a lot every month, not even less than what your own factory earns. When he thinks of this, Yan Fei doesn't know what to say. What's the difference between people and people? God gave Tang Qing all his wealth and appearance, and he didn't have anything. Is that the case? Tang Qing turned his head and said to Zhang Jing. Now he is not sure about the relationship between the two. If the couple is in conflict, he is indeed a little nosy. If Yan Fei stalks, no, he used to harass me in the factory and threatened other employees to have a relationship. I left without being disturbed. Zhang Jing quickly explained that she didn't want Tang Qing to misunderstand how close she was with Yan Fei. Oh, really? Yan Fei, what else do you have to say? Tang Qing said coldly. Hearing Yan Fei's deeds, he now hates Yan Fei more than anything. It's disgusting. It's like this when chasing girls. The 3 indiscriminate methods are nothing more than a walking mallet. He is the most disgusting kind of person. Even if you cheat, he will look at Yan Fei high and use coercive methods to obtain women and scumbags. You need to take care of it. This is my private matter. Quietly, I will not give up. Yan Fei was also very angry when he saw Zhang Jing directly exposing the funds. At this time, several customers nearby also heard Zhang Jing. Having said that, he has already begun to point him, which makes him feel ashamed today. Tang Qing saw that Yan Fei had started to be a rogue and almost laughed in anger. Just as he wanted to speak, Li Kai stood up and pointed at Yan Fei and cursed. Damn, you are a scumbag, dare to bully Sister Jingjing. So if you dare to come here in the future, I won't beat you to death. Li Kai couldn't bear it anymore. He usually came to the store and was taken care of by Zhang Jing. She also liked this enthusiastic and beautiful big sister very much. Seeing being bullied by this scum, he wouldn't be able to bear it even without Tang Qing, not to mention Tang Qing. The second generation is here, so naturally, I am more courageous. Who are you? Which little kid? Go away. Yan Fei said contemptuously. To a high school student, even though the number of opponents is dominant, he is not afraid at all. He only thinks that Li Kai is bluffing and dare not do anything. It's just that Yan Fei underestimated Li Kai. Tang Qing was very clear. If he angered Li Kai, he would dare to rush to fight. He was a good student in his previous life, and Li Kai was not a safe master. Especially it was the former life that Li Kai's family became richer and richer, and he became more and more confident, and his courage became fatter. Not to mention hate and hatred, but in terms of fighting injustice, he is definitely reaching the point where awards can be awarded. Damn, dare to scold me, see if I don't. Li Kai rolled up his sleeves and saw that he was about to rush up. Tang Qing stopped him quickly. It wasn't for Yan Fei's help. It was just that even if he had to carry it out, he was himself. Come on, Li Kai is better not to get involved. Seeing Tang Qing stopping Li Kai, Yan Fei became more convinced of his own thoughts. He thought they were really afraid of him. At the same time, he became more daring. He said disdainfully, You have the ability to do it, kid boy. Your lord snapped. As soon as Yan Fei's voice fell, Tang Qing took a step forward and slapped him up. Of course, this slap controlled his strength and did not slap Yan Fei to the ground. This kind of person's physical pain is not the most painful. Those who are afraid, They are afraid of face, so it's good to vent their anger if they fight too hard. How to slap the second slap. You said you want to do it. I didn't force you. Everyone has heard it. I'm doing good deeds to satisfy this gentleman's special hobbies. Tang Qing raised his hand that beat people, and said the innocent turned around and laughed, which made Zhang Jing and Li Kai couldn't help but laugh. The customers who were close naturally followed up, but they turned their eyes to the distant customers. Past 10. After 10 past 20, the whole hall soon knew what happened. As for which version of the final variant, Tang Qing didn't know. However, Tang Qing was a righteous party, but he did not make a mistake. Very handsome and kind, smiles very sunny, looks comfortable. As for the other one, it's definitely a bad guy. This is the unanimous view of the girls in the audience. Yan Fei was stupefied by this slap, feeling the numbness on his face dumbly. I was beaten. He was beaten in the crowd. He was beaten by a student like Tang Qing in the crowd. It took Yan Fei a long time to realize that this was true. Watching the whispers of so many people, Yan Fei, who valued his face, immediately became angry and shouted, "You, Tang Qing, don't think you are putting it high." Snapped. Seeing that Yan Fei had been speechless, Tang Qing slapped up again, with the same face, the same strength, and the same smell. Yan Fei was beaten again. He didn't expect Tang Qing to slap him a second time. He didn't know what to say for a while, and looked at Tang Qing with his face in disbelief. "Does it hurt?" Tang Qing took a napkin and wiped his hands at the front desk, and said faintly, "Some good things have even whistled." "You?" Yan Fei was about to say something, but when he saw Tang Qing's eyes, he instinctively took a step back, for fear of another slap. At this time, because of being slapped twice in a row, the corners of his eyes started to cry a little. At this moment, when everyone was in a stalemate, Jolie just came in after buying cigarettes. "Xiao Tang, you are here. What are you doing standing at the door, Xiao Fei? Why are you still not going up? And what are you doing with your face covered? Why are you still crying?" Jolie entered the door and looked at all the people in the hall, asked in surprise at the front desk. "You ask him, it was he who beat him." Yan Fei was crying like an angry little daughter-in-law at this time, and finally came a owner. At this time, he was depressed for a long time. Emotions finally broke out. Since he was young, he has never suffered such a grievance, and was slapped in front of so many people. When he thought of this, he wanted to cry. "Here, go up first, it's not convenient here." Jolie also saw the problem at this time, but it was impossible to say it here anyway. It's better to go upstairs and ask again. The customers around are using green eyes, looking at me. If I were an audience, I might also be looking forward to the performance of the actor, but now that I am an actor, the gossip heart of those people can only say sorry. Yes. Tang Qing agreed first. It is indeed not suitable to talk about people and things here. You wait. Yan Fei looked at Tang Qing fiercely and said, but Tang Qing didn't even look at him at all. Yan Fei, who was ignored, was even more annoyed and decided that he must wait for a good lesson. Tang Qing, in his opinion, he was slapped twice just because he was careless. If Tang Qing didn't apologize later, he would never care about Tang Qing's student status. He would also slap him back. Jolie was relieved when the two agreed to change the map, so he went upstairs and climbed on Yan Fei's shoulders. Tang Qing smiled and said to Zhang Jing, "This person is handed over to me. Go ahead." He also followed. As for Li Kai, he went to the back kitchen for dinner, and there was no place for him to sit in the dining hall and the entrance. Customers saw no show to watch and stopped paying attention, but privately, various versions began to spread wildly. The most talked about is that Tang Qing, a student who beats others, has speculated about which young boy hero saves the beauty to defeat the evil. There is no way. Judging people by appearance is human nature. Entered the number 6 box. They hadn't ordered any food yet. Naturally, the two who were angry now couldn't order. Jolie had to order 7 or 8 dishes and let the waiter go out. "Little Tang, what's going on?" Jolie asked. Seeing Yan Fei's angry face, I knew that it was definitely not a wise move to ask him, and Yan Fei had too many previous convictions, and his words were not credible. Jolie was also suffering from a headache at this time. One was his future golden master, and the other was the son of his old friend. The two had a conflict. He couldn't handle whoever was right or wrong, but he had to figure out the situation first. "It's nothing. It's just a bit of misunderstanding." Tang Qing said lightly. He hasn't had the habit of revealing shortcomings in this situation, and the most important thing is a waste of saliva. Haha, that's good. Since it's a misunderstanding, just let it go, then let's reveal it. Zhou Li smiled, and he was relieved when Tang Qing took the initiative to turn the article. What he feared most was the two of them. Don't let anyone, tit for tat. I will be embarrassed when I am the middleman. At the same time, I couldn't help but admire Tang Qing's sensibility and magnanimity. Although Yin Fei belonged to the victim, well, he instinctively believed that Tang Qing was the righteous party. No reason. He basically knew it just because of a few contacts. Tang Qing's character will never bully others. It's just that Yin Fei didn't do it anymore. He was sturdy and slapped twice. How could he be the one who was beaten? So he interrupted Zhou Li's words and said loudly, "Wait, Tang Qing. How do you count those slaps you just slapped me?" "Oh, what do you want to calculate?" Tang Qing said, looking at Yin Fei with interest. "You fire Zhang Jing." Yin Fei said loudly, "I can't slap 2 slaps in vain. It's not realistic to have Zhou Li in those 2 slaps. It's better to have some benefits. As long as Zhang Jing is fired, she may not be obtained, but at least the first step is taken." "No, there is no way. Now Zhang Jing is too prejudiced towards herself, and conventional methods are no longer feasible," Tang Qing said with a sneer. "Hee, I will send you 3 words, no? But can fire Zhang Jing. What's a joke? Just a straw bag for you. Don't say you are a guy who can be considered a reluctant second-generation rich. Even if you are the son of the richest man in the country, Tang Qing will not expel his own person under the circumstances of his own right. This is his principle. As for the trouble caused by this, just solve it." Yin Fei was thinking that when Tang Qing was about to agree, he didn't expect that he would be so not giving face as soon as his voice changed. He suddenly became ugly and was slapped in the face several times in person. He no longer knew how to describe his current mood, but it is affirmation that the hatred of Tang Qing is deeply rooted, and the hatred of taking his wife is not shared. If you don't fire him, I won't pay the money." Yin Fei rolled his eyes and patted the bag with the money beside him and said triumphantly, "Aren't you afraid of paying overdue liquidated damages?" Tang Qing asked curiously, the contract produced by the system. "Naturally, I won't be afraid of people's recklessness. I will be a winner wherever I tell, and my overdue penalty is not low, which is quite high, 1% per day." Tang Qing prepares that this default mode is only used for customers who use system funds. In the future, as long as customers who are not system funds, it is better to follow the reasonable default clauses. Otherwise, in the eyes of some people, the kind of default clauses they have made, it really looks like a loan shark. Someone in later generations will do this specifically. First, they will give you a loan at a very favorable price, but the overdue penalty is very high. After the expiration, the person will not allow the loan to be repaid for various reasons, just to make the overdue default. Tang Qing doesn't want to really make people suspect that he is lending usury. The last time Do Jiao's see-through made Tang Qing more vigilant. It's been a long time, and the liquidated damages are too high. I'll sue you for loan sharking. You have to think about it," Yin Fei said triumphantly. In his opinion, people like Tang Qing will definitely have loan shark business. Otherwise, 1% of the interest makes money, and in the news before, all kinds of loan sharks were arrested, and everyone shouted and beat them. Instinctively thought that loan sharking was illegal, so I wanted to scare Tang. Tang Qing was speechless. He really didn't think that Yin Fei would come up with such a weird method, or that he could grasp the point of the problem so quickly. But this point is not established, and if he can establish himself, he won't make him establish. Tang Qing thought for a while, and was too lazy to entangle with Yin Fei, then turned to Zhou Li and said, "Uncle Zhou, what do you think of this matter now?" At this time Zhou Li wanted to talk a long time ago. Seeing that the two of them had reached the point of direct threat, he was also anxious. His old friend was still living in the hospital. If he heard the news, he would not be angry. Before leaving, my old friend said that he wanted to be optimistic about Yin Fei, but he had promised it, and now it depends on the situation that the reality is greater than the ideal, and the two are about to fight before they can react. "Xiao Fei, what are you doing? Don't hurry to apologize. Tang Qing helped your factory," Zhou Li said sternly. Now the situation is very obvious. Tang Qing wants to take the blame for the past, but Yin Fei wants to realize his purpose that Zhou Li didn't know the reason for. Yin Fei's natural breakthrough is here. And even though he knew the scope of usury and that it was not illegal, once Tang Qing was involved in a lawsuit, according to the situation of Tang Qing as a bodyguard last time, Yin Fei was facing such a powerful force. A family will definitely suffer. I don't care, as long as you agree to my request, otherwise, I won't pay the money. Yin Fei hugged the big purse in his arms. Seeing Zhou Li also helping Tang Qing, Yin Fei was a while again. Feeling dull, you are my father's friend. How can you help outsiders? Even if Tang Qing has helped their family, who told you not to help with a trivial matter? You seem to be shameless. Tang Qing shook his head and said helplessly, feeling that Yin Fei's brain is completely whatless. For the sake of a woman, anyone really dares to offend, and the color makes his mind stunned. I also want to give a compliment to Yin Fei's persistence, but who calls you the villain? After hearing what Tang Qing said, Zhou Li and Yin Fei also became nervous. What Zhou Li was about to say, Tang Qing moved and instantly used his speed to the extreme and walked forward quickly. Yin Fei hadn't reacted yet. At that time, he grabbed the money bag. Yin Fei was still holding the money bag tightly, but how could this gentle niche be Tang Qing's opponent? Compared to strength, Han Lung, a muscular special soldier, had to kneel, let alone Yin Fei. Up. In the end, the money bag was snatched by Tang Qing while Yin Fei's nerves were still at a loss, returned to his position, and put the money on the left side of his chair. Yin Fei was dumbfounded when he saw his hands empty, and immediately stood up and wanted to grab it back. You give me back the money. Yin Fei rushed towards Tang Qing with his teeth and claws. If you put it in slow motion, you can see Yin Fei's hideous face, and it will almost stop crying at night. Tang Qing sneered when he saw it, and competed with him by force. 10 of you are not a problem. Tang Qing kicked it, thinking that you are so thankful that you borrowed money from the system this time, and I dare not let you breach the contract, if it is my own money. See if I don't play you to death. Yin Fei was kicked directly into the corner. Naturally, Tang Qing didn't use much energy. Yin Fei, who thought he would be seriously injured, got up and saw that his chest was a little swollen. He also understood that Tang Qing had left his hands, so he didn't dare to go for a while. Previously, I thought that Tang Qing was just a little sheep, but just now, the leg turned into a big bad wolf, showing his fangs. So now the situation is very clear, he definitely can't beat Tang Qing. Relying on Tang Qing's speed. Even if he took a knife, he didn't have the slightest confidence in Tang Qing. Zhou Li heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Yin Fei was not in any serious trouble. You come here again, I will make you look good. Tang Qing pointed at Yin Fei and said coldly. Yin Fei was frightened by the faint glaring in Tang Qing's eyes. Cold sweat broke out, and he didn't dare to move. Tang Qing did not procrastinate, reached into the small mouth of the bag, and took all the money directly into the system. It was accurate and the task was completed and perfect. As for the excess change, it is stored in the personal account. Zhou Li and Yin Fei were blocked by sight. Naturally, they didn't know Tang Qing's small movements. Immediately, Tang Qing drew the receipt from his pocket and handed it over, and said coldly, Hey now. Immediately. Get out with the receipt immediately. You are not welcome here. You, Xiao Tang. Xiao Fei is still young. Xiao Fei, go back first. Zhou Li instinctively wanted to say that Yin Fei was still young, but when he saw Tang Qing in a school uniform, he didn't know what to say. This peacemaker seems to be unable to do it, and he scolds Yin Fei in his heart. Tang Qing is younger than you and more sensible than you. He knows how to advance and retreat. He knows the gains and losses. How old are you? Yin Fei didn't care about what he said just now. Zhou Li was also the boss, and he was also a face-saving person when he went out. You are just the son of my old friend. Dare to ignore me so much. What are you? Seeing that Zhou Li didn't help him, Yin Fei naturally knew that he couldn't do anything. After receiving the receipt and checking it was correct, he put it in his pocket and walked out of the box. Seeing that Tang Qingdian had no money, he gave the receipt to him. Yin Fei suddenly regretted why he didn't hide it a little bit earlier. When he walked out the door, Yin Fei didn't forget to say something cruel. Tang Qing, you wait for me. I didn't play this matter. After speaking, seeing Tang Qing step forward, he was scared to change from walking to running, and went downstairs dingy. Originally, he wanted to get rid of Zhang Jingran at the front desk, but when he saw Tang Qing at the stairway, he was about to go downstairs and beat him. People rushed out of the hotel in a human posture. Looking at the big sign of Baiwei Restaurant, Yan Fei's heart was full of hatred. Today's face is more than a shame, it's broken. Yan Fei, who seemed to remember something, took out the phone and pressed it a few times. A female voice came out on the phone. Hello, this is the 110 police desk. Hey, 110? I want to report. I found a loan shark. Yan Fei immediately said with a lot of confidence. The police officer on duty was surprised but said politely, Sorry, sir, loan sharking is an economic dispute and it is not ours. Naturally, they often receive this kind of phone calls, but it is mainly the use of loan sharks such as beatings, threats, and dung to force the other party to repay. As for Yan Fei, it is natural to find a loan shark, but unless someone suffers personal injury or mental injury, otherwise Yan Fei's description of the case, how could the police arrest someone? And even the operator didn't even bother to ask whether there was a process problem of injury. Isn't it illegal to lend usury? Don't you catch it? Yan Fei said in a daze. He recalled that he hadn't caught those loan sharks when he watched TV before. Sorry, our country does not impose the crime of loan shark, even detention. It is an economic dispute that the agreed interest rate is too high. Please negotiate by yourself or seek a court to resolve the dispute. Has anyone suffered personal injury? The female voice explained patiently, seeing that Yan Fei didn't know anything. I had to teach him science so that Yan Fei didn't bother him wildly. Many people entangled them for a long time because of a small matter. Although the people's affairs are not trivial, when the police force itself is insufficient, a burglary case and your dog bit our cat are naturally different. Yes, I was beaten by the loan sharker just now. It's the owner of Baiwei Restaurant in the west of the city. Yan Fei immediately got excited when he heard it. He really didn't pay attention to whether loan sharking was illegal. He only knew that there was a lot of society shouting and beating. TV also reported that many loan sharks were being tried, but he did not pay attention to the charges. However, loan sharking may not be illegal, but he knows that beating someone is illegal. If he is beaten, the police will take care of it. The police officer over there fell silent for a while, and I blamed Yan Fei for his bad luck. The police officer and police officer Wang from the Chengxi police station were classmates. At a gathering, police officer Wang inadvertently mentioned that the Baiwei restaurant in the west of the city was covered by Qin Yugong. Now Qin Yugong, however, the celebrity of the city's public security system, since the provincial leader, has an unimaginable future. There are even rumors that Qin Yugong may be promoted to the deputy director of the municipal bureau in the first half of next year, and may even be transferred to the following county as the secretary of the political and legal committee. Anyway, there are different opinions, but it must be certain. Qin Yugong is likely to be in the future. Your own leadership should not be sloppy when it comes to future leadership. However, the police officer made a decision in an instant to help himself, but even if he was partial, he could not be too obvious. Mr. Excuse me, is your injury serious? The policeman asked again. She had to figure out the situation to determine the degree of partiality, otherwise there would be no way to hurt herself too badly. But listening to Yan Fei's voice, middle full of anger, obviously nothing. He slapped me twice and kicked me. It doesn't hurt much now, Yan Fei said frankly. Tang Qing controlled his strength, only to vent his anger, and was not prepared to hurt people. This made Yan Fei feel uncomfortable. I didn't feel the pain in the two places where I was beaten, and there was no feeling on my face anymore, but the shame in my heart was lingering. When the police officer heard this, she felt a little bit bottomed. Generally speaking, there was nothing wrong. She knew how to deal with it immediately, so she said, Sir, the police force in the bureau is tense now. There are also important cases at the Chengxi police station. Processing, please wait in the same place. It is estimated that someone will come to deal with it in 2 hours. The purpose of the police officer is obvious, to procrastinate. If these words are heard by other experienced people, they will know that they are nonsense. It didn't conform to the rules, but Yan Fei never reported to the police, so naturally he didn't know that the other party was fooling him. What use will you do in 2 hours, when everyone else is gone? Yan Fei said angrily, 2 hours, when the day lily is cold, he can't follow after 2 hours. The police should go to the school to take Tang Qing away. He is not that stupid. Don't say whether he hurts the police or not. The key is that no one will testify at that time. What he can do, at most discuss the other party, especially the two. Those stolen money must have been transferred after a few hours, so the police who reported a fart themselves. I'm sorry, we are deeply sorry for this. The policeman was relieved when he saw that he had flicked this stunned green. He still despised him for a moment, and he learned to call the police for this IQ. So Yin Fei hung up angrily. Looking at the people coming and going, the business of Byway Restaurant is so good. Yin Fei is almost furious when he thinks that all of his face will be lost in one day. Ma, you all wait for me. After speaking, he turned and left. After Tang Qing watched Yin Fei away, he returned to box number 6 when the dishes were already on the order. Zhou Li drank white wine, and he poured a cup of scented tea for Tang Qing. Xiao Tang, I'm really embarrassed to cause you trouble. Today Xiao Fei doesn't know which sinus is wrong. I hope you don't have common knowledge with him. Zhou Liman said apologetically, even though he didn't like Yin Fei. But at any rate, it was the son of an old friend of his own, and now he was driven away by Tang Qing. Naturally, the apology fell on him. Regardless of whether it was true or false, he had to turn the story over. It's okay. I'm so busy all day, so I don't have time to get angry with him. Tang Qing laughed. Hee, that's good, that's good. His father and I are old friends. Please come to me this time. I have to come. My old friend is too. He has worked hard for a lifetime, but this son is not up for it. I really don't know what will happen if my old friend handed over the factory to Xiao Fei. I really envy your parents and have a sensible child like you. Zhou Li said with emotion. People are really more deadly than people. He really wanted to know what kind of family it was to nurture an excellent young man like Tang Qing. Uncle Zhou is overwhelmed. To be a son of man, you must share the worries for your family. No matter how bad you are, don't cause trouble. Haha. If Uncle Yin feels that Yin Fei is not suitable to take over the factory, why not sell the factory? Tang Qing drank his tea and laughed. Xiao Tang said incisively, and Lao Yin actually had this idea, but he just couldn't bear it. After all, after so many years of feelings, and I don't know if the person who took over can treat the old employees in the factory well. Zhou Li sighed. As people get older, they tend to be nostalgic and like to remember the past. Just like his factory, if he sells it, even if others increase the price by 50%, he will not sell it. Uncle Zhou won't just take over, Tang Qing said with a smile. Haha, Xiao Tang, you look too high at me. Their factory is almost the same as mine, and none of them can't get 4 or 5 million. Uncle doesn't have that much money. Zhou Li laughed. He had thought about this issue before, and even Yin Guangting proposed to merge their two factories, and he would take the majority of the shares at that time, but he refused. He is really unwilling to do business in partnership with his good friends, because he has seen too many examples of failures. Good friends can cooperate with each other, but they can share sufferings, but they can't share happiness, unless one party is extremely strong and the other party has no desire to fight for power, especially at that time. The shares in the factory will definitely be taken over by Yin Fei, and even as the management to participate in the operation of the factory. Just like Yin Fei's behavior, Zhou Li shuddered when he thought about it. His own good factory would never allow such people. Get involved. Yin Guangting must have seen his thoughts at the time, but he sighed and said nothing. You don't have that much money, but I have it here. Tang Qing said with a chuckle. This is his purpose. Yin Fei used his identity to bully the girl in the factory. If he loses his identity, seeing how arrogant he is, it is impossible for Yin Guangting to open a factory at this age, and he is unintentional and powerless. Tang Qing had only one purpose, to cut off Yin Fei's identity as the young owner of the factory, and to prevent him from going to Misfortune Girls. It is not easy for the people in the factory to work here. Many of them are underage. I'm inexperienced in the world, and I am not very courageous. Many have been violated. I don't dare to speak out. Tang Qing gets angry when I think of here. Yin Fei is a scumbag. If I meet him again on another occasion, I must teach him a lesson. You Xiao Tang, this is not hundreds of thousands, and my uncle doesn't have that much collateral, and there is no guarantor. Zhou Li stammered. Only then did he remember that he was a big benefactor in front of him, but he thought it was before. Tang Qing only has $1 million decision. Now it seems that he is completely too conservative. Tang Qing can actually decide to borrow 4 or 5 million yuan. This is a wealthy family that can make children like this. In the circle of Qingyan City, I have never heard of a big businessman surnamed Tang. He had never heard of Tang in the private lending circle. No, I chose to borrow money from my uncle because I believed in his character, and your credit is worth this price. Tang Qing shook his head and said, in order to fight Yin Fei's arrogance and prevent him from harming more good families in the future, girl, he must borrow this money. Although he will spend the money he just made, he doesn't feel distressed at all as long as he can achieve his goal. Tang Qing could also see that Zhou was very interested in this. He wanted to come to Yin Guangting's factory and coveted it for a long time, but he didn't have the strength before, so he could only watch it. He also regarded it as a good deed and formed a good relationship. Zhou was speechless for a while. Tang Qing really didn't know what to say about this trust. For such a large loan, don't say the collateral, and the guarantor does not need it. The interest is still low. It really made him touched after a long absence. But like a pie from the sky, he was instinctively cautious and hesitant as a businessman, thinking about Tang Qing's purpose. Seeing that Zhou was still hesitating, Tang Qing looked at Zhou and said seriously, Uncle Zhou, just tell me if you want to buy this factory. He didn't think there was anything wrong with Zhou's hesitation. If Zhou was happy and agreed, that would make him feel uneasy. Prudence is the basic quality of a businessman, and the courage of many businessmen is produced on the basis of full analysis. He didn't just do it in one shot, but after others asked him, he said that he didn't think about anything. It was just bold. Why? Because I was too lazy to explain to you what I really thought at the time. How can the cheats be shared with you right away? Worthy of being a customer recommended by the system, it really is not an ordinary person. I want to buy, but I won't be able to get the money in a short time. Zhou hesitated and said, after struggling with thoughts, his only problem stayed here. After all, before Tang Qing seemed to him only make short-term borrowings, so that the risk can be controlled to a certain extent. If you borrow the money, there is no hope of repaying it in a short period of time. After the acquisition, although you can find a way to take the bank loan, but that thing will happen again. A lot of trouble and a lot of variables. Tang Qing knew that the matter was done as soon as he heard it, and said with a smile, Uncle Zhou, there is nothing more to do. If you want to do it, I only borrow short-term loans for the first time, but once trust is established, I can provide long-term loans. Borrowing? Really? How long is this long-term? Zhou said with surprise. As long as it is a long-term loan, there is absolutely no problem in repayment. During this time, he has received a lot of foreign orders, and it will be more and more. Making money is not difficult, but the difficulty is that you are qualified to make this money. Tang Qing did not say the specific loan period, but asked, Uncle Zhou, how long do you think you can pay off the money? In order to ensure the maximum utilization efficiency of this fund, it is better to see what Zhou said first. Let me calculate. After the acquisition is completed, I can almost pay off in 1.5 years after excluding some of the funds for plan operation and development. Zhou thought about it and said, Uncle Zhou, how many million can you make a year by this calculation? Tang Qing said in surprise. He knows the profit margin of his own garment factory. It is almost the same as the profit of hundreds of thousands of OEMs in a year. A shoe factory that is not much different from his own factory has such a high profit? He couldn't imagine it. Even if you do all foreign trade orders, you still don't make money like that. Of course not. How can the shoe factory make such a profit? How much money does the factory have? This is mainly because I still have a little family background, plus the retained capital and profits of the merged factory. Uncle, I can squeeze it in for 1.5 years. Come on. Zhou explained with a smile. Well, I thought your factory was so profitable. I was shocked. That's okay. How much will it cost to buy the factory from Uncle Yan's house? You say the number. The loan period is 1.5 years. Naturally, there is no interest. Short-term borrowing is so high, we set it at 10% a year and 15% 1.5 years. How about? Tang Qing nodded and said, This is reasonable. If the shoe factory is so profitable, other people have already swarmed into the industry. Wherever there is excess profit, there will be people who will pull it down. Okay, the interest is not high. Then I would like to thank Xiao Tang first, and once I have reached an agreement with Lao Yin, I will call you. Zhou said happily. The annual interest rate is 10%, although it is about 4% higher than the bank, but the cost of capital is not calculated like this. If you take bank loans, you don't know how much time, energy, and rebates will be spent. Calculating the overall cost of the company, 10% is slightly lower than that of the bank, and Jolie will naturally not be dissatisfied. In this way, once you have negotiated with Uncle Yen, you can call this phone number. She will help deal with the loan, because I don't necessarily have time in the future. After all, the Chinese New Year is about to happen, and there are many things. Tang Qing handed a Daodu. Zhao's business card passed by. This was the one he took when he left the company last time. Jolie took the business card and glanced at it. Do Zhao, general manager of Tianyin Consulting Company, Ltd. Jolie didn't feel surprised. It was obviously much more convenient for a company to handle this. Many people did this. Then he carefully put the business card into the wallet compartment. This was the phone of the funder. Xiaotang, I toast you a glass. Thank you for helping Uncle so much. Jolie raised his glass and said sincerely. Tang Qing also raised his teacup and touched it with a smile. Hee. Uncle Zhou is polite. Everyone is mutually beneficial. Both of them have achieved their goals, and naturally everyone is happy. After the two ate the meal in a hurry, Tang Qing and Li Kai went back to school. Jolie was also eager to try to discuss with Yin Guangting and strive to take down the old friend's factory as soon as possible. Without the trouble of funds, Jolie was very motivated for a while. Yin Fei did not go back to the hospital after leaving the byway restaurant. Instead, he came to a bar. The name of the bar is very earthy, called Qingyuan Bar. This is a place he often visits. The bar is naturally closed during the day. He is here to look for rescue soldiers. Yes, he knows that there is a team here, and he will usually take on some tasks to teach others. He has only heard people say before, and there is no intersection. Now he is here to prepare to make some money for Tang Qing. Looking for trouble. Originally not far from the byway restaurant, Yin Fei chose to walk to the bar. Although it was not open at this time, the door was still open. Yin Fei went straight in. The Love Bar is not small. It is definitely the highest among the dozen bars in this area. Both the decoration environment and the quality of the staff are absolutely impeccable, and there are people covering it. It has been opened several times for 2 years. The industry rectification has not been blocked once. The background is amazing. This time, Yin Fei asked the other party to make trouble for Tang Qing. He also thought of sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight. He knew that Tang Qing also had some money. Everyone fights. What if you have money, dare to resist, and see how you die? After entering the door, Yin flew around and glanced around, and saw that there were some young people sitting in 2s and 3s, playing cards, chatting, drinking and drinking. It seemed very lively. He really didn't see him at night. Past this group of people. However, thinking of the identity of this group of people, Yin Fei's straight waist suddenly became a little shorter. As soon as Yin Fei entered, the people inside turned their gazes to him, watching him vigilantly, but frightened Yin Fei, and his waist was a little bit shorter. If it weren't for the humiliation he suffered too much today, he would have the urge to turn around and run his forehead. At this time, a young man who was close came over and smiled and asked, "Brother, did you go to the wrong place?" When Yin Fei heard that someone had ended this embarrassing scene, he immediately said with a smile, No mistake. Brother, I'm here specifically. I want to ask you to help me a little bit." The bastard's eyes brightened when he heard the business. He immediately climbed up on Yin Fei's shoulder and said enthusiastically, Haha, it turns out that I'm here to take care of my brothers. Let's take you to see our big brother. After speaking, Yin Fei walked into the bar and walked in. As soon as the others saw that Yin Fei was not a dangerous person, they continued to do what they had done before, and suddenly there was a clamor in the bar. Yin Fei was taken to a large deck deep in the bar. At this time, there were 4 people in it fighting against the landlord. One was obviously the elder brother sitting in the main seat. 3 people were fighting. 1 person watched. The game was not over, and the little brother didn't dare to bother the eldest brother. Yaxing and Yin Fei looked aside. 3 belts and 1. No. 1 2. Little king. Gawazi, dare to ask for my second. Big brother, didn't you say that the casino has no father and son? There can be no father and son, but there is a big brother see. Yes, brother is right. I take it back. You said that last time. Knock me up. I'm also principled. If you come out, you will come out. Look at my 4 triples and get a double. Brother is mighty. Lost again. Here, stick it to your nose this time. Yes, Yin Fei noticed that these wicked people were playing a sticker game, and suddenly felt messy. The landlord brother raised his head and glanced at Yin Fei while shuffling the cards and said, "What's the matter with you, kid?" "Big brother, this time I want you to send someone to help me make trouble in a restaurant. The boss there deceived people too much." Yin Fei immediately bowed to his knees when he heard it. "Where's the restaurant?" The eldest brother said lightly after lighting another cigarette. This kind of business is often encountered in the first place, but it's not surprising. A place not far away called Baiwei Restaurant. Yin Fei said excitedly. He has even started to make up Tang Qing's frown. When the restaurant is out of business, Zhang Jing will definitely leave. If Tang Qing resists, this group of people will definitely teach Tang Qing a lot. I can count. My own plan of 2 birds with 1 stone is perfect. Cough, cough, cough. You. Cough. Where do you say it again? That eldest brother was choked by the smoke directly. Yin Fei didn't doubt that he was there. It seemed normal to him to be choked by smoking, so he repeated, "A Baiwei restaurant not far away." As soon as the eldest brother squeezed out the cigarette in his hand, he raised his head and asked curiously, "Why is it troublesome to find their boss? Do you have hatred with you? And what does your family do?" At this time, the few younger brothers around also looked at Yin Fei weirdly, but the excited Yin Fei did not notice. Thinking of the shame before, Yin Fei said angrily, "I opened a shoe factory at home. Brother, this time I'll give you 10,000. The boss there, Tang Qing, is too arrogant and deceiving too much. He hit me just now, and I want him to fail in business." After listening to Yin Fei's description, the surrounding gangsters looked at Yin Fei's eyes directly full of jokes. That's right. Yin Fei pitifully found Tang Qing's old friend Brother Hao. Naturally, when Brother Hao remembered that what Yin Fei was trying to teach was Tang Qing, he was so angry. What a special thing. There was another one who dug a hole for Lao Tzu. Last time Xiao Wendong didn't dare to start. This time he came here with no background at first sight. So naturally, he had the idea of venting in his heart. Slap. Slap. Brother Hao directly slapped Yin Fei in front of him. He didn't keep his hands like Tang Qing did, and directly slapped Yin Fei. "Damn it, brothers, FCK. Here's another one who is causing me trouble, and see if I won't kill you." Brother Hao cursed. After talking about it, he kicked Yin Fei to the ground again. The confidants beside him had participated in the containment of Tang Qing last time. They were trembling in front of Tang Qing. Now they think of it a little bit heartily. Now another person came to pit them. How could he spare him? So one after another stepped forward to punch and kick Yin Fei. "Spare, don't fight. Very painful. Oh, brother, please forgive me." Several people fought for 4 or 5 minutes, and they were relieved. They didn't really fight to the death. It was just a relatively serious skin injury. There was no problem with the severe flight movement in the next week, but it was definitely suffering. The other brothers didn't come to watch and beat people. What's so good? They continued to do their own things. After finishing the fight, a younger brother took out his wallet from Yin Fei's trouser pocket, took out all the money, and handed it to Brother Hao. It seemed that it was nearly 10,000. Brother Hao counted it and put it on the betting table just now and said, "Boy, this 10,000 is considered to be the labor fee for beating you this time. It's okay. No problem." Yin Fei didn't dare to put one fart now, for fear that it would be another beating or an inexplicable one. Thinking that he had been beaten twice for no reason today, he really wanted to cry. Remember, don't provoke anyone in that restaurant in the future or you will be dead. For these 10,000 shares, this is an extra piece of advice I give you, understand? Brother Hao knelt down and patted Yin Fei's face and warned, Yes, I don't dare anymore." Yin Fei quickly agreed. He thought that Tang Qing had paid the protection fee to the eldest brother in front of him, so naturally, he didn't dare to say anything. "Go away." Brother Hao sneered and stood up and said. Yin Fei was relieved when he heard that. He hurriedly stood up and bowed and said, "Okay, brother, you are tired." Yin Fei turned and left after speaking. Just after taking 2 steps, he heard Brother Hao's words, almost frightened him. Shameless pen. Dare to provoke Tang Xiao. I don't know how to live or die." So Yin Fei quickened his pace and fled here. After leaving the bar, looking at the word love that was so pleasing to the eye in the past, now he is as disgusting as a play god, and he decided not to come to the bar again in the future. Tang Xiao. This is not a general name. It is definitely for people with a certain background. He finally knows why he was beaten, and he provoked people who shouldn't be provoked. At the thought of this, Yin Fei was really scared. At the same time, he remembered the call during the day and unconsciously thought that the police were also helping Tang Qing. Too frightening. So horrible. When I thought that both black and white were Tang Qing's people, Yin Fei instantly felt cold all over. Offending such a person who can walk sideways in both black and white, he really felt that he was crazy just now in retrospect. No, I will definitely not go to that restaurant or mess with Zhang Jing in the future. Otherwise Tang Qing will be miserable before he takes a shot. If Tang Qing really does it, he will definitely not have the slightest resistance. He doesn't want to be insane, nor does he want to be crimed. Zhou Li's speed was not unpleasant, and he called Tang Qing the next afternoon and said it was done. After a night of deliberation and discussion, Yin Guangting agreed to sell the shoe factory for 4.5 million yuan. The only promised condition was to let Yin Fei's uncle continue to work in the factory and keep it for other management as long as there are no problems. When Yin Fei returned to the hospital yesterday afternoon, although other parts of his body were very painful, but fortunately, he hugged his head and received only 2 slaps. As a result, his face was only slightly swollen. The doctor in the hospital took a look at him and prescribed anti-inflammation, medicine for removing blood stasis, and pain relief. After taking the painkillers directly in the doctor's office, Yin Fei went back to his father's ward. As for why he came back early and the unusual on his face, he casually found a reason to fool around. He didn't dare to be so irritating. It was told to Yin Guangting that he was not afraid that Zhou Li would expose his father's condition to him. Although Yin Guangting knew that his son was lying, he did not ask much. Did his son tell fewer lies since he was a child? When asked, he also asked more lies. Let's wait for Li to come next week and ask again. If his father used to sell the shoe factory, Yin Fei would definitely make trouble. Once he lost his identity as a young owner, he couldn't go to the factory to play prestige in front of those girls, and there would be no previous welfare. After the factory was sold, I would not have the opportunity to inherit all the property of the factory. After all, the family would lose the source of income if all were replaced by cash, and my father would not have the energy and plan to go out again. He would lose the production of the factory in the next 10 years, or even longer. Hundreds, or even tens of millions of profits can only rely on this money to pay for it, and it will always be spent in the end. But when he learned that Zhou Li borrowed money from Tang Qing to buy a shoe factory, he didn't dare to put a fart. Since Tang Qing already knew about this and provided financial support, it was obviously inevitable. After Tang Qing knew that he was blocking the acquisition, Yin Fei was persuaded. When he thought of Tang Qing's background in Qingyan City, Yin Fei didn't dare to say a word. He didn't even dare to say anything about the price increase. He knew he couldn't fight Tang Qing desperately. So such an acquisition that Yin Guangting thought Yin Fei would make a big fuss was completed so smoothly. Even Zhou Li on the side was surprised that Yin Fei was so peaceful, but he didn't think much about it, thinking that he was afraid of being beaten by Tang Qing. So early in the morning of the 3rd day, Dou Jiao asked the company's people to take over the signed contract. The amount was already filled in. The other information was naturally given to Dou Jiao and the others to complete. After they have signed the contract, they will send themselves a text message to Zhou Li's account and then transfer the money. Gee, it's perfect. It feels so good to throw off the shopkeeper. In the next few days, Tang Qing went to school step by step. Of course, in order to receive Lugan's 300 million funds on February 1st, he would naturally be busy opening an account. The plan is simple. After all, he is not a software expert or programming master. Can only choose the most stupid way. Find a black internet cafe that is not monitored to contact the other party. In his previous life, he accidentally knew about a dark website, or a relatively shallow dark web. This dark website does not directly operate business, but is just an information transfer station. It provides an integrated interface for major service providers and does not belong to any company, but all the above-mentioned forces jointly funded and established. The purpose is to provide them with customer access services. Of course, Their access port is not only this one, but dozens of such websites. Tang Qing knows only one of them. That's it. The main business of this website is the cross-border money laundering business. It has gathered almost all the large and small cross-border money laundering service providers in the world, each operating in their own scope. And there is also a relatively loose committee to update the information of internal members. After all, there are always many unlucky guys caught, accidental deaths, subordinates usurping the throne, etc. It is considered that a simple service platform has been set up. Naturally, there are companies that specialize in opening accounts. The service provider of the website only accepts transfer services of more than tens of millions of dollars and charges a lot of commissions according to the difficulty, but there are no restrictions on account opening. Their business method is also very simple, not decentralized, but resource sharing. For example, if you want to open an account in a bank in the United States and you want to open an account in a bank in Africa, you don't need to find local services separately. Providers, they have a customer service system. You only need to say your needs. They will place an order for the people on both sides, and then after completion, they will give you what you need. This one-stop service is quite humane. Friday. In the morning, Tang Qing took another small vacation and came to a black internet cafe that had been under investigation for a long time. In order to avoid his handsome being too noticeable, Tang Qing naturally went through some disguise, wearing a hat, a mask, and no sunglasses, so as not to be caught as a fugitive by accident. This internet cafe is not big, only 30 machines, although Tang Qing is in class, but the bear children are already on vacation, so basically all of them are elementary school or middle school students. I glanced at it and saw that there were still 7 or 8 machines with no one. Tang Qing walked to the front desk and said hoarsely to the fat boss inside, "Boss, turn on the machine. I will be there for 2 hours." Don't blame him for being so cautious, because that's how it's done on TV. We're going to go to the village as the custom is, isn't it? A total of 4 yuan. The boss looked up at Tang Qing, who was wearing a mask, and said lightly. There were a lot of colds in the winter, so he naturally thought Tang Qing had a cold. At this time, Tang Qing noticed that there were still water cellars, and said, "Boss, get me a bottle of Pepsi with ice." This was a habit he had developed in his previous life. On the internet, he would buy a bottle of drinks, especially iced Coke, which tasted much better than other iced drinks. A total of 7 yuan, the 27th machine, said the fat boss. Tang Qing paid for the Coke and came to his place. Now it is naturally not the card or ID card online mode of later generations, but the host of the front desk boss controls it. At this time, there are still a lot of people in internet cafes, even sitting and standing as many. But think about it. It is not New Year. The bear children are still a little bit shy in their pockets, and they still want to play. Then you can only watch others play. Yes, it's normal. Although there are people around, Tang Qing is not worried about anyone discovering what he is doing, because these elementary school students, who have only just recognized the Arabic alphabet, expect them to understand the English version of the website. That is the hell. Tang Qing came to his place and turned on the phone. He unscrewed the iced Coke again, lifted the mask, and took a big sip. Half a bottle of it was down. Just one word, cool. While waiting to start the machine, Tang Qing glanced around. They were 2 12 or 13-year-old bear kids, and 2 bear kids standing behind each, watching them, playing happily. Quickly, the Taoist priest will heal me. I am about to be killed by the leader of Wummer. Come, here. The mage, hurry up and throw the ignition. There is no fire there. Wait a minute. Damn, several Woma guards chased me and cut them. I will kill them first. The mage has too little blood. Damn, there's a guy who snatches a monster. Kill him first. Damn, it's a member of the Qingyi gang, SHD. Wait, tomorrow our Justice League will. Shotching over. That's... Oh, if I don't pay attention to the durability of my blood drink, SHD. Wait a minute, I'll change the bone jade. Looking at the bear children playing happily, Tang Qing chuckled lightly. He didn't think there was anything wrong with children playing games. His opposition to the uselessness of reading is not against playing games, but against that kind of unthinking. It's just a negative attitude that misleads others and yourself. Everyone should have a childhood that is worth remembering. No matter what you do, as long as you don't commit a crime, and you can smile unconsciously when you think about it when you grow up, then it's right. If there is only one person's memory left, what will he think after studying? In the future, social life will even have inferiority complex. Even if some rich and senior officials are very strict in their children's education when they are young, don't forget that they have a lot of social leisure, traveling around the world. All kinds of parties, concerts, events, etc. are not boring at all. The computer has now been turned on. Although this business itself is illegal, the method of access has not changed due to the relationship with the cattle of various countries. This is also written in the website's development brief by later generations, otherwise Tang Qing would not think of it. This behavior is arrogant to the extreme, but they do have arrogant capital. Tang Qing first downloaded an open-source anonymous browser software. Normal browsers can't access this website. Although this software claims to be anonymous and has a huge number of users, he can't believe it completely, otherwise he won't come to this website. It's a black internet cafe. After installing the browser, Tang Qing jumped to. The redirect interface of the website is very simple, just a big welk. Really lazy, Tang Qing vomited. The interface is exactly the same as later generations. You haven't changed the interface for so many years. How nostalgic are you guys? The entire website is only available in English. Tang Qing has only been there a few times before and only understands the external classification. As for the specific internal situation, it is not clear because he has no business need to contact each other in the previous life. This group of people is not a good thing. If you go casually ask whether it will cause the other party to retaliate. Although the chance is extremely small, you can't help but prevent it. The website does not require you to create users. You only need to find the corresponding customer service and say your needs. Tang Qing clicked to open the account category and found a button called Customer Service for the time being. He felt like he was visiting Taobao. Immediately, Tang Qing opened the customer service dialog. Well, another silly dialog box appeared in front of him, making it look like a black and white typing interface like a command line. This group of people is really nostalgic. Do you like this video? Let me know by giving it a thumbs up and leaving a comment below. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell to stay updated on my future uploads. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.